GUKPT main event trophies, which might start you trying to guess who it is. The only player with two GUKPT Grand Final titles is the GUKPT all-time money leader. And it is our pleasure to spend an hour with the tower with Mr. Ben Windsor.
Hello.
How you doing, pal?
Yeah, good, mate. You?
You've had a lockdown haircut.
Lockdown haircut. Yeah, had to go.
How did it get?
Yeah, it's not quite that, but yeah, the beard and the hair just showed. We took it all off.
Yeah.
Going back.
Well, we're gonna spend an hour with you, and we're gonna ask you quite a few questions regarding what has happened, because you've had a fantastic run of success. We obviously know you from the GUKPT, so we will be touching on that quite a lot. But where did you start playing poker? Who did you learn with them, and how long ago was it? And did you think, do you know what, this could be the career for me?
Nah, I never really thought that, but I enjoyed it from the first time I sort of saw it. Like I just enjoyed like the gambling. I've always liked gambling, like fruit machines and arcades and whatever else. Yeah, just start. I've watched my brother that used to know how to play it.
Yeah.
So I sort of learnt from him, and we used to watch the poker on the TV, and then yeah, got a few of the lads up the golf course into it, and we used to have £1 freeze outs.
That's the way to. That's the way to start the £1 freeze outs. I tell you, everybody builds from them. We spoke to Jake Cody, and he was like £5 rebuys where he started. It's just progression. It's just progression, isn't it?
Yeah. That was one of the first comps I won, £5 rebuy. Yeah.
It's everybody has to start. Your first cash on the Hendon Mob. Do you actually know what it was?
I think it's a 1K at Palm Beach.
It was indeed. It was indeed, and I actually think we were there because we used to do the updates for the 1K at the Palm Beach. Yeah, it was a 4-way chop for 14,500. Do you remember much about it?
I think that's the one where I was sitting next to Teddy, sharing him at one point. I think
he just started playing, hadn't he?
Yeah. So that was like very like surreal, sitting next to Teddy, like obviously football legends. Yeah, I just remember being obviously quite nervous, but Palm Beach, lovely casino.
Yeah.
I think I played with Matt. I think I've done a chop with you and Jones.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Because then with the days there were like 60, 70 runners, weren't they, in the 1K? But it was a one thing. Was it a Monday night?
It's I think it's a Monday night. Yeah, once a month. Yeah.
It's a crazy game. So you can just imagine how many people turn up for a grand on a Monday night.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, great little comp that was.
Yeah, it was a very, very good film. They're always tough fields as well. It was a great film. I do remember going down there as well and thinking, wow, this casino is pretty impressive. Is that what you thought when you first walked into the Palm Beach?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, lovely little casino that.
Absolutely. Yeah. You made 8 GUKPT main event final tables. Your first was in 2013. What on earth made you go up to Didsbury?
Didsbury. I don't really know, to be honest.
It's a long way from where you are.
I think it is when I was obviously very enthusiastic about playing, so I didn't care where I was driving to. I just wanted to get there and play. And obviously, GUKPTs used to watch them like occasionally and think, oh, one day I'd like to be able to play in these.
Yeah.
And yeah, Didsbury. It was a 500.
That's right.
500 buying at Didsbury.
Yeah, just short of 10,000. So was it a little bit of disappointment for yourself for finishing third?
Probably at the time. I can't really remember too much about it, but yeah, I'd have probably been disappointed. But I think there's a lot of money a lot of money to me back then.
Still a lot of money.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course, yeah. But yeah, then I was a lot.
Yeah,
couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Can you remember anybody on the final table?
Was it Andy Booth?
Ah!
He was there,
I
wasn't
think Andy finished seventh. I think he was seventh.
he? Yeah.
Yes, he still boasts. I've been on a GUKPT final, but it was he was indeed on that final table.
And Tom Hall as well.
Yep,
Tom being there.
yeah. Well, you've done a lot better than Andy Booth has since then, because that was his last final table.
Oh, was it?
It was indeed his last final table. It wouldn't be the only final table that you have been on a GUKPT. And like I said, we know you a lot from the circuit, the British circuit as well. The GUKPT main event in Brighton in March 2014, another final table, and this time you finished fourth. Do you remember much about Brighton?
I do. That was I think that was just. I think that's just when I started playing solely just poker.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to sports bet and that a lot. And I just knocked. Well, didn't quite knock it all on the head, but yeah, just was just playing poker, and I think I got a little bit unlucky I was a little bit unlucky four-handed, or in one of the all-in spots, and yeah, I can't really. I'm trying to think back to it.
It's one of the nicest casinos, Brighton. I must admit, it's such a shame that I know the circuit could have. If we went back to every GUKPT that we ever did, we'd end up in like 25 different locations. But Brighton was one of the best. 4 weeks later, though, my friend. 4 weeks later, there's a place called Walsall.
Oh, Walsall.
You will remember Walsall because you beat Simon Deadman heads up.
Yeah.
And at the time, Deadman was like one of the names on the circuit. It was the name that everybody talked about. Oh, Simon's playing, and now you beat him heads up. 29,000 for the win.
Yeah.
Is that still etched in the memory? The first GUKPT win.
Is that still what? Sorry.
Is it still etched in the memory? The first one.
Yeah. I'll never forget that one. Yeah, I remember being super nervous day two, and then yeah, sort of on the final table, I remember sort of you just sort of drift into. I'll say the zone. You sort of drift into the zone. You don't really think about it, but yeah, good to play with Simon, like you say at the time, was a real upcoming and feared player.
Yeah,
and yeah, it was that was unbelievable. That was.
Did that give you the chance to get yourself a bigger bankroll? Was that put towards the first Ben Windsor bankroll?
Yeah, that definitely was. Yeah, well, that's what I bought the car straight away with that, and yeah, the rest went towards the next few tournaments, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it certainly helps because in 2015 we go off to play a WPT, the WPT 500, a huge field of 1,616 entries. You finished sixth for 20,000, and obviously you were so close to the WPT title itself. But first prize, we're always looking sideways and thinking, by heck, it's 150 grand up.
Yeah, definitely. I remember being super gutted about that one. I fancied that one. But yeah, 150. Yeah, I couldn't wait to get my name on a nice six-figure payday. But yeah, just weren't meant to be that time.
Yeah, obviously you play the GKPTs. What were it like playing WPT with so many different names that you probably never heard of, and a lot of foreign players come playing as well. Obviously, it's totally different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's it's at Dust Till Dawn, so it's quite a nice little place to play. It felt quite, like home sort of thing.
Yeah.
As well as an English card room, and I can't remember. I think I played the online day one there.
Yeah,
it was obviously a bit of a journey, and that's sixth place finish.
Yeah, sixth in your first year of WPT, and I'm sure we'll be mentioning a WPT again in the conversation a little bit later on. But it certainly put you in good stead, because also in 2015, and just a month later, the GUKPT Grand Final, 321 entries, and you win it for a mammoth 178,000. Yet again, you've got Deadman on the final table. You've got James Aikenhead, who's obviously done the World Series final table, and all-round super player. What was that like? How was the adrenaline for that score?
I can't really remember. I remember on the final feeling quite confident. I think I went into the final table as chip leader, and just run well, was just in the right spots, like most of the time, and another great experience. Yeah, playing with Simon again, and Simon never got the chips, unfortunately for him.
Yeah,
but yeah, playing with Aikenhead. I remember seeing a couple of crazy pots with him. And first win, unbelievable.
They are phenomenal tournaments, the grand finals, and a lot of people play. A lot of people who do play them say that it's one of the best assembled fields that you'll ever get around any tournament. Is that what you're feeling when you're playing in such a grand final, the GUKPT?
What's that? The field?
Yeah, and how tough the fields are. I know it's 321 runners. They're tough fields, aren't they?
Everyone turns up for that one, don't they? But all the GUKPTs in general have just got a nice mix of players. Yeah, the grand final, such a big event for me then. It still is now, but it's amazing little tourney.
Yeah, well, you're on a bit of a heater, and we just carry on playing poker. I'm already thinking that because you've cashed in the big one, and you've cashed in the WPT, the name of Ben Winds is starting to reverberate around the poker table. So your first ever EPT cash was in February 2016. Do you remember where it was?
Was it Dublin?
It was indeed, yes, the fair city itself. 605 runners, you finished 59th. Was that your first EPT, or was it your first cash in an EPT?
You know what? I don't really remember. I don't think it was my first. No, it wasn't my first EPT. I went to Prague after that grand final win. But yeah, I was. I remember day two playing. I think that's when I. Oh no, it wouldn't have been day two. But I played good though, and I was real gutted that I busted there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm just the EPT. You've done the WPT. You've done the GUKPT. You've got the EPT cash. Just going back a couple of months before, just after the grand final, the GUKPT 2016. You made the final table in London, and it seemed to be for us, and we were there, and obviously yourself. We chopped it. But we didn't just chop. We chopped it 8 ways.
Yeah, but that's never been done before, is it?
It's never been done since. It's never been done before. I know. What was your feelings about the deal? No disrespect to anybody else, but you must have thought you were best player in the tournament.
Yeah, yeah. It's just very very shallow. I think the bubbles went on real long, and it's got quite shallow. And I was which is unusual for a GUKPT. It's normally pretty deep the whole way through.
Yeah.
But I remember, I think I was second in chips, and I had 22 big blinds, which anything can happen when it comes to that. It's about finding cards, and if I try and nick a blind or something, can get caught on, isn't you? And
do you regret doing the deal?
Yeah, looking back at it, yeah, definitely. But
Mm.
at the time, I was happy with the 30k and a chance for. We played a sitting go. I could still pick up second place if I won it.
Yeah.
Second place money, and yeah, at the time I just thought isn't the worst deal in the world, and I think what did I get for it? 30 grand.
36. Yeah, you got 36. Eventually finishing third for 36 out of the field of 394.
Yeah.
Oh, can you remember who instigated the deal? Was it just like a thing that everybody was just talking about at the same time?
Who was the there was an amateur player playing that was a very chipped up. Was it? I can't remember.
I know Mark Banning was on the feature table. Who
Who?
used to be on Mark Banning used to do the TV, the poker night live on TV. I know he was in there. Mm.
Yeah. What was his name on the stream? Mr. B or something? Was it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was Mr. Yes, it was. Yes.
I think he was the one that instigated the chop.
Mm.
Yeah, because he was big chip leader, and
Yeah.
he's quite he is hard to read and putting on the
Mm.
pressure. And when you haven't got many chips, it was hard. It's putting you in a lot of tough spots, and obviously with the pay jumps how they are,
Yeah.
it was it was tough.
Well, it was well, it was different for us as well, obviously on a live stream. And you're not there, you're not there to entertain us, and you're there to make money. And we all understand that. Don't ever think that was the wrong thing to do. But it was the first it was the first time somebody walked back. I think it was Peaky walked back. He says, "I think we've just chopped it 8 ways."
Yeah. I think it's purely just because, like I said, I think the average stack was 20 big blinds, and it was that. I think that's what it come down to. And obviously, it was a lot of money, and it's 109,000. I remember it being 109k up top. Yeah, bit of a mental deal. I don't normally do too many deals, but yeah, that was one of the times I decided to
join in the fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's not been repeated since, and like I said, we don't mind if it ever does, because you're there to make the money, and you are still doing it. So and we carry on. Obviously, we've just done the EPT. In March 2016. The GPS in Southend, 245 entries. You come second, 18,000. But you were beaten by Danny Tran. Now, he is one of your friends down south, and I think from the same area, same town.
Yeah.
Does he still remind you of that?
Does what?
Does he still remind you?
Do you know what? I haven't seen him. But yeah, he's no, he doesn't remind. I haven't really kept in contact with him, to be fair. But
what was it like playing heads up against one of your mates at the time?
Yeah, it's good. I like Danny. He's a good player as well. But yeah, another time where I was gutted not to get the title, even though I don't like the pictures in the interview afterwards. But yeah, another one of those that just slipped through the fingers.
Well, you all took the money straight home with you down over to Margate. So I'm going to ask, Margate, Ramsgate, Broadstairs. Which is it?
Which is what?
Which is it? Which part of the country are you from?
I'm from Margate.
Obviously, we've got the Margate, we've got the Margate, and we've got Thanet, and we've got Ramsgate, and then the Broadstairs. But all the money just went that way with you guys. It was good to watch, and I do remember you was a little bit upset when we finished second, but there's nothing too bad in being upset at the time. But another 18k to the score, which adding to the coffers, which ain't too bad, because just a few months later, you go back and play the WPT 500 at Dustle Dawn, fixed in 2015. And this one, you won it for a career best of 182,000. Another massive field. How did it feel?
Yeah, mental. It was just a minefield, like a it felt like a live Sunday Million.
Yeah,
that sort of feel. And I actually remember that one. I made day 2 on a Sunday. I played the online leg, got through. I played day 2 on a Sunday, and actually played first half of football, and then come off at half time and quickly went home, had a shower, and drove up to Nottingham. Just got there on time.
great preparation.
And, yeah. And that was another one where it was real like shallow stacked. I think I was down to like 7 bigs at one point. I remember getting to the final. It's a real grind for me. Not much I could do, and then luckily just found a couple of good spots on the final, and just out of nowhere really. Managed to chip up and beat Keith heads up.
Yeah, 1,835 entries. You said it was a minefield. Did you?
Yeah.
Was you ever nearly out?
Yeah. I can't remember Pacific hands, but yeah, like I said, down to 7 bigs. On one of the breaks, I remember someone asking how much I had, and I was like, I've got 7 bigs.
Yeah.
And I think Talizini asked me how many chips I had, and I was like, I've got 7 bigs. Don't really fancy it, do you, when you got 7 big blinds? But yeah, he had a similar stack, and I managed to spin up, and he unfortunately spun out.
It's just a great story, because 2015 and 2016 for yourself were fantastic, and finishing 2016 was the 25-25 series in Thanet. Even though you just won the WPT for £182,000, you're still supporting your local card room, and you're still turning up for the 25-25, and you won it for 9,000. Do you still get the same rush as winning the 9 as you did? Obviously, the 182, the 182 was massive, but is it just the fact of winning?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter what it's for. It was I loved winning that comp, and it's quite a funny story actually. On day 1, I was drinking while I play, like some of the smaller tournaments. I have a few drinks while I'm playing, and I don't actually remember getting through day 1. I had to ring up the casino and see if I bagged up. Yeah, turned up late on day 2. Turned up late on day 2. Ordered 3 of those large bottles of water, necked those, and found a triple up early doors against Martin Holmes. Was one of the players I found a triple up against.
Yeah,
and then didn't look back on that one. I loved winning that one.
That's been the first time somebody has to ring up just to see if they've actually made the day 2.
Yeah, I think I was. What the card room manager said, I was really chipped up, like I had over 200,000 or something.
Yeah.
And obviously, when you're steaming, I was playing a lot of hands, and I think I only bagged up 50k or something in the end. Yeah. But I walked away. Apparently, I just walked away from the table, didn't bag up. They had to write on my bag, and I couldn't actually remember if I made it through or not. No idea how many trips I had.
Thanet was obviously on the GUKPT list years ago. Do you still go back and relive and just have a general chat with the lads down there? Do you still play down in Thanet?
Yeah, I'll play whenever. I think they have a half decent comp once a month or something, or if they do the deep stack or the 25. Although they do the deep stack, and if they've done the 25, I'd probably go along if I'm at home, because it's literally 5 minutes down the road for me. So it's perfect to go see everyone, because I used to play there pretty much every night when I was younger. Go back, see everyone, and have a few drinks, have a laugh.
Yeah, well, we actually, I think one of the places we'd love to go back for, obviously the GUKPT, would be Thanet, and I know you guys do support the local card rooms, which is great. In 2017, you cashed in the Goliath.
Yeah.
It might have been 276, but You play the 1,000 tournaments, you play the 2,000, the 5,000 buy-ins, you play the WPTs, the EPTs, and all the lots. What's it mean? What's it mean? And how can you explain to somebody that's never played Goliath? What is it like to walk and sit down and play in that fantastic event in country?
Yeah, crazy. Yeah, well, it's like you say, it's like the main event of Vegas, but in England, but obviously with smaller buy-in, perfect for all the players, like all the amateur players. So yeah, what a great comp, and what a great atmosphere as well.
It is. That's how poker should be played, isn't it?
Yeah, it's obviously with the higher stakes now it can get a bit serious and that, can't it? But yeah, that's for that buy-in and that, it's just a great atmosphere, great event, and obviously you can turn a little bit of money into a lot. It's, what is it, 100 grand up top?
Yeah, for £100 buy-in.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant comp.
Obviously, there isn't one this year, which is a bit of a shame with what's gone on, and the world's just completely turned upside down. Goliath's going online.
Wow.
Just been announced, 15 events from the 1st of August. I'm guessing you're going to be playing them.
I'll definitely have a look. Yeah, I think my plan was to have a go on the Goliath. Like I said to you, I haven't really been playing too much, but I'll definitely be interested in playing a Goliath, trying to spin up a stack there.
Yeah,
massive comp, isn't it, really?
It is, and the satellites have already started, and people can't wait for that. And it's obviously Goliath for us. It's the party atmosphere. It's getting dressed up, and it's having a laugh, and you're wandering around, and you're singing, and you're doing the. It's just totally different feel. You did cash. You come 276. Is there a point where you could think, if only I could just make this day 3, and you never know, anything could happen.
I still look back at that comp now. I played pretty bad. Made a couple, I managed to spin up a real nice stack, and then I've made a couple of iffy calls that, looking back, were pretty bad. But I was just sort of gambling a little bit because obviously the pay jumps aren't as big. So I took a few too many shots when I didn't really need to. Just should have stayed patient. But yeah, I was gutted about get a bust in there.
Yeah,
hated that shit. And I remember everyone. You could get a price on who's going to win it, and I think PK had a bet on me, and I was gutted that I let him down.
Well, it's obviously 2020 live is not going to be, but get yourself looking at the schedule for the online, because it's going to be another biggie, even though it is online, and you never know, we might beat the 276. November 2017, you got the mini main. So not only got the mini main, you got the main, and you got the mini, you got the 25-25s. It's like the Grosvenor Triple Crown. Do you always travel early in the week to play the minis?
No, I don't. But Blackpool, obviously being quite a far trip, I fancied going up there for the week, playing the mini. I think I had a couple of drinks while I was playing that one, and I just thought, instead of just travelling up to the main, make a week of it up there, because I like Blackpool as a place to go. Brilliant little place. Just like being by the seaside, really.
Yeah, you go from coast to coast, but and Blackpool obviously as a GUKPT event, always good, always got the crack. In, like you said, we're just with Goliath, but Blackpool's a little bit like that, isn't it?
Yeah, really good atmosphere. Everyone's up for having a laugh, and always a decent prize pool as well. But it's a shame it's so far away from me.
Well, you travelled up to Blackpool and you ended up with the Grosvenor Triple Crown. It's pretty impressive. In May 2019, we played the Unibet Open at the Vic. 456 runners, and you ended up finishing second. There's usually a lot of online qualifiers for these kind of events. Is that a little bit different than playing a normal GUKPT or a normal event with hardly any online qualifiers?
I remember Unibet is quite a you get a lot of foreign players. Like you get the Swedes and
A lot of them satelliting in for a fraction of the price. Does it make a difference to the play, do you reckon?
You are?
Does it make a difference to the play when you're playing?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. They're over there for a good time, and I think some of them are gamers as well.
Yeah.
So that's it. Yeah, I remember it being quite a nice field to play in. But yeah, always nice to go to the Vic for any comp.
Yeah, and second again for 48,000. Must have give yourself a pat on the back the morning after.
Yeah, and yeah, obviously I'm always gutted unless I win it. So yeah, it took a, but after a couple of days after, I was well chuffed with it. The second place, another loss heads up though.
Well, we carried on 2019. Good afternoon, Court's back. He's been for a wander. He's all in No, not seen Alan Vinicum all year. In fact, the last time I saw him was Coventry in February. Not seen him since. Don't know if he's packed up. Don't know, no idea. But not seen him. Ain't seen the Vinny. So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Just about to start this session. Cards are in the air. Price pool currently standing at £355,000. Cup of tea in hand. Let's do it. Luton. Was he in Luton? I didn't see him in Luton. I must admit. He might have played it, but it wasn't on any feature table, and it wasn't in my earshot because we were in a broom cupboard in Luton. But not seen him, and he's definitely not at the grand final. And he's not played any of the side events or anything. So there we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Another session.
A good start to the day for Ariane, 72k. Probably near the top of the pack coming back after dinner.
Yep.
Defends the Jack 8 suited. Facing the open from Artan. Going to continue with his bottom pair. Ariane won't be going anywhere here with a Jack 8 suited. One we could also check raise if we wanted to, tower, with the gut shot, the overcard and the backdoor spades. Fold out some king highs, ace highs, these type of holdings. And it does go for the check raise here as Ariane. Nice little candidate to choose. And Artan with bottom pair isn't going anywhere just yet.
Not seen Artan to do shit for a while.
He doesn't usually play many legs other than here. No. Tower, maybe Luton as well. But I think London based. So Ariane here turns a pair. I'm going to go for a small 30% sizing on the turn. Artan, non-believer tower, comes in with another call. This 8 has a lot of connection with the check raise range of Ariane. A lot of his bluffs making a pair or a straight on this turn card, but Artan, non-believer, Queen of Hearts on the river, and expect to see check or block here from Ariane once Artan calls our check raise and calls the turn barrel here tower. So expect either, wow, is he gone for jam? Is this a bluff with the Jack 8? Snap fold from Artan, so I'm not sure if that was value or bluff there from Ariane.
So there we go.
That works.
So Yin in the first in seat number 1. Mark Silvert in seat number 2. Jamie O'Connor in 3. Ariane Kashani in 4. Phil Joyce. We've then got Mr. Ali, who's just come to the table. Damien Legoff. Hope he hasn't. And then Artan Dedusha.
Another giveaway coming up this session, guys. Probably say about 45 minutes, say 35 minutes. We'll do it when there's 20 minutes left of the session. I'm going to do 2 giveaways this session. Big monies.
Yes.
I'm giving away 3 monies in 45 minutes.
Hey.
Arian here, going to get involved again. 10-9 suited. I think one we're just happy to complete here. Complete and call a raise if the big blind elects to. Feel with the 10 deuce off. One that we could raise at small frequency once in a while. Just going to do what you see most of the time, just check and take a board. He's jack 5 2 clubs, not much here for either. Probably a scenario of first stab going to take this. Looks like Ariane going to take the initiative, does go for the stab, and they're going to take that pot.
So 81k 66, and then the rest of the starting stack. There's still 60 bigs, 40 bigs as short stack, so plenty of chips in play. Superstructure, 200, 300, as you can see, £360,000 in the prize pool. We'll get over £500,000. The Withicombe Wanderers.
Something suited for Ariane.
Raise 800.
And the Baba 1 2 order, and the Baba 1 2 order. Attention please, second call for all the player and the 2-5 non-limit order list is going to go away to table 24, or I will take your day for the list.
Good to see Boz back in the feature. Not seen too much. I'm sorry, Leeds. Not seen too much in this year.
This is tidy from Phil. I like the fact he's put a little bit of extra juice on as well. Gone just north of 4x because of how deep him and Arian are. So adding a few more chips on for that reason. Nice hand selection, nice size, everything nice and tidy there from Phil. Takes it down with the ace-4 suited. I've gone with Razor Kev tonight. I've got faith in the Razor Kev.
What's he gone with now?
He said draw QPR Preston. Today?
He's gone QPR. No, they're never on telly.
I don't know.
They can't be on telly, not QPR.
All I know is I backed the draw on the dinner break.
Unbelievable. They're on Sky Sports. What is the world coming to?
But we were on Sky Sports not long ago.
Yeah, but what a massive club.
Yeah, massive. 4,700 attendance or wherever it was at an FA Cup game.
Massive.
So, you know, in here from under the gun. Boz flats hijack, and Ariane goes for the squeeze here with the A6 suited, making it 33. Back on Yin, and expect Yin to continue here. Does make the call. That's going to lose Boz from the pot. Not going to kill with the 7-8 suited, closing the action.
King, Queen, Deuce, 2 clubs. On bad flop for Arian. Red is behind.
Yeah, and one you expect to see C-bet high frequency tower as the 3-better here. And probably going to be a small size, 2K, 2.1, around quarter pot. Going to go slightly bigger. Goes for the 30% up. And Yin here with clear check call after flopping second pair nut kick up. Nine of hearts on the turn. And I think here is where I might see Ariane go for shove tower. SPR less than 1 here. We have the aces, we have all the strong sets, we have ace king all in the range.
What does Yin do?
I'm gonna take a freebie.
Well, Yin stays in front and gets the check mark.
Maybe thinking this 9 means we're not folding out the queen jack, the queen 10, the king jack, the king 10 suited, all hands that Yin would peel pre-flop. Now over to Yin, whether he does want to try and hunt for value here. Target some jacks and 10s specifically.
I'm glad Boz is moving his hand because I thought the picture froze then looking at Yin.
Yin does go with check, and now over to Arya, who's going to check behind with the A6 suited, and ace queen going to be good for Yin.
There we go. $150 in the main today. 150. The turbo starts at 9. 20-minute clock. The blind structure has been changed on the app. So well done to the team. It's a 20-minute clock all the way through. Play 10 levels like you would in a normal leg, the 60-minute leg. 20 minutes breaks. And I'm just looking at the structure. I'm guessing you don't get a break every 2 levels in the turbo.
No.
Every 3.
No, not even every 3. It's you get 1 break. That's it.
Is that it?
You get 1 break towering in turbo. I think it's level 5. You go on break. Hour and 40 minutes of play break, and then come back and play hour and 20 minutes and done. Oh, this table's spicy. Another free bet, this time from Phil. Queen 8 suited going after it, facing the gun open from Yin. And the man in seat 7, with no name at the moment, has the ace queen here, and I hate a cold call, so I much prefer cold 4 or fold. And he does go with the cold 4 here. This is nice from trap 7, and it's going to be getting through. Yin out of the way, and Phil will have to do the same here. Went for the light free bet with a queen 8 suited and gets punished The man in trap 7, nice cold 4 from him with the ace queen off. .46 for Phil, slightly too loose from hijack, just going to get out of the way. Over to Artan in the small. Seat 5 is Phil Joyce, Brad. Philip Joyce in seat 5. As Yin makes it 1k from the big. Artan going to come along with his 8-5 off. Nothing at all here for Artan, and just expect Yin to bet range, hand over, small size, hand done.
Have you had any updates on whether Brothers is in his hot tub or not?
I'm not fussed, Tower. Always goes on about how skint he is. He's got a hot tub, he can do a school run that's 5 minutes down the road every day. It's just, he can just come down and play a 2k like it's nothing. I hope he drops his camera in his hot tub.
And what? Hope he's not taking pictures of things underwater in his hot tub. Final 3 days of live streaming from Cardroom Direct this year. Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the main.
Of course you do, Brad, of course you do. The buzz with the 4s makes it 800 from gun. Damien plays cool in the cut-off. Artan in from the bottom with the 10-8 off. Three players to the flop here.
No, flop 9-5.
So gut shot for Damien. Boz still with the best hand in the form of pocket 4s. Checks out of position to 2 players. This one checks through. Deuce on the turn. The 4s of Boz still best. I'm going to go for delay c-bet. Just make an assumption. Once flop checks through, not too much 9x out there. Even hands like 6s, 7s, 8s probably going to have a stab to deny some equity. So it feels like 4s are going to be the best here enough of the time. 900 gets it done.
Well, level 5 of the day. Want to see the chip counts from yesterday? You just tuned in there. 24 that made it through. From the 67 that played it. 104,000 chip leader. Should be a bigger chip leader today. 150 in at the moment. Harry Lodge, Johnny Kelly, Lucas Glow and Lee Wang down at the bottom, but still in it.
Yeah, just under 40% bagging up of entries, Tyler. That's high, very high.
Hey Joe, watching on YouTube. Any Christmas cracker tournaments this year? Yes. It depends where you live. I would check the app to where you live. We know Walsall's got their own special. The Christmas cracker in the northwest incorporates Leeds as well. So Leeds, Manchester, Blackpool and Liverpool have all got Christmas cracker all day ones. I think there's multi-flights on day ones, and then day 2 is on the 30th of December in Manchester.
And it could be the end of Artan. Ariane opens from under the gun. Artan moves all in with the ace queen and going to need to find a 3 outer hit. No help there. No runners either, other than the running chop. So down to an ace.
Can he find it? Not there. And in an ace from space. Arian adds more to his stack. And go.
Artan out. I'm sure he'll be flicking back in.
Yep.
Ariane with a nice healthy stack at this stage of the day, not even at the halfway point of the day yet. And that is a day 2 stack, but if you go, have a look, 85k.
Seat open, table
it'd be
19, seat
nearly
9.
Fish and chips. Queen A2 for Yin. Opened this one from under the gun earlier, so I'm guessing going to open from cut off.
Fold. Pass.
Raises to 800. Mark peels the ducks on the button.
Fold.
Arian comes along, sees a flop of king, queen, 6.
So Yin flops best. Mark with the ducks. Net from 3 overs. He's not going to want anything more to do with his pot. Always think with deuces, Tower, like if you look at the side, like the deuces graphic, they look more like snakes than ducks, don't they?
They do actually.
Should we try and change it? The snakes.
The snakes. The snakes.
Arian here does have gut shot. And going to take aggressive approach again. Goes for the check raise with dummy and gutter here. And the king, queen, 6 rainbow come to play today. But notice how he's not just randomly check raising Tower, he's choosing good candidates. Like here, dummy and gut shot, and we block king jack and king 9, both hands that would open from the cut off. So trying to fold out here potentially some pocket pairs and some ace highs. And Yin shouldn't be going anywhere this deep, Tower, with second pair back of diamonds, but we have seen some tight laydowns already today. Let's see how Yin proceeds. Does get out of the way. Wow, there's a tight lay down. Nice little check raise from Arian.
Can I get an upgrade to you? 2 sugars, please? No.
Ludo still in, KT is still in. Big M, I think versus cut off, we can start raising our King Jack, our King 10. Then obviously Arian going to have Queen 6 suited, he's going to have King 6 suited. He'll have King Queen as well at some frequency, although that's probably going to play a heavy flat, blocking obviously hands we're trying to get some value from. But I think Arian will still start check raising some of the better top pairs there, the King Jack, the King 10, maybe King 9 against a cut-off range specifically. Against EP, probably just always going to play flat with all our top pairs, but versus the LP obviously can have a lot more check raises with some of the top pairs. But I understand what you're saying, King, Queen 6 rainbow, hard from the big blind to have too much value, but like I say, definitely can have some raises with the top pair. And then Queen 6, King 6. I don't think King Queen is going to raise too high a frequency just because blocking hands we want to get called by and just such a lot on the board in terms of equity.
So 3-bet from Yin. And everybody out of the way. Nearly halfway through this session after the dinner break. 40 minutes they had. Fed at the tables, or some of them were, or 40 minutes to go and get yourself something. Price pool heading towards £400,000.
Yeah, definitely nice little squeeze the King Queen off at some frequency from the big bet. Big M. Back to the action. Boss opening 7-4 suited from cut off, raises to 800. The defend from Ali with the A6 off. One that could potentially free bet once in a while. Just goes with call.
Flop of 10-8-2, 2 spades.
600. Call.
Let's see bet from Boz. Continue from Mr. Ali, and this is a spade on the turn. It looks like a blackjack.
Check.
And it is a spade on the turn, Jack of spades. So Boz turning the 7 high flush and Mr. Ali turns the nut flush draw. So going to see some chips fly in here. Looks like pot size on the turn from Boz. And if this is the Mr. Ali that I remember watching at our last leg at the Vic, there's no world where he's folding this one, even versus pot size. Yes, we got the nut flush draw, sir. Wow, he's going to fold. Is that Mr. Ali?
You know Mr. Ali?
Weren't expecting that tower.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. You were bigging him up until he's not going to fold here.
I didn't think he was. I remember him being on the feature table in August and he was on one, let's say.
Mr. Ali.
Big blind down. 3.
Cup of tea, please. Be lovely.
Woo woo! Oh, we get asked if we want tea and everything else. Go, we get looked after by this team.
It's funny though. You're meant to be doing the tea runs, and suddenly this
Well,
leg we
you
get
know.
people keep coming in and ask us if we want a cup of tea. You paid them off for a tenner each.
Not said a word.
Ace deuce off in the cut off for Arian. I think having everyone covered behind may open this one, but he's just going to take the tighter approach and let it go. One position too early. And Phil with the ace king does get the green light to open. Raises to 800. Mr. Ali out the way, and Damien 7 deuce suited is going to defend for 500 more.
With the whip.
The whip.
There we go. 9-10 jack flop.
And not much going on here for Phil. May just be checking this one back tower. With the ace king high already having showdown in our sights. Does go for the stab, and stab does work.
Big stack for Arian at this stage, 88k. Phil's got 66k, and also a really good stack for this time of the day.
Ace 5 for Phil here is going to open the ace from cut off.
800. Pass.
To the big blinder yin. 9-7 off. Expect to see a defend. No, just going to let it go. Tight lay down from the big blind at this stage, at this stack depth. I'm just going to let Phil get that one through.
Alright, everyone, you have to do it. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
The amount of day ones, the Christmas crackers, do you think it'll smash the guarantee? I think some of them will be relatively quiet, but yeah, they'll hit the guarantee and more. But they are giving you plenty of opportunity to play, which is always a good idea. And if you want to play in Blackpool and you don't get through, and then you fancy a trip to Manchester, then that's obviously one that could be a choice. So you can play multiple day ones if you fancy, if you don't get through. But yeah, it's a great comp and just gives you plenty of chance to play it.
So a king here for Boz under the gun. He's going to open. Boz gets called by Arian with the pocket nines. Damien's in on the button with the pocket fives. Mark out the way in the big, not defending the 4-3 off multi-weight. What you love to see as Arian here, flopping top set on 9-8 deuce rainbow, and checked over to Damien, checking through. And the boss does snag a 6 on the turn, and Damien straight draw picked up for Damien. Boss goes with check, and now should see Arian firing. I think mandatory bet here now with the 9s once he checks through flop. 32, so it goes for pot size on the nose. Damien has picked up this dummy and gutter. Boss going to put some chips in, drawing stone cold dead here.
James Baker, if I hold them.
7 on the river. So 4-liner to a straight and flush completing as well. And Ariane with the 9s here, just going to check behind. And they're going to be good. Difficult to get value from worse on that run out. Can put ourselves in a blended spot the times we get check raised. Yep, here we are, Darren Naylor. There are the 2024 dates. Back here at the Vic to kick things off in January. Then to Manchester, UK Open. You can see all the dates all the way through to December. And then we are also covering 888, the UK PL next year for 888 Live. And we've got a few nice stops to look forward to for the 888 schedule as well. Kicking off there in Coventry. Be up in cold Scotland in Feb. Ace King for Ali. Raises. Makes it 800. Raise and take. No action with the big slick.
James Baker, if I hold them, James.
Ariane just defends the ace jack versus the early position open from Ali. 9-7-3, 2 diamonds. Checks it over. Mr. Ali is going to choose to continue. 2.4k, and it's a large size in here from Mr. Ali. Goes over pot size here, 120%, and expected Ariane to call versus a standard size here with ace jack, but not sure he will now versus 120%, and does just let the ace jack go. So big sizing from Mr. Ali does get Ariane off the best hand. That's the Mr. Ali I know and remember. 120% pot size c-bet. He's the one I remember, not the one folding the nut flush draw. He's back. Klopp on top thinks the dealer looks like a young John Bousfield. I can't see it, Klopp on top. I can't see it. With the kings on the button, no one giving us credit for a hand in this spot. to 800. Ariane makes the call with a 6-7 suited from the small. Big blind is out the way, so heads up. Boz with the kings, Ariane with the 6-7 suited. Queen 9 rainbow. Small size, expect to see from Boz here. Does go for 600. Little 30% up. Gets it through.
Benjamin Robert, 50 Golden, Benjamin, 50 Golden on table 24.
Window suited for Mark, raises to 1.2k.
Heads up.
Heads up to the flop. It's 8-7-4 rainbow. Mark goes for C-bet with the 2 overcards and some nice backdoors. Jens is in with his middle pair and some nice backdoors. Oh, what a turn card. Talk about pick your own turn to action. Oh, it's gone check, check. And a jack on the river. So Jens is best with the 2 pair. And Mark actually going for value with his top pair. I'm going to have to start charging for that.
All right. Pound a minute.
C8 is watching the stream on his phone. Oh no. We'll keep an eye on him. And we've got a giveaway coming up soon, guys. Tower's just having his dinner. And then we will be doing a giveaway for a €30 token. We've got 2 coming up this session, so 2 chances to win a €30 token in the next hour and 20 minutes. Tower, I know what he had for starter. He had a soup and some bread for starter, and then for main, I can't remember what he ordered for main. Boz raises to 800 in the hijack, and Arian here with the 10s. Expect to see 3-bet. Like, we'll have some flats, I think, at a very small frequency, but hijack versus cut-off here, 45 effective. I think just going to be playing 3-bet most of the time. Are some scenarios where we got a few really shove stacks behind where we can start incorporating in some more flats, but this scenario, just happy to bump it up, and we've got a 4-bet here from Boz, making it 5k. And 45 effective here, hijack versus cut-off. The thing is, the problem here for Ariane is Boz isn't folding. Once he puts in a third of his stack here, I doubt he's putting in 33% of stack to fold. So Ariane does just play cool and going to navigate to the streets. 0.9 SPR. And Arian flopping. And up and down with the 10s. And do we just run our equity here with 0.9 SPR? Fold out as some ace king. Just going to go for the check behind. And deuce of spades on the turn. Boz checking again. I think Boz can still definitely have kings or aces here that check twice with this SPR on a board that's just going to favour the caller of the 4-bet. 7 of spades on the river. Now Boz is going to go for some value on the end. Tough one here with the 10s for Arian. Because I think Boz is definitely capable of still having kings here. Like kings with a heart potentially makes sense. Maybe ace jack off that did go for the 4-bet bluff. But I don't think ace king suddenly bluffs river here. Like Arian may think that Boz has ace king, but ace king's just not going to bluff river. It's just going to check and hope Arian has the same hand. So I don't think Boz has ever got ace king here for a bluff. If he's got like a 4-bet bluff, an ace 5 suited, something like that pre, an ace 9 suited, I think we're going to hear about it before. So I just feel like this is value always from Boz. We'll never know, but feel like kings, maybe aces with a heart, maybe king queen off, a hand that would 4-bet bluff pre and check top pair twice and then go for value. Actually, king queen off makes a lot of sense. I think king queen off makes more sense than kings there. We're never going to find out what Boz had. Good luck, deadlock. Going to start playing on Grosvenor Poker. Well, stay tuned because we got a free 30 euro token to give away probably in about 10 minutes time. He's probably, what has he got? 6-course meal, soup for starter, bread for second, then a main course, then a starter dessert, then the actual dessert, and then wash down with a coffee probably.
Final call for Claudio Baldassar. Final call, 150 millimeters. Final call. Jack, it's my open or three.
Gully Muff was one clean river from an iPoker title last night. Second, still good. Second place in an MTT. Still a great result. As we jump back to the action, Damien defends the King 10. Check, check on 10, 7, 8 rainbow. And 8 diamonds on the turn, and definitely could see some leads now from Damien with his top pair. Trying to get some value. Goes for check behind. And feel with the King Jack, does have this gut shot and 2 overcards, and the Jack of diamonds in here, so could see delayed c-bet from him. Try and fold out some small pocket pairs and some ace highs. Does go for 1500, not going to be working. Damien with the King 10, always continuing. There's the continue, facing the 3/4 pot. River card is the 7. check. And should see check back here from Phil. Be optimistic to bluff this river, not folding out at 7 now. We counterfeit the small pocket pairs, which we beat. We're not folding out an 8. We're probably not folding out a 10. We beat all this 9x stuff, so it just becomes a trivial check after that. And 10 minutes left on the clock. And then we're going to be hitting the halfway point of the day. Blinds will go up. That'll take us into level 6.
A good TV has got aces. Save the pay. Pass. 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 Call. Raise. 1,000. Call.
In raising to 1k, Damien calls.
So giveaway coming up in 5 minutes time. We said 20 minutes on the clock this level.
Did we?
Everyone's been waiting for you to get back. Where's the giveaway? Where's the tokens? Where's Tower?
Busy. Busy man, me. We need some paper.
Go and see if you can find some A4 paper.
Some real paper.
Go and see if you can find some Tower.
I've got some that's... I'll get some. I had the butternut squash soup.
No, what did you have for starter dessert? Because I said he's got a 6-course meal, and then I said you've got starter dessert.
A starter dessert. Right, come on then.
Yeah, we found out Jimmy Brown. He was waiting, he'd had his soup.
Yeah.
He was waiting for his main.
Yeah.
And it didn't come.
No, forgot to put it through.
So,
Yes.
give away time. Tower's got some paper.
Not ready
Where's
down
my
me ever?
pen for the answers?
No, none down me. Didn't
If
spill any.
you are new to the stream, I need to run you through the rules. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He's going to write it down on his piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a €30 token. One guess per account. We do check these. If you multiple guess, you will be barred from all future giveaways. And do not guess until Tower has wrote his answer down and I say go. Oh, so Tower.
Yes.
All I'd like to know.
Yes.
I was watching basketball last night for the first time, like nearly ever.
Was you?
Yeah.
Basketball?
Yeah, I was just watching some basketball. I won't say why, but I was just watching some basketball. And what I would like to know is what is the highest scoring NBA game of all time? So the most points scored. So if it was 50-50, it would be 100 points. So what's the most points scored in an NBA game of all time?
Wow. How long's the clock?
20 seconds.
No, I don't mean that. I mean in the basketball game.
4 quarters.
4 quarters of how long?
4 quarters of how long? Are you actually serious?
Yeah.
Have you just asked me 4 quarters of how long?
It could be 4 quarters of 3 hours. It could be 75 minutes of level.
When have you ever heard a quarter
Yeah.
not be 15 minutes in any game anywhere?
Basketball. Because they're only 12 minutes long.
They're 15 minutes.
They're
aren't
12.
they? Are they 12?
Yeah.
I'm sure they're 15.
How long are quarters in basketball, ladies and gentlemen? Don't guess yet, 'cause I'm not even gone down yet.
I guess.
12-minute quarters.
Why are they called?
There you go.
Why are they called quarters then?
Who knows?
All right, they're 12 minutes long apparently. I
knows?
did say first time watching basketball was yesterday. It was yesterday the first time I was watching it, but
Right.
how can you call it a quarter?
Because it's a quarter of anything, I don't know. Who knows?
A quarter.
Right, so
Towers guesses in. Good luck, everyone.
Go.
You can get your guesses in. I never knew that. I honestly
Did
just
you know
thought
that?
a quarter in any game was 15 minutes.
and you know everybody that complains that an NFL game is longer than longest game ever.
Yeah,
When they get to the playoffs in June,
yeah.
the actual game that won it last year was longer than any NFL game in history.
Okay.
Because with the breaks and stopping the clock and pausing the clock, it went on for like 3.5 hours.
Fair enough.
There you go. So there you go. Have a guess.
I got humbled. I honestly just thought any game that had a quarter was always 15 minutes, but I was wrong. I was wrong.
Go guessing. Good luck. Don't multi-guess. So get your guesses in, ladies and gentlemen, one each, don't go mad. See, I knew the answer, you see. And because Jay's asking, because he's watched this, why did you watch basketball?
I may have laid a couple of bets on it.
There's always got a bit of a gamble involved if you're watching something for the first time. It's like saying, how many cobbles?
Do you know what as well? They go down one end, they
Yeah.
score a basket, they go back down the other end, they score a basket, then there's a bloody advert. They then go down one end, score a basket, there's another advert. They go down the other end, score a basket, there's then a timeout. You watch more adverts in that game than you do basketball. I'm not even joking, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, I actually knew the answer. Because to be fair, the only time I ever watch basketball is in the playoffs when we get to Vegas in June, because it's always that time of year.
Yeah.
And they're on every sports book and everything, and it goes crazy.
So, what does Tower think is the highest scoring NBA game of all time? How many points was scored in that game? And we will give away the correct answer when the blinds go up. And you got about, let's say, 8 minutes, 9
Do
minutes.
you actually know what two teams it was?
It was.
Was it in a professional league?
Miami Heat versus
really?
someone, yeah, Miami Heat.
Miami Heat. So that must have been.
Late, 3 in the morning.
That must have been pretty recent then.
It was last night, yeah.
Was that the highest score?
What? Oh, I thought you meant the game that
No.
I laid yesterday. No, yeah, I know the teams. I know the teams for the highest score. I can tell you the teams. They were the Detroit Pistons and the Denver Nuggets.
Okay.
Are they still about now?
Yep.
And King 7 suited for Phil opens under the gun. Ariane defends the 8-5 of diamonds, and nice flop for Phil, flopping top 2 pair, and going to get some action because Ariane has the bottom pair and some nice backdoors. The question is,
Ali Banks says 382. What's the question?
highest NBA scoring game of all time. How many points were scored? And here with bottom pair. I'm going to go for the check raise here on the King 7-5. Seen lots of this from Ariane this session. and Phil should just be playing cool here. Got such a big hand. Like we have some of Arian's value range, the King 5, the 7-5 drawing, so slim in terms of equity, and then we also want to keep bluffs of our opponent in the hand. 6 of diamonds is a fun turn. But it's an 8. So Arian turning 2 pair here. And the 2 biggest stacks at the table. Potential big pot incoming here, Tower.
Potential big one. 2 pair against 2 pair.
That fires for 8k now. Pot size on the turn. And if I'm Phil, I'm going to continue just a flat here, Tower. We don't want to set off any alarm bells. The King 5, the 7-5 hands that will be part of the value range on flop, we have these draw into 2 outs, like 5-6% equity. And Arian actually with 8-5 here, we've got this drawing super slim as well. And some of Arian's bluffs actually complete on this turn as well. The 6-4 completes, the 6-9 completes. So Phil does just call, and what we're also doing is, Phil, from Arian's perspective, in his head, it looks a lot like Phil has ace king, king queen, king jack, aces, something along those lines, and queen on the river. Not going to love that card as Arian, as king queen does now improve to a better 2 pair. However, still expect some value to come in here from the 8-5 Tower. Trying to get the max from ace king, king jack. King 10 thinks we're at it. 80 bigs in the middle here. This is a big pot for this stage. And Arian going to see it was a rough turn card for him. With the 8-5 of diamonds,
Yep.
Made him lose a lot of chips. And now Phil, look at that stack. That's nearly chip leader for yesterday. Nearly 100k at this stage.
Very nice indeed.
So Tower, blinds are up, so I'm going to give the correct answer.
Go on then.
So the correct answer,
Yeah. In a game of basketball, in 12-minute
12-minute quarters. I literally learned something new today. Do you know what? I could have been on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the £500 question, how long is a quarter in basketball?
Yeah.
It'd come up with 15. I know this, Chris. I know this. 15. Literally, I've always thought, I've just always thought a quarter in any game was always a quarter of an hour, but there we go, I was wrong. So the actual answer, Tower,
the actual answer
is 370. It was 186 plays 184, and it went to triple overtime.
triple overtime.
Triple overtime.
No, but I didn't even know they did overtime.
Yeah, apparently they do.
How do you draw when you just like that?
Advert, sorry, no, whoa. You've got to do an advert.
Quick.
After the second hoop, you've got to go to an advert.
Off to the break.
And then time out. You're literally not watching any basketball. I was watching it yesterday, like, what is this? Every 10 seconds, something comes up. Oh yeah, Whisper Bar. Get the new Whisper Bar from your store now.
1 minute. If you've not had a guess, 1 minute. What was the correct answer?
370.
370 in 1983. The Detroit Pistons beat the Denver Nuggets 186-184. It was and remains the highest scoring game in NBA. But that's not what you need to know. It's what I've written down. Triple overtime. Why don't they do that in football?
I don't know.
Get to the end of extra time, and if it's still 1-1, carry on.
Maybe because in basketball it's very difficult to have overtime, isn't it? Very difficult to have overtime in basketball. You'll have the exact same score after 4 12-minute quarters.
Yeah. 12-minute quarters?
Yeah, 12-minute
Who would
quarters.
have thought they had them?
I know, ridiculous, Tower.
Maybe 15 minutes was too long. Just, I'm not being funny, but if they have 15-minute quarters, just think about the revenue for the adverts. The game would last another hour. So, 30 seconds, get your final guesses in. Anthony Gardner, good afternoon, sir. Hope you're well. Ricky Guinness having a guess as well. Guinness.
It's a good question, though.
Very good, like it.
I didn't know nothing about the sport, but I didn't know anything about the sport,
Well,
should
we
say.
found out you still don't.
Yeah, but I know there's 12-minute quarters, and I know there's a hell of a lot of adverts. Like, so much. I was watching
Can I
it.
just ask, are you going to lay any more bets?
What,
in
basketball?
If you have to stay up and watch it.
I don't know, it depends. Depends on the bet.
Afternoon, Anthony. Where are you? Are you in the Bahamas? Are you on your way to London? Or are you in the World Series, the WPT in Vegas? Or just living the dream? So after this hand, we'll give you my answer. See if you got anywhere close to my answer.
5600.
Last 20 seconds, and then the comp will be closed, and the guesses will have finished.
Highest scoring NBA game of all time.
Yep,
I'll tell you what else I hate about it, and I was watching last night.
yep.
If you tackle someone,
Tackle.
they get a free throw. Like, if you stop them from getting the ball in the net, they then get to take a shot at the ball in the net anyway with no one around them.
How do you tackle in basketball?
You put your hand out to stop them shooting, and then suddenly the ref blows a whistle, and now they suddenly get a shot with no one around them. I don't understand it.
Like a penalty.
It's not a penalty though, because all they're doing, they weren't even doing, they was putting their hands out, and the ref's like free throw. I don't understand it. I really don't understand that game. Anyway, that's enough ranting about basketball.
So there we go. Last 10 seconds. Last 10 seconds, and the comp is closed. What do I think is the highest score in basketball ever? In 1983, we found out it was 370. Comp is closed, ladies and gentlemen.
Is closed.
Essa watching in Lapland. Can you send me the link to Santaland, please? That you said you were watching. I want to see it. Thank you very much. So, Valerie just gets in. She'll be busy working. Valerie just gets in and probably didn't hear the question and typed in
a random
444.
number, but it's about basketball. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you who'd be really good at basketball. That Arjen Robin.
Dan
because-
Benson.
That Arjen Robin.
What?
Because literally all you need to do is get brushed and you get a free throw. You literally, Arjen Robin would be the best basketball player ever, Tal. I'm not even joking.
Imagine Ian Robin playing. He'd be down on the floor more than he would be
There
playing
you go.
basketball. Tickets are issued on Monday if you win. So Valerie, Saab got it in, and also Jojo. That's it. No more guesses. If anything happens on this table, this hand with the sixes, we'll let you know. So we found out it's 370 in 12-minute quarters. Who would have thought?
This is how much I don't know about this sport. I do really like it.
Who would have thought? It's only 12 minutes. So, I thought there might have been something like, I've seen 120, 120.
Yeah.
And I've seen something like 140, 110. So I know it was like a lot higher. So obviously I thought it was going to be a silly amount. So, believe it or not, I actually went, and if you can work it out, I actually went for 176 against 175 with the last 1 second win. Believe it or not. And I came up with, I thought it was pretty decent. I came up with 351, which is a good guess. I think
I think it's a good guess.
351 was my
It
guess.
was a fair question though. Nice, just remember that later in the session. Nice,
No
fair
worries.
question. 351, and we had 2 people guess 350.
Unbelievable.
PK's out on the floor, so we're not going to do a wheel spin. So I'm just going to give you both a £30 token, €30 token. Well done
We're not even
to.
doing red or black.
Nah,
No?
I'm feeling kind today.
Oh,
Klopp on top, and you're behind. Congratulations! I need aliases from both of you. €30 token going in your Grosvenor account.
well done, Klopp on
So
top.
Klopp on top, you're behind. Well done to both.
350.
Jamie, I'll
Well,
quickly run you through the hand. It went King 7 suited open to like 2.4 BBs. open to 900 from Phil under the gun. Arian defended the 8-5 suited, 8-5 of diamonds. Phil had King 7 of spades. Flop come King 7-5 rainbow. So top 2 for Phil, bottom pair for Arian, backdoor flush draw. Phil continues small, Arian check raised. Phil called, turn now comes the offsuit 8, complete rainbow board. Arian bets pretty big. Phil calls, river comes the offsuit queen. Arian bets, Phil just snap calls and wins with a better 2 pair. Quick rundown of the hand. Yeah. To be honest with you, Klopp on top, that is true. You should get revoked that €30 token. You was eating your dinner. You know Drake, the dealer?
Yeah.
He goes...
Kitty.
Yeah. He goes, Drake looks like a young John Bousfield.
Eh?
That's exactly was the face I pulled, Tower, when I read the comment. That was my exact reaction.
John Bousfield?
Yeah.
Well,
That's all right. We'll still give you it. Klopp on top. Klopp on top, you're behind. I need your alias in the chat, please. We're going to do another giveaway in about 35 minutes' time.
unlucky razor, Kev. Said 345. So we had 2 tying. Klopp on top. Have we got Klopp on top, Sunset? Have we got the...
I'm waiting for both. You're behind and Klopp on top, so...
Give us your aliases, please.
Heads up.
Is Alex top there? I saw him yesterday, but I haven't seen him yet today, and he wasn't on the chip count, so I'm not aware if Alex is here yet or not. So, Klopp on top, thank you very much. Just waiting on your behind. That's Ali. Fires the second straight. Yeah, I just copied and pasted it into the spread, Klopp on top, so that's fine. Thanks for letting me know anyway. So how you've typed it is how it will be on the spreadsheet. How's Nitty doing, guys? She's still in. Jimmy Brown, not sure how many chips she's got, but Wendy Watson's still going strong. Yeah, waiting for you. You're behind 88. You are the winner of a €30 token. You're one off Tower's guess. But if you missed out, we got another giveaway in 30 minutes time, guys. Said we're doing 2 this session, and we will stick with that. Tower answered 351.
That is. Really good.
Oh, it's Alex Montgomery. How are we doing? I didn't even realise.
Well done on winning your seat into this event.
Won a sat yesterday to the 2K main. Won a €30 mystery token today.
Beautiful.
How do you decide what table is the feature? First draw of the day is random, and then after that we sort of cherry pick the best tables with some notable names / faces. He's in the main now. Running fire.
There we go. That's his alias.
Oh, that's his alias.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What? No space, I'm guessing.
I don't know.
I'm guessing no space because I don't think any aliases have a space.
Oh, do we not?
I'm pretty sure they don't. That's the first one I've ever come across.
Okay. Also got a 3K satellite as well. Fantastic. Yeah. There we go. Running fire.
He sent it to me on Twitch. I've whispered you, Alex, through this account, so just put your username in there if you don't want people knowing who you are online.
He's on fire, the man. How many runners started? Well, I can tell you how many runners have entered today. We started today with about 60, and we are up to 169. Prize pool is £433,000. As you can see, that's live. and as you can see on the TV there, the prize pool is exactly 400. So it's going to end up with about 650k in the prize pool by the time we've done.
Paul.
So 169 prize pool on the stream is 400,000. Aces for Ariane.
Res, 4.3.
Your attention please, A. Malik, Brian PT, that's Medici, and Karthik for a 1-2 holder, and Jay Reed, and that's Beta,
Ariane 3 bets to 4.3.
for a 1-2 holder.
Paul. I've got 5 white chips to get.
So Boz gets out of the way, heads up to the flop. Jens with 10s. Jens with 10s. Calling Ariane's 3-bet. Who has the boots?
Heads up.
Whoa, we flop a 10. Ariane. Jens flops a 10.
Check.
You think if we aces, this is what dreams are made of. Yeah, 3.1. And the call. I like how he's just playing these aces. Queen of clubs on the turn.
C. Eliza and S. Bradford.
Ariane checks again, doesn't he? Indeed he does. And this should be in. Don't think he can go any smaller. 12.2 behind the line, so we're at 0.7.
Claudio Cipavolta, 24. Dennis Zebro, 2x10, 6 Carlos 04. James Baker, Benjamin Roberts, Kartik, H. Khalifa, 2x10, 6 cards.
Well, he's just bet 5k out of his 12.2.
Thank you.
And a call from Ariane. And pairs the queen on the river.
Your attention please, Ali Al-Nancy, Vera, James Makeup, and Robert, and running a chef. 30 or 2, 5, 10, Omaha.
And now they're in. So we have to call
Paul's all in. Showdown.
to see the aces, and he turns over the full house, and Ariane just says nice hand.
7,200.
So Ariane drops down to 40,000. Aces against 10s. 10 on the flop for Jens. Played pretty slowly by Ariane, but called up. Was in on the river, so full double up for Jens.
Just saw someone I haven't seen it in a long time.
School teacher?
Ali McCangy.
Whoa, really?
Yeah,
Aleem's in the building.
just went to him. You come out of retirement.
10, Roberts, try 10, 25. 20 seconds then.
Ace Queen for Ali. Raises to 1k. Ariane here in the small, expecting to pill this one, 10-9 suited. Phil going to defend the king 4 off from the big. Lovely looking flop for Ariane here. I think we can have some leads. Maybe it's a pip too high. Maybe like the 9-8-6 is where we can have some leads from the small blind. Maybe we can 10-9-7. It's pretty close. Checks through 6 on the turn. So brings a 4-liner to a straight here now. Ariane's still with top 2 pair. Obviously could be worried about Phil in the big blind will have a catalogue of 8x, but still looks like going to go for some value here. It should be hand done. Be surprised if Ali made the call here with just ace high. Could be drawing dead to an 8. Also drawing dead to 2 pairs as well. Just drawing to a chop. Out the way.
Alexander, 3-5, Alexander, 2-5.
Bit too wide this one. On the button, the queen 3 off. I'm going to get out of that. Phil completes in the small. He ends with a 10-9 suited. Going to raise it up. Phil suited queen, not going anywhere, makes the call. Heads up to the flop. Ace king 4 rainbow. So I do expect to see small c-bet here from Jens around 3rd pot. Go slightly more, just south of 40%, and Phil should be continuing here with bottom pair and some backdoor possibilities. Deuce of spades on the turn. One of these turns we are looking for as Phil pick up the backdoor flush draw. Jens just with the white flag wave. I like this from Jens. We're drawing dead to king x and ace x, so just going to give up, and does actually river the best hand on this 10 of hearts. There goes check check, and the 10-9 suited going to be good for Jens. Phil thinking, have I lost this one on the turn? Fading offsuit 9s and 10s. Shall we have a look how many's in the field now, everyone? See how we're getting on numbers wise. We are up to we are up to 241 total. I said that I think we'd definitely hit the 300 mark. That's looking like a cert now, with still plenty of time to buy in, as well as the turbo flight starting at 9 PM. Ariane here with nice one to open, Queen 10 suited from cut-off. Makes it 1k. And the ends here, Ace-3 suited, definitely one that we're going to be continuing. Both options available here, can go for the call, can go for the free bet bluff. Looks like going to opt for the latter. Makes it 3.5k. Might have made this 4, at least 4x, but just being nitpicky. Back over to Ariane, who should always be calling this hand with position. Cut off versus small blind scenario. And off to the streets we go. Ace, 6, 7, 2 club board here. So Jens flopping the top pair. Like one that could potentially mix in a check here, the Ace-3 suited, one that we could mix into the top pair check range just to protect our check range. But in terms of range, we can just range bet this board. We have the Ace-King, Ariane doesn't. We have the Aces, Ariane doesn't. So it looks like it's just going to bet range, and that will be end of hand.
Blinds 200, 400. Ariane dropped down to 40 after he was up to 90.
Where's 900? Oh. Oh.
He's going for Phil, raises to 900. Damien defends the 6, 7 suited, does flop a gut shot. Phil with the Ace Queen. I think a board that we will have some big bets on, even though it being rainbow, just down to big blind having all like these gut shots in there, and there's just a heap of them. So I think we can have some bigger bets on this board, but Phil goes for quarter. And Damien with the gut shot to the nuts, not going to call. Probably wanted at least one heart on that board to continue. And another 12 minutes to go until the next giveaway, guys.
How long?
12 minutes you got.
12 minutes, do you get a question?
Yeah, nice easy one, please.
Okay. Go on then, I'll give you the, go on then, give the subject and I'll find one. And I don't want it on the 2002 Japan World Cup.
Oh, it was Japan, South Korea, but yeah.
Was it? All right, okay.
What subject? I'll have it on FIFA.
On FIFA?
I'll have it on FIFA.
Right.
Ace Queen for Mark.
Where's 2000?
FIFA. Don't start Googling it and checking all numbers. I've seen him here. It's on FIFA. Is this for 30?
Yep, €30 token. This one is for.
£110 token Saturday and Sunday.
James Baker, 2%.
Justin defends in the big. Not much going on for either here. Might just jam, go for the 2x pot jam. Sticks it in with the ace queen for 2x pot, and it works. I don't want nothing stupid either.
Like what?
Like FIFA, Victor Wanyama plays on FIFA. Victor Wanyama is from Kenya. How many people live in Kenya? I don't want anything like that, please.
Okay. Who's Victor Manana?
Victor Wanyama. You don't know who Victor Wanyama is, Tower?
Oh, he said Victor Manana.
No, Wanyama.
Victor tomorrow.
Victor tomorrow. Ace King suited, raise and take for Mark. Yeah, he was. Spurs used to have a really good team on FIFA because when we had Jan and Toby, they were actually like higher rated centre backs and had a bit of pace about them, which obviously you need on FIFA. And obviously Kane's always been decent. Sonny, that sort of Pochettino era, we had a decent team to use. King 8 suited for Phil opens to 900. Mark with the Queen 10 in the big blind. Expect to see it defend. And action is what we got. We got middle pair, second nut flush draw versus top pair here of Mark. Phil continues for 1k. Mark says, I'm in. I've got top pair. Let's see a turn card. There's the 5 of clubs. So the Queen 10 still best. Plenty of equity here for Phil. One I might be checking back though, Tower. Like, I don't think we ever fold out better with a double barrel. Maybe ace 8, and then we don't really get action from worse, and we charge the draws. I guess we charge the draws, that's all we do, but may have been one that I opted to check back here. And Mark goes for the min click on the turn with the top pair, makes it 3.6k. And now Phil just got an easy decision, just a call, taking our price to the river. And pings the 8. Trips on the end for Phil. Mark checking it over to him. And now Phil should just be setting Mark in. Really tilts me how Phil plays with his chips, because when he picks them up, like, it looks like he's about to put some in the middle. Keep thinking he's about to bet. But he's just playing with his chips. Sapphires for 7 on the end. Mark not thinking too long before making the call, and sees that he's beaten by the trip 8s on the river.
Unlucky.
And leaves himself
800 chips.
Short.
2 bigs.
Yeah, I know the Harrow. We've got a good midfield when we're at full strength. It's just we're cursed with injuries at the moment. I saw a Spurs team on Sky Sports the other day with all the Spurs players that were out, and we had a starting 11, like a solid starting 11 of all the Spurs players. Yeah, all out.
Wow.
Well,
not including the goalie?
No, well, they put, one of our second choice keeper is injured.
Really?
So they done all our injuries and done an 11 of us. Ariane frees out the way from under the gun. It's going to leave room for Phil to open. Already got more chips than what was bagged up as the chip lead yesterday. Jen's flat in the ace-jack suited. Mark's all in with the ace-king. Boz going to call with the 8-3 suited, getting a price. And Mark actually got 43% four-way here, which is a heap in a four-way coup.
There we go. Best he could have hoped for, and he's got ace-king, as you would.
He gets out-flopped. Phil with the ace-queen, the same player that just river trips against him. You couldn't write it. Checks over to Jens, who has to check here. Nine spades on the turn. So do expect to see some chips put into the middle now from Phil. Oh my God, it's tilting me so much. I keep thinking he's going to bet, but he's just playing with his chips the way his hands move forward. Keep thinking he's going to bet, and he's just fiddling with his chips. Fires for 1.8k, 2 folds, and Mark going to see the bad news against the same player as before. Going to need to find a king to stay alive. Doesn't find it. Lose Mark. Phil up to 114. Everything going right for him. How are we doing, Ian Needleman? Good evening. Looking forward to watching the stream. Any FA Cup bets tonight, Tower? Can see Affrington Town giving Walsall a good game. Televised tomorrow. Banana skin for Walsall.
Any FA Cup, there's only one game, isn't there? Or is that because Preston and QPR is not in the FA Cup, is it? They're in the they're in Championship. There's 2 games. Yeah, Notts County will beat Shrewsbury Town and Wigan will beat York.
I've got the draw. Preston QPR. Razor Kev had a tip for me and he said the draw is a cert tonight.
Preston win.
I'm going with the draw for a nice little price in the Preston QPR game. And you're tuning in at a good time here, Neilman, because we got a giveaway after this hand. Woo! I need some paper, that's what I need. Are we out? Do I need to go and find some scraps?
No. Got some here. I don't need that. Don't need that. Is there a free roll tonight? No, there's one on Sunday.
We paid to promote Towers trebles. No, we're not.
No.
Grosvenor Sport gets paid. Lots of money from everyone that puts it on. After this hand, we are going to do another giveaway. We've got loads coming up today, guys. We're going to try and squeeze 2 in each session because we have lots of tokens to give away still. So if you're tuned in all day today, you've got a decent chance of getting one of those little €30 tokens for online. As Ali opens the 1K with the King Queen, Justin with the Ace Deuce suited. Rebets the 3K, and this will be working. Ali just going to have to fold the King Queen out of there. So guys, one more giveaway this session. It's my turn to guess. Towers going to ask me a question. I'm going to write it down. One guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be DQ'd and barred from all future giveaways. And do not guess until my answer is down on this piece of paper. What you got for me, Tower?
Well, he told me I couldn't diverse. Yes, I nearly went for. Rockefeller Skank was FIFA 20. Was FIFA 3's music. How many records did Rockefeller Skank? That's what I was going to ask, but I didn't.
Rockefeller who?
So riding on now, the Funk Soul Brother.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Soul Brother. That one. Yeah. Anyway, that wasn't it. So he wanted a question on FIFA, so I've given one. Do you know which FIFA is the biggest and best-selling ever?
Biggest and best-selling ever. I would probably go for 2010 because Ultimate Team came out in 2009.
And what number FIFA would that have been?
FIFA 10.
No, FIFA 12.
FIFA 12
is the biggest, is the fastest-selling game in sports history.
Okay.
But how many copies did it sell?
Okay.
But how many copies did it sell? You got it down?
Down.
Got it down. Go.
Good luck, everyone.
£30 token on its way to somebody.
You've got till 7:15. What do you think about Sunday, Jay? To be honest with you, we always come out against City. We're like City's bogey teams. Whenever we seem to play City, we put in a performance. So.
FIFA 12 holds the record for the fastest selling sports game ever. But how many games did it sell? So one guess per person. The question.
Nope, we've got a pot here brewing, but probably going to be checking fairly often this turn. But Arian is going to go for the double barrel here and running into the Trip Queens of Justin. 3,800 on the turn. So third pot turn size in.
Nine of clubs on the river. Justin gets the check mark.
Yeah, and I think Arian going to be sending on this river tower. I'm guessing we're double barrel in turn to unload on club rivers. And does set Justin all in here. And Justin with trips in a tough spot because like Arian's going to knuckle back aces and kings here, so we're only really beating a bluff now, and some of the bluffs the backdoor clubs completing. So tough river spot for Justin here with Trip Queens, because as I say, it just becomes a bluff catch up. But does make the call, and Arian going to show the ace 10 with the ace of clubs, and Justin going to be good with the Trip Queens. Not a good session for Arian. Started with 80 or K, down to starting stack now. Missed the question, says Ian Needleman.
So the question was FIFA 12, as he wanted a question on FIFA. FIFA 12 was the fastest selling sports game ever, but how many copies did it sell? Not how much did it generate, how many copies did it sell?
Tower's going to give us the correct answer after this hand, and then I will reveal my answer in about 5 minutes time, and we'll give away another €30 token to someone.
HCC's in the chat. Don't you need something from
Yeah,
HCC?
HCC, you still ain't gave me your alias. Do you not want your 110 closer seat?
Exactly. If you don't get your alias in by 7:30, I'm going to give it something else. HCC, we need your alias.
Bots with the King Jack raises to 900. Ace 5 off the fill on the button. Won't be calling this one. If he is going to continue, it would have to be in the form of a free bet. Does just get out the way.
Oh no, I can't log in. Oh no.
Might have to raffle it off.
Might have one for tonight as well as tomorrow and Sunday.
There you go.
So, FIFA 12 was the fastest selling sports game ever. But how many copies did it sell? The actual answer, and I didn't even know when FIFA 12 was even out. And I'm guessing, obviously FIFA 12 to me might have mean 2012. That's what I thought. And now we're on FIFA 23 and it's 2023. That's the way I thought about it. Anyway, thank you very much. Anyway, the actual answer is a surprising 3.2 million copies.
That's not right. That's not right. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because what I was reading a couple of days ago.
It's in the book. It's in the book.
Do you know?
It's on Wikipedia. I'm on it.
Do you know how many years this year sold? 6.8 million copies already.
Yeah, but the fastest selling doesn't mean the most selling.
But you said the most sold.
It was the fastest sport.
Yeah, and you said it sold the most copies. Did he or did he not say it sold the most? I'm not having this.
3.2 million, but that's not what we want to know. It's what he's wrote down.
Need more. We need someone else asking the questions.
No.
That's not right, because I read something the other day that this new FIFA, although it's not called FIFA to be fair, it's FC 24, but it's sold over 6 million copies already.
Has it?
Yeah.
Well, Wikipedia might need to update what they've said. So there we go. Can I ask the next question, says Ben.
This is ridiculous. So
That's what he said.
Oh, I'm not having this.
Anyway, he didn't say that. 3.2 million in its first week. Very nice.
Gully Muff said it's 10 million according to Wiki, FIFA 12.
There you go.
Where are you getting your information from?
Somewhere on the, I don't know, some internet site. See, Whopper Supper would have said less.
There we go. FIFA 12 sold 3.2 million copies in the first week. You didn't ask me in the first week. You asked me, and you can back me up on this, guys. He asked me how many copies total. He said nothing about the first week.
Correct. I didn't say the first week. Correct. Anyway, by default, somebody's going to win a token.
After this hand, we will close the comp.
So now you need to know how Jay thinks. There you go. 3.2 million in the first week. Doesn't say that on what I've just read. Hey, get Tower to run to Covent Garden and back. Flipping heck. Run to Covent Garden and back. That'll take me 2 days.
Either way, it doesn't matter if the actual answer is incorrect because you need my answer.
That's true. That's
so
correct.
It's irrelevant.
Apologies, it didn't say first week on mine, but it's what Jay writes down. And somebody's going to win a token. I only go for when I don't know a subject.
That is all I'm going to say. You Wally.
When I go over a subject. Oh, maybe I should have read the question right.
Oh, yeah.
If I read Wikipedia right, it says with over 3.2 million games sold and over 186 million generated in its first week.
Oh, yeah. Well done, Tower. And a look at this flop for Phil. Things go from good to great. Had an unbelievable session, and when you're running hot, Tower, you're running hot. Flopping the threes full, and Ali has the ladies here.
Queens for Ali. That's what we're here for, Brad. Comedy gold. Read the correct question, Tower.
Yeah, I'm going to
cut on my next.
I'm going to cut your lecky off, Tower. I will cut your lecky off. That's Phil here with the freeze. Looks like going to go for the raise right off the bat here. With the freeze full, reading into Ali being strong and having an overpair. It was a really small size choice from Ali. And Ali with the ladies does make the call with position. And to the turn, which is a blank, so probably going to be the end of Ali here. I don't even mind check here from Phil. Tower, check, raise, flop, check, make it look like we've got some sort of flush draw or ace 4, ace 5. Like, once again, we do need to protect our check range once we check, raise, flop. Can't just knuckle all our misdraws that want to give up. Need some strong hands in there, and does knuckle here as Phil. Big fan of this from him. And Ali not taking the bait, checks it behind with the ladies, and the jack of hearts on the river does complete the flush. So some of the bluffs that Phil will have on the flop now get there and jump in front of the ladies. And for that reason as well, as Phil here might just go with jam here, Tower. Still some ace X of hearts, king queen of hearts that Ali can have here. And after this hand, we are going to close the comp. You've got about 30 seconds. Oh, not going to go all in, going to go for small.
At 1.6.
Yeah, goes for the 10% block here. Maybe making it look like he's got an ace-3 suited. Trying to induce a shove from Ali. And Ali's never folding here, Tower. It's just the decision we have is whether to raise and go for value or whether to just call here. And when we raise, what are we targeting? What are we trying to get called by in this 3-bet coup? So may actually save himself here. I thought he was destined to go broke on this flop and turn, but could find the river here, the river fold here.
And there is the jam.
Yeah, it does go with
Apart
the
from
jam.
the one chip. He's left himself one single chip.
Let's call it off. And
I'm glad he's flicked it in, because leaving one chip on a day 1A is just silly. Not as if there's a money jump.
Unfortunate for Ali there, just a bit of a cold deck, and the comp is closing in 10 seconds time. After Tower balls it up, but it doesn't matter because it's my answer that you need. Even if he didn't get the correct answer himself, the actual answer on Google.
I just missed the last bit of the answer off.
Terrible.
I only missed the last bit off. So there we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Comp is closed. So I admit, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot the last little bit of the sentence, which was probably the most important bit, but
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter.
That is probably the most important bit, Tower. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's fairly important.
FIFA 12 is the fastest selling sports game ever. How many sales did it have? 3.2 million. Well, obviously I missed in the first week off. Apologies, alright, calm down.
How do you do that?
No need for you to join in.
How on earth do you do that? How did you just saw a number and you didn't even read the end of the sentence? You need to read the whole sentence, not just look at a number. Oh, I got the answer. So he's balls the old giveaway up, but it doesn't matter because closest to whatever's on this piece of paper is going to win the €30 token.
Scott, don't worry about it. FIFA 12 was the fastest selling sports game ever. How many sales did it have in the first week?
That was not the question.
But I forgot, I missed off in the first week. So, we'll give you credit.
Yeah.
You went for, obviously you know the answer.
I went for 11.4 million.
And it actually is 10 million.
That was just down to this week reading that the new one sold over 6 million copies,
Oh, right.
or 6 million copies already. That's why when you said the first answer, I was like, what? That can't be right. Yeah. But there you go, 11.4 million is what we went for, and the closest was Jonathan Legg on YouTube, who guessed 11.567896 million. So Jonathan Legg, well done to you on the YouTube. You are the winner of the €30 token. We've got another 2 giveaways coming up next session, guys, so stay tuned for them. So I need one thing from you, Jonathan, before we go on break, and that is the alias you play under on Grosvenor Poker. Drop that in the chat and we'll get you put on the spreadsheet. And a round of applause for Tower for being the first person to ever actually get the Googled answer wrong. Well done.
I'm here all week.
He is here all week.
I'm here all week. What a clown.
Well done to Jonathan Legg. Back to the action. And we got River Bluff coming in here from Yin with the Queen 9. Trying to rep this 5 on the end, and could even go for value with some 2 pair or some ace-x once it's checked all the way down to the river here. I think difficult call for Arian to make, but is going to make it. Finds the hero with the 8s. They're going to be good.
I know, so I can't wait for the next half of the question. Okay.
So with all that
all
that fun in the giveaway, we've only got a minute left on the clock.
Well, there we go. That'll do. We took the time down to the break,
and going to be a 20-minute break, guys.
Yeah.
So we're back at just after 22. Yes,
I'm off to learn how to read. And then we'll have another giveaway in the next session.
Is this why the treble's always down so many weeks? You think you're going in the lab, you're looking at the team's form, but it's the team's form from 1997. That's probably what's been happening the last 5 years.
Hey.
The ticket will be credited by Monday. If you've won a token, and I'm still waiting on Jonathan Legg. Can you please post it in the chat before we go on break?
Would be nice, John, please.
It's Phil going to get involved last hand of the session. 10-9 suited, opening from +1, raises to 900.
We are on break shortly.
After this hand, I believe. And Justin with the sixes on the button. He's not going to be going anywhere. Expect just to see call here versus the EP Open. And King 5 off for Boz from the big.
Says cool.
What a nice one to squeeze.
We are squeezed. 3-bet 4K.
A high-low offsuit King X. Here we go. Does go for the squeeze here, and this looks super strong. And against Boz's stack size, Phil can't do anything but fold, and Justin will have to do the same with the sixes. So, going to be a nice pickup here for Boz Tower. Neither player should be calling here, Phil nor Justin. Phil going to take his 20 minutes. Justin should do the same. Lovely little hand choice here from Boz. The high-low King X gets it through up to 15k. We are on a 20-minute break. We will see you at 22, guys. Back soon.
888 high roller for 17,000, losing to the guy that we spoke to in a previous hour with the show, Mr. Chris Moorman.
Yeah.
Now this tournament, when it was a Wednesday and Thursday, but only a short field of 31 runners, but it must have been tough.
Yeah, it was a really tough field. Like it's in Asper's Stratford, so it's quite a nice little drive for me. Yeah, and I think it was leading up to a week of the GUKPT, so I was I hadn't played much, and I just wanted a little warm up. Turned up, there wasn't many players, and it was a real tough field. So I was thinking, why have I turned up for this? But yeah, managed to navigate my way through the field and get myself heads up against Moorman, who just smashed me.
He's done that to everybody else but you. Don't worry about that. It's but 31 runners. It must have been like the creme de la creme. But
yeah.
Finishing second to Chris isn't a bad thing. We get a couple of weeks later, we get to the grand final of the GUKPT. There's 273 runners, and we win it again. For the second time. It's just eclipsed your biggest score, 188,000. So you become the only two-time grand final winner. But that really wasn't the talking point for us, or the stream as it was, because on the bubble there was a three-way all-in, including yourself. We've got the aces, the kings, and then there's somebody sat there with pocket queens.
Yeah.
And I think we spoke briefly about it, but you didn't hesitate.
What, the call?
It was like, well, I've got queens.
Yeah, it was. I remember that Dan that was sitting to the left of me shoved on me a few times, and I found the queens. He shoved, so I was like, I thought I was loving it, and then they found a jam behind, and I remember, I think Dan shove was for a over 20 bigs, and I just put. He could easily have had like a lower pair than me, jacks, tens, nines, maybe. Obviously ace king, and then the shove behind, and it wasn't for my whole stack. And I'd have just been gutted if they both turned over ace king or jacks and ace king. So I just took the punt, flicked it in, and fancied it.
Well, that was obviously the turn. And when we clipped it out, and we clip a few clips out during the week, but that went berserk. And I mean, it just went like that. The people that watched it, viewed it, the clip. It was just such an insane, and especially with it being on the bubble as well. Did you just like think, oh well, that's what it is, it's just poker?
Yeah. I should have taken. Yeah, maybe I should have taken a bit more time thinking about it being on the direct bubble. But it just at the time it felt like the right call to make. And like I said, it wasn't. Obviously, it crippled me. But if I lose, but I wasn't out of the tournament. I could still make it into the money quite comfortably. I think, even if I lost that hand. So yeah, I went with the ladies.
and then the final itself was over relatively quickly, wasn't it? Especially for a grand final. It was like bump, 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 off you go kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that was. I think I busted everyone but one player on the final. Just ran lovely. Like just finding hands when people are shoved into me, and that was just run insane that final table. And then that big hand against Antoine Suit, I tried putting him in a tough spot, and he found the call with nines, didn't he? And I had the queen eight of clubs, and just hit a dream flop, and I think it was a dream turn as well.
Yeah, it was a cracking final, but like you say, not only did you win two, but the call with the queens on the bubble, it just honestly, it just went insane for us. We snipped that one out, and people were watching about it, talking about it, and it was just phenomenal. It was a cracking end to 2019, but you started straight away. A good start of the year, another deep run at the Dusseldorf. You finished fifth out of 1,030 for 36,000 in the millions minute. That was 150k up top. Did you think? Did you bust in fifth? Did you ever think I can win this one and this is mine?
Yeah, I was another one where I was absolutely gutted to bust that. I was chipped up as well. I think I was chip leader with 5 left and managed to bust fifth, but I lost a big pot to Nikolai. I think the bloke who went on to win it, where he slow played aces in a big blind, and I think I had ace 9 and it come down 9 high, and he check shoves the flop, I think. And it's just one of those where you couldn't get away from it. And yeah, he had the ace in, and that knocked me down to like 20, 30 bigs, and I don't think I could win a pot. Didn't really win a hand after that.
Well, it wasn't a bad start to 2020. Yeah, a week later, we go down to London for the GUKPT, the mini main. The win again, 511 entries. You won it for 39. Is the Vic the best place in the world to play poker?
Yeah, obviously I've got good memories from the Vic, but it's it's a nice little place to play, and that was another fun tournament. That was I remember play. I don't think it finished till about 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it was really late. I remember PK telling us it was like ridiculously late, but when we get a win,
you are.
I said when we get a win, we don't mind losing on sleep. Do we?
Exactly. Yeah, a real lot. I remember it being quite a long slog. Heads up, kept on making him shorter. Then he had double through, and then making him shorter. Yeah, went through the stage where I was almost falling asleep, and then obviously when it was morning, woke up again, and just about managed to close it out.
Yeah. Well, you had a couple of days sleep, and then we played the main. 379 entries in the main, because the cracking fields down there, they really are in the poker room. The numbers are super. Another interview and another second place interview. Just missing out on the record-breaking 4th GUKPT main event. Did this one get away from you, or was you quite happy with the second?
I was happy with the second. It was one of those tournaments where I was just sort of laddering for a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
So I put my phone on charge, just running out of battery. Yeah, I was sort of just like ladding my way up, really, and like I normally do, found a couple of nice spots, nice hands at the right time, and I think I won a flip against Paul Siddle, I think his name is.
Yeah.
I won a flip against him, and yeah, managed to get heads up against Artan. He's a fun player to play with.
That wasn't a bad week in London. The mini main win and then a GUKPT main second. But the very next week in Manchester, you run deep yet again. A field of 317, and you finished second yet again. And I know you don't like talking to me when we get second, but this run, and I think we said at the time, this run, we could do interviews for second as long as we carry on talking, because you were just on fire.
I know, and Manchester, I really wasn't happy with the way I was playing. But yeah, like I always say, just found some nice hands at the right time. Remember, on the feature table, I found aces versus nines all in pre.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of day two, Ryan Mandara 4-bet shoved into me with King Queen, and I had Ace King that held. And then yeah, when I've got a few chips, it's even though I didn't feel overly confident with the way I was playing, I just applied pressure at the right times, I feel like. And yeah, the final table went. It took a while for a few people to bust, I think. Then.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
And it was yeah, managed to get through that tough little.
Yeah, I think we played 8-handed for about 2.5 hours, and then we lost 2 or 3 straight away, and then it locked up again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was. I remember thinking like everyone was winning the all-ins, weren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
On the last cards or whatever, and I was remember thinking it's got it in the stars that I'm going to bust 8 for. I was thinking all these people like doubling out on the river or whatever. I was thinking it's written in the stars that I'm going to bust 8 for, and I'd have been gutted because the I think that was the first tournament with the online sportsbook where you could back.
Oh yeah, that's right.
back up the win. And
They've always got to back them.
A couple of people said they'd back me, so I was, yeah.
And then, for some unknown reason, 2020 stopped.
Yeah.
But I know we've all stopped, and I know it's what's happened has happened. But your last 6 Endermon results were 2 wins, 3 seconds, and a 5th. Yeah. And in 2020, before we actually did stop, you got $300,000 in career earnings. How are you keeping yourself busy? Have you been playing online?
At the start of lockdown, I was playing. I was playing a little bit because I was wanting to do the points for the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And then I just don't really. Online poker's not really my thing. I get I get distracted. I like to be at the table. Yeah. So I just like I said, I don't think I've played for 5-6 weeks. Haven't watched any poker. Haven't played any poker. Just been going to work and drinking a lot, eating a lot.
Everybody else. What is it now? The quarantine 15 or something like that, isn't it? What everybody seems to have put on. So.
Yeah, I was you try and at the start I was trying to like keep healthy and play a bit of poker, do a bit of studying and that. But
have we had any scores of note?
What, online?
Yeah, no, while we've been in lockdown.
No, I don't think so. No. Yeah, because I haven't played for a while. I can't really. Definitely nothing to write home about.
That's like a lot of us, by the way. It's not just you. If you put in the volume, I know you get some scores, but there's quite a few people out there haven't had a touch. So you're not on your own. Don't worry.
I think when when live poker's coming back up and running, I'll start watching a bit and playing again just to get back into it. But yeah, at the moment, just enjoying sort of taking a bit of time out and working and chilling out. It's quite nice. But I'm ready to get back to it now. It's getting a bit. I'm looking forward to going away, seeing some old friends and having a couple of drinks, a few stops. Yeah.
Totally agree. I'm going to fire some quick fire questions at you.
No,
the answer can be as short or as long as you like. We don't really mind. The best player you've played against?
I'm gonna have to stick with my guns. I'll probably say Deadman. I always used to. He's not. Yeah, he's just very tough to play. He made a lot of good. He just made the right decision a lot of the time. Hardly
The most memorable hand.
Most memorable hand. Probably my first GUKPT win, Ace Jack offsuit.
Who is your study partner, and what do you talk? And who do you talk poker with if you still do it?
The main people I speak poker with is probably Mark Foggin, Fogsy.
Mm-hmm.
He does a bit of study, and I don't really speak. There's not many. I know there's a few players around here that play, but when I go away, I talk with Fogsy, Tammer, and an older bloke, Dom Cummings, who plays. I talk a lot of poker with.
You always wear headphones at the tables. What are you listening to?
Sometimes nothing.
Really?
Sometimes nothing. Just so I just put them in sometimes so people don't talk to me.
That's a good thing.
And it depends what mood I'm in, really. I'll go anywhere from like a bit of classic to I'm normally garage, a bit of garage, and DJ like an MC that and that. I love that sort of stuff.
Where do you keep all your trophies?
Trophies. I've got a few of them on the windowsill upstairs in the spare room. Yeah, but I left one. I left the mini man. I left it in Blackpool. Luckily, I've got a couple others.
If you could beat anybody heads up for GUKPT number 4, who would it be?
Oh, it'd have to be one of my mates. I'd like to. I don't know, smash Foxy heads up. I'd like to smash him heads up.
We have noticed you never like to watch yourself when you're rolling. Why is that?
I watch the table when I'm behind.
All right, okay.
I watch because I'm thinking no, like say for instance, no queen, and then it always manages to show up. So it's just some stupid little thing that I got into, and I even do it online when I'm playing online. Turn away from the computer screen when I'm all in, and just a stupid little thing I got into, and well, I'm a good flipper most of the time, so it's worked out. It's worked wonders.
What's the aim for Ben when we get back to playing poker? Will it be chasing number 4?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I want that number 4, number 5. I'll be chasing number 4 definitely. Yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting back, but no word on when it's coming. Is there?
Not yet. No, not yet. You have to win the Goliath online for the starters, and then as soon as we do get back, we will be chasing number 4. That's for sure. Whenever it is.
I can't believe Corona screwed my hot streak.
Stopped you in your tracks. Just.
I know. Gutted about it.
And finally, for Ben Windsor, while we've been an hour with the tower, would you do anything differently?
Would I do anything differently?
Any decent tables about?
It must be the final tower, right? Surely this is the final. Look at this table we have got. We have got a treat for you the next couple of hours. This could be a final table tower. Just look at it. Faces everywhere. Tuan Lee's back from yesterday. Gonna run you through the table. Penultimate session of the day. Gary Miller in 1, Angelos Nastos Miga in 2, Chris Da Silva in 3, Chris Johnson in 4, Mitch Johnson in 5, Tim Chung in 6, Tuan Lee in 7, Stu Rutter in 8, and Antoine Saou in the 9 seat. What a table!
What 80?
What do you reckon? Combined earnings close to 10 milli? Oh, with Antoine actually, it's probably well over that. Yeah, probably like 15 million earnings on this table alone.
Amazing.
Table of death for a day one. And we will do the giveaway at 8:30, guys, so 50 minutes. We will be doing another giveaway. It'll be me asking Tower a question, and I will make sure to actually know the right answer to the question.
Not even the right question.
Yeah, even the right question. That's
The right
it.
question will do.
Mitch opens the 10-8 suited. Tuan here going for 3-bet. With the 6-7 suited, getting fruity in the hijack. Back on Mitch here. 2.5 to 1 to call. Looks like it's going to take this one to the streets. Does actually have the best hand in the form of 10 high. Going to play this one out of position to Tuan, the 3-better. Just going to be Tuan's pot on this board. Should be check, small bet, fold. Does go for the 20% up, 20% that gets it through. Ian Needleman's had a few quid on York City, physically strong team in National League. Neil Ardley's a good manager. Ardley?
Is Ardley any good in?
Jeff Croce says, played against Chris Da Silva on my table when I finished 78 for the Goliath. Really sound guy, yeah, lovely bloke off the table. Chris, very approachable, always smiling, easy to talk to, always says hello.
If Southend have beaten York City are not very good.
You are right though, Tal. What has Stu Rutter got on his head?
It's different. If it's one gem knitted, then it's a lovely hat. If it's not, then what is it?
So Gary Miller making it 1100, slight graphic error. Just an extra 0 been put on the bet size, but making it 1100 here. And Chris with the ace-3 off.
Yeah, that's
in the big blind.
Yeah, I think this is where the
just goes with defend.
Yeah, this is where the discrepancy comes, because you get a message saying that the chip counts are out. Well, obviously when you raise to 11,000 and the blinds are 500, then that's where it comes from.
Yeah, and going to be handover anywhere. Yeah. Anyway, here Tower check, small bet from Gary, handover I expect.
Renato Rossi, second call. Renato Rossi, second call.
1,500, so around 40% of the actual pot size. Like, we will call some ace highs here, button versus big blind, but like being ace X suited with a backdoor flush draw, this one just seems a bit too optimistic. And Chris out the way. Well, you caught a big one there, Tower. Reel that one in. You might need a big landing net for that one. You got a big bite from Chef Brad there. You've got a whopper on the line.
Why have you had a point deduction? I didn't know that. I actually did not know that.
It's because of the away games, I believe. All the away teams have to go and play in Southend, and no one wants to be in Southend.
It has to be that.
So I'm guessing that's the reason, Tower.
Evening, Francis. This is a table. You are not wrong.
Mitch opens from under the gun, makes it 1.1, and Tim going to go for the free bet here with the 10-9 of diamonds, making it 3,000. I thought we'd see Francis playing this one. Tim just going to get that through with the 10 high, nicely done.
You get started on table 33 in the club room.
Fair enough, Francis. Sometimes family commitments always come first. Well, they should come first. Yeah. I hope the lad's all right. I'm sure we'll see you in the new year. Might even see you in Coventry. I'm thinking, me and the other half are thinking about going to play the last event of the year, the 25-25 in Cov, or 25-50 in Cov. So may see you there before Christmas. Stuart looks like Blade out of Snatch. I have no idea who Blade out of Snatch is. I've never seen Snatch.
Snatch is the follow-up to Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels.
I haven't seen that either.
Boris the Blade. A great movie.
On sub 20, Antoine mixing in a flat with the aces here, setting the trap versus Stu Rutter, who has the suited ace 8. Oh, and we're going to get some action here, because Chris Johnson with the 10 is going to be squeezing this up. Every hand so far there's been a free bet, Tower. This should just show you the difference from this table to the table we had the previous session. Not going to be easy to get the chips here. And Antoine just going to jam now, Tower. Will recognise that Chris Johnson never folding once he puts in this many chips, and there's the all in from Antoine. Chris going to make the call.
Chris Johnson turns over 10s. Antoine, so it's like his seat now. Last time we saw him.
Yeah.
Did Antoine? And he's got the boots this time. So 10 on the flop for Chris. Antoine again, not having the best runner, but he's got a queen to it. Any ace or a queen to survive. not. It's a jack. So Jack's 10's full for Chris Johnson. Antoine South just taps the table, guessing he'll be back.
Of course he will. So Macapac takes that one.
Renato Rossi, 1 kilo di Minolda, Renato Rossi.
0.99.
I said exactly the same thing, Carl Lakeland. When we come back, I said, welcome to the final table, because it could definitely be a final table with the 9 that we come back with, just losing Antoine. Another 2 hours of poker to look forward to, and this is going to be an enthralling session.
Prize pool rising to £430,000, and the turbo's not kicked in yet.
It's even cash games I see in the club room going on. Going to be a busy Friday night here in London, I'll tell you that. Folded all the way round to here. Angelos out the way. Chris De Silva with the King 6 off. Slightly too loose in my opinion. Arian had around 18k at the first break, at the last break, Carl. Had a very rush session. A lot of annoying spots, if you like. Mitch with the A6 completes in the small. Doesn't complete, sorry, goes for the raise, makes it 1.7k. Tim in the big blind with the Jack 5 off here. Just going to give this one to Mitch.
So what a table for this session. Nearly £450,000 in the prize pool. Stu Rutter. There's it to 1.1.
Yeah, cool free bet here from Chris against a stack sub 30. Probably go like 2.5x with our free bet size if we do choose to free bet. But flat going to be fine as well from hijack. Got both options available. It does go for the free bet. Makes it just north of 2.5x. Back over to Stu Rutter now. Does have a comfortable 4-bet shove stack size. That is just going to play cool and head to the streets.
Ace 9-3, 2 clubs.
This is trouble for Chris De Silva Tower. Well, I don't know what Stuart's got, but this is already looking like a triple off on this board with the Queen of Clubs in hand and the Ace of Clubs being on board specifically. This, I think, is going to be a triple on a lot of run-outs here. Going to start with small, I assume. Hand over anyway. We're not going to get that far. Issues with the stream? No, everything's fine.
Give it a quick refresh. But hopefully everything is hunky-dory, orally. Nobody's out. Nobody's.
My YouTube's good, my Twitch is good, everything seems fine. If you are watching on those platforms, guys, it would be great if you could subscribe to Twitch or follow and subscribe to the YouTube page as well, and you can set notifications on, so every time Tower and I are live you will be notified and you can tune straight in. Gary Miller with ace 10. Raises to 1.1. And Mitch with the ace jack suited here in the cut-off. I think versus gun here, Tower, we're calling almost all the time. Does play cool as Mitch. Tim out the way. The blinds do the same, so heads up here between Gary Miller and Mitch Johnson.
9-9 flop, 9-7-4.
With the 10 in our hand, looks like Gary going to c-bet this one, but not going to be working. Mitch has a pretty easy float in my position, my opinion here with position. Can still definitely have the best hand, and we've got some very tasty backdoor opportunities. So there is the call to the turn. So 10 on the turn does give Gary Miller top pair, top kicker now. Mitch does pick up a gut shot with his ace jack. And checking in terms of range here, I'm guessing as Gary, I guess Mitch is going to have a slight advantage on this board. Not too much though, gun versus cut off. Does go check, check, and a 3 of hearts on the river now. Pretty clear value bet for Gary Miller. Represents some ace highs, some king highs as our bluffs. Potentially get called by some worse one pair holdings, but Mitch just out of there. Face with the river. 4.8k.
Steve Donegal enjoying the stream from Sydney. Sunny Sydney, that is. Best jet lag remedy you could ask for. Well, enjoy Sydney, however long you're there for, Steve. Enjoy it. Who can help with issuing the ticket I won in Saturday's giveaway? We can. You'll get it on Monday.
Unless you're HCC, then you won't be getting one at all, because you can't log in apparently.
Yeah, that's true.
So we got another 110 to flog off. We've got to give to someone.
Bradley Gibbs, you'll get it on Monday when we've finished the event in total. When we complete the event on Sunday night, when we crown the champ of the main event of the grand final, that is when you'll get your ticket when we send off the email Monday morning. HCC, as a consolation prize, can I make the question? Well, you do a better job than I did.
It's not hard though, is it, Tower? Come on, it's not hard.
One error in 15 years, it's 16 years, you know, just one error. Just one.
It's me coming up with a question in 20 minutes time. So how many copies were actually sold of FIFA in 2012? I might ask that.
10 mil.
King Queen of Hearts, so Chris going to open from under the gun.
the half mark, right?
Ace Jack for Gary. Call and a call. Angelos with a 10-3.
Chris continuing here for 1.1, and Gary going to call with the ace jack, 2 overcards to the board, and can still definitely be the best hand.
7 on the turn.
I need to make a decision here now as Chris De Silva, either give up or send in the 3 barrel. We're not going to be able to just double barrel this hand. If we double barrel, we have to triple off. Because Gary's going to just call all his pairs, all his 4x on this turn bet. So as Chris De Silva now needs to decide whether we are just going to wave the white flag and try and realise equity by finding a king or a queen, just like that. Obvious value bet here for Chris.
So 3.3, Gary with the ace jack. Gary Miller C1.
Yeah, so Gary knowing that Chris is going to have to fire this river regardless whether he has it or not, like the Queen Jack suited, the Jack 10 suited, the 10-9 suited, all this type of stuff are going to be the bluffs here for Chris. And Gary thinking the ace high could be good and is going to pay, and sees the bad news. Chris River in the best hand. But Gary knowing that Chris isn't going to value bet ace high, he's just going to knuckle that back, so we're not worried about chopping with ace high. It's either going to be a king for Chris or one of those hands that were just mentioned.
Is the Grosvenor app down? It won't load. The answer to that question is it seems like it is, because I've just opened it up and tried to refresh it and it's doing exactly the same, Sean. Aye aye, Vegas has joined in. How are we doing, Jack?
How are we doing, Jack? How's the $600 dailies going?
Well, if you're checking him on Instagram, it's multiple.
Oh, multiple.
Oh.
Multiple.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Jay's answer was 11.4 million on an answer that on a question that was hard to get right because I missed off the last bit. But well done to Jonathan Legg.
Hey, so you got your money's worth, Jack. You're nearly 2x where you should be.
Well done.
7 bullets, 335k. You're in profit. You're sporting a profit. You got more chips than you paid for. Good luck out there. And Jack says, think river just a fold because so much of the lower combos love bet and turn. Bet, check, bet, very consistent with King X. Chris Johnson opening from gun. Gets called in 2 spots.
Queen of Spades turn after a bet of 1.8 and a call from Twan Lee with the best of it. 2.4 from Chris Johnson and called. Chris left to be a little bit wary now. Called twice. Unless you just ping it. Unless it goes ping.
Poker should be fun, Jack. It shouldn't be a chore. People will love to play them $600 dailies.
He had to put his headphones on after hand 2.
I hope there was lots of smiling, nice hand, good game, guys. I hope there was a lot of that going on, mate. No facial expressions or anything like that, I hope.
Check back. See, Chris has got the river. He got river. Twan Lee just smiles. Got into an argument with the dealer and bluffed into a royal that the guy didn't even know he had. sounds like a fun day. Enjoy all the trip, Jack.
Unlike you, Jack, someone usually folds when you're bluffing and they've got the nuts. If I recall Lee's a couple of years ago against Aces Full.
Oh yeah. Oh. In through the window says, good evening guys, I'm enjoying the stream but missing a lot of it as every time the action is on the dude with the cosy looking hat I'm yearning to make a cup of tea. Oh, whatever happened to tea cozies? Whatever happened?
I stopped wearing them, so they went out of fashion. Chris with a 3-bet from the small blind. And Chris Johnson with a 4-bet here. Cold 4, button versus small versus big blind. And starting the hand, effective stack of Chris Johnson. 80 bigs effective here. Not loving this spot as Chris De Silva, but we know that Macapak's got the moves in the lockup. We know that he can do this light, especially button, small blind, big blind dynamic. Chris goes for the 5-bet option and gets it through with the ace queen.
Oh yeah, Teabag's got rid of the teapots. Good thinking in through the window. Good thinking. One thing you won't see is Stu Rutter not on his phone. That's one thing you won't see.
Once again, Chris with the free bet, and Gary not having any of it. Gonna peel here with the ace-5 off. Macapac gone very small with this size tower. That's probably why Gary thought, you know what, I'm going to come along for a little dabble against this small sizing. Continue from Chris. Gary with the ace of clubs and backdoor straight draw, not going to be going anywhere.
7 of diamonds on the turn.
It is one of these cards do pick us up a decent bit of equity. Up and down now as Gary, and I expect barrel on the turn if check 2 tower, and then bluffing on club rivers and maybe on some brick rivers as well. Rivers that just brick out. Could potentially see check bet here on the turn. I'm not sure whether Chris would continue with the ace queen.
This check.
Yeah, and I think once Gary floats this one here now, tower with the ace of clubs specifically, we got a barrel with the idea of tripling off on certain rivers. No, gonna go for the check back is Gary Miller. Just realised his equity, maybe worried about the check shove coming in from Chris Johnson. And Chris now rivers. Second pair nut kick up. Maybe thinking about targeting some like 8s, 9s, 10s. Jacks and 10s I think may 4-bet against this opponent at some frequency, but obviously need to think about what we're trying to get called by here. What does Gary's range look like to us? And Chris gonna check the ace queen. And now over to Gary, who is gonna knuckle back the ace 5. So floated the flop. Didn't bet when he picked up equity on the turn and just checks back the river. With the ace king raises to 11. Gary Miller's in with the 8-4 of spades.
Obviously. Come on, Gaz.
And what a spot for Tim Chung in the big blind here. Just wakes up with the goods. And just going to be squeezing this. And against Twan stack size, effective stack of 30, I don't actually expect him to go more than like 4k here, tower, maybe 4.5, something along those lines. Or is that really small? It does go for 4.
Spot on.
And now Twan going to have a nice easy shove.
There we go.
Tower, can you recall a hand yet since we've been back after break that hasn't been a 3-bet pot? Because my mind's struggling to think of one. This table, 3-bets being thrown in like they're nothing, but we can see the goods on this occasion. Yep. Unfortunate for Twan, pre-flop call up.
Half an hour in. Tim Chung with the kings. Twan Lee with ace king.
And Tower's theory goes out the door.
The win. It's just all gone pear-shaped today.
Some fun sweaty turns. Jack or Queen of Clubs is a fun one. It's just the Queen of Hearts, so it does pick up the Jacks as outs now as well as Twan. Ace or Jack needed. Doesn't find it.
Twan Lee eliminated. Will we see him again? Go, he's on.
God, I bet that's a cold night in Preston tonight. I bet it is freezing up there.
Well, there's been snow in the northwest, apparently. Snow in the northwest, there was snow everywhere.
Gary opens under the gun with the Jacks. And finally, we don't have a 3-bet pot. Chris De Silva calls Ace Queen in the hijack, and Stuart defends the Ace Deuce off. Nice flop for Gary Miller. Nice that it's 8-3-3 as well. Not going to be too much offsuit 3x that Stu wants to defend from the big, so she's got a nice little c-bet opportunity here. Continues for just shy of half. No diamond for Chris, but still expect to see call once here, Tower.
Like it. And she does make the call with Ace Queen. 7 of spades turn.
I think we're still happy to go for another street here as Gary. Like Chris will still have some like 8-9 suited, 8-10 suited, Ace-8 suited, maybe King-8 suited, as well as 9s and 10s that didn't elect a 3-bet, 6s, 5s, 4s, these type of hands. And then obviously the flush draws as well we're going to get some value from. But Gary does go for the 4.1k, and Chris De Silva still calling with the Ace Queen height. Not trying to hit an ace or a queen, just genuinely believes that it's going to be good enough of the time here. And 6 of clubs on the river, and Gary here leaving himself just shy of a pot size bet back. Is he going to go for the lot, or will he choose a different sizing? I just think all our value here wants to shove on this river tower, but he's going to go with check, and it goes check check.
It does.
And jacks are going to be good. Maybe thinking Chris was in the bushes there with a flop set or something like that.
Hiding ready to bounce. For anybody wanting to check the app is still down at this moment in time. Don't know what has gone wrong. We've been using it all day, but unfortunately the last hour it has gone down. Nice for Angelos. Seat number 2 raises up to 1.2 with the blind at 500.
Yeah, it could have been the idea. Poker Pro. Check to induce the bluffs, obviously. Draw a heavy board on the turn. Could have been the idea from Gary. I just think Chris is just going to shut down with all his missed draws once Gary goes bet and then checks river. Probably thinks he's getting snapped off. Angelos making it 1.2. Chris pills the ace-3 suited on his direct left, and Gary defends in the big with the king-jack. And Angelos goes from first to last and checks it over to Chris.
Ace-jack 6 flop. 9's no good at the minute.
Chris going to mix in the check back here with the top pair, and 8 of hearts, a spicy one on the turn, does bring in the nut flush draw for Gary to go with his second pair. Chris knuckles back again, and now let's see Gary go for value here with the King Jack. I think I like check out of position to 2 here as Gary. Maybe go for the little block, get raised, send it in with the Bear King of Hearts and a pair block up. Could be an idea, and does go for a small little 25% sizing. And Chris just going to have a fit pretty easy call with the Ace-3, and Gary shows him the King Jack. No good.
No good. Alan Marshall working late. Got you lads on in the barber shop.
Oh, we're on in the barber shop.
It's a bit late to be cutting hair, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
8:30.
Goes for a haircut at 8:30.
Always late on a Friday night. You know, it should already be in town. 20 past 7 bus we always caught.
Even if the barber's is in town, you can go in town, get your hair cut straight out.
Straight out. We always got the 20 past 7 bus outside the plough. That was us on a Friday night. Me and the lads.
We used to walk to the pub. The old Swan, the white Swan.
Oh, right. And we went from where we were into town, number 140, number 141 bus, into town, walk around town, try and catch the last bus home. That was us. I'm pretty sure the barbers these days brush you down and blow dry it off you if you say I'm going out.
Yeah, wash your hair after.
Exactly.
Get all the hair off you. Straight out on the town.
Maybe it's 10 years since Gulliman had his hair cut properly in the barber shop. They're blowing off you now, they're giving them cut and blow and all that like.
It's like 40 bar nowadays, Tower. I remember being at school, it was like 8 quid, 9 quid a cut. Now it's 40 squid.
40?
Yeah. Where I go is £39. 39 quid. All right, chat box, I'll beat you to it. Yes, I should ask them for my money back. Before someone tries to be.
But you do have a beard trim and all that, my lad.
Yeah, beard trim, haircut.
Wax up the nose.
Don't.
Candles in the ears.
Don't, I'll tell you about that story. Never again. So Ace-9 for Angelos, all in from the big. Stuart calls with the 5, similar stack sizes, but Stuart having Angelos slightly covered. Giveaway coming up in 8 minutes.
Yes, there is, Gary. The app won't load for anybody at the moment. We don't know why. Sent a message, but the app's not loading.
No help for Stuart, so he's going to be left with a big blind. He's already gone.
Gone.
But I think he's got chips back. We'll double check that.
Well, so they fetched him back.
So where I got my hair cut, this was ages ago.
How many ages?
Probably like lockdown time. In lockdown, before I had a beard, obviously I grew a beard. So I've gone in there, I've got a beard like this. I think I showed you the picture. My hair's really long and everything, like, and I was like, just a beard trim haircut like that. So I get it all done. The towel's over obviously your head when you're having your beard done. I can't see anything. Next thing, I just feel 2 hot things go up my nose. Honestly, I feel 2 hot things go up my nose, and I go to him, I go, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "Oh, they got to come out now." And I'm like, and then never again. Since I went back, I've never done it again.
Ooh, did you
so only the once, but literally didn't even ask me. I'm just lying there nice and relaxed, towel over my eyes, and next thing just feel 2 hot things go right up my nose. I'm like, oh my god. And then he had to pull them out, and that was it for me. The only time I've had the old nose hair done, but just didn't even ask me. The cheek of it, just rammed them up there. Ace Queen for Chris raises to 1.2, free bet from Gary to 3.8. This isn't a table for the light-hearted, Tower. 3 bets flying in all the time.
Attention to the display from YouTube Carl Walter on table 25, Keishan, Julian, Raymond O'Brien, Lawrence Hutton, Christopher Chateau, Ravi Sepp, Callum Morrison, Tony Candy, Keeper Walter on table 25.
Did he still get a tip? Yeah, his tip was, next time you do that, mate, I'm not coming back. That was the tip. So Chris calls with the ace queen, heads up to the flop. See that from Gary, 27. Chris Johnson makes the call here with the ace queen.
Jason, Keeper Walter, Jason.
3 of spades on the turn.
Hello, how are you?
So
Nice
big
to see you.
pot here, 14.2 in the middle already. And is Gary going to double barrel the ace-4 suited? He is sending in the double barrel here. 8.8k on the turn, not going to be working. Chris shouldn't be folding the ace-queen. Top pair, top kicker. Especially versus Gary Miller, who can find a fair amount of bluffs here. And Chris does make the call. Big river coming up. I'm interested in what Gary's going to do on the brick. And it's the 5 of spades, so the backdoor flush does come in. And Gary knuckles it back. Ace queen good for Chris. Jonathan Legg won the giveaway, Simon Benson. I guessed 11.4 million, and the actual answer was not what Tower thought the actual answer was. He read that FIFA sold 3.2 million copies. He closed his phone and didn't read the rest of the sentence. It said in the first week. So a bit of a balls up with Tower's question, but it didn't matter because someone still got a €30 token, and we have another giveaway coming up probably in about 3 minutes' time. Not long at all. Ace 3 for Gary. Opens from cut-off. King 3 off for Chris, out of there. And Chris Johnson going to defend the 5 deuce suited, makes the call from the big.
Go on, Muzzy, deal that flop. 8, Queen 5. Bottom pair for Chris.
What is Muzzy's actual name?
Don't know.
No, because everyone calls him Muzzy.
Don't know.
And I'm guessing his name isn't Muzzy. His mum didn't go, he's a Muzzy.
Well, you think normally Muzzy would be short for like Mustafa? Or
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
could be.
Makes sense.
Muzzy. Don't think it'd be short for mushroom.
Is Chris going to go for some value here with the 5? Let's go for some value. Gary out of there. So one more hand and then it's giveaway time. Have you got your paper ready, Tower?
I've
Yes.
got some paper, I've got a pen.
You've got your pen ready, yes.
You can ask me anything. You can even ask me a wrong question if you want. I
I
don't
wouldn't
even
do
mind.
that. I'll make sure.
I've made one mistake. One mistake. All you do. Yeah, there you go. Muzzy is it? He was a footballer, wasn't he? Did he play for Leicester City?
Yeah, Leicester City, yeah.
See, I know him, I just don't know Archer and Robin.
How do you know Muzzy is, but not Arjen Robin? That is something. Queen 8 suit for Tim. Opens from under the gun. Is that Swifty coming to the table? It is.
Oi, oi. The Swift one.
Stuart will in for his 300. Angelos going to call with the 4s in the cut-off.
Well, the pros
Not
are
the table
here
you
now,
want to see yourself come over to, a Swifty.
Now it's finished.
Who else is coming to the table?
Whoever it is, this must be who Stu had the bet with today, who can turn up in the worst hat. Now, look at these two in trap 8 and 9 with these hats on.
Oh, we haven't just got one, we've got 2 hats. Look at them.
To be fair, I am in the worst.
To be fair, lime green's a good colour. I do like the lime green colour. That looked like my golfing hat previous, but now I've got a bobble on it. I've got a new one.
We lose Antoine Serroux.
Yeah.
We get Antoine Labat.
Antoine Labat.
What are the chances? From a French beast to another French beast. We lose one of them, and this is the man that replaces him. King on the turn, so Stuart does have the best of it. Is the spin going to start here? Fading kings, jacks. Queens, 8s and clubs. Queens, 8s and clubs.
Just the 11 ounce.
And that is a fade. Stuart back to 1.9.
To 1.9.
And it's giveaway time, and kind of fitting that Tim Chung was in that hand because
Tim.
I've got to run everyone down the rules first. Giveaway time, we've got plenty coming up today. Tower is going to get asked a question. He will write it down on that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a €30 token. 1 guess per account. Any multiple guesses will be disqualified and banned from all future giveaways. And do not guess until we say go. Make sure Tower's answer is wrote down because I don't want you giving him any clues. So Tower, nice easy one, quick and simple. Tim Chung at the table. Has played the GUKPT for years, but all I want to know is how much did Tim cash for his first GUKPT main event cash in pounds? So
first cash.
So Tim's first GUKPT main event cash, how much did he cash for in pounds? Well, there we go. This is why it's such a good game.
His first ever GUKPT cash.
Yeah.
Main event cash.
Main event. First ever main event cash.
Right. I'm going for.
It's just about buying drinking, isn't it?
Tower's guess is in. Go, 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 guys. Good luck. We will give you until 1:45, so 12 minutes. We will still cover the action.
I'm in.
Tower's guess is in. Good luck, everyone, getting involved.
I am in.
And contested?
Yeah, I know, Dennis Shaw. I did used to wear that tea cozy, so I can't really talk. That is a very good point. But at least I might not have ever been sat in this comms booth if I didn't wear that hat. Might not have got noticed, and I might still just be playing.
To be fair, we actually chose the winning person that sent us a video in on the best hat, and that was it. That's actually how we came up to the conclusion that Jay was in.
I got into it in a jury. Like the first 40 minutes, they put anesthetics into my head.
The question was, how much does the Tower thinks that Tim Chung's first GUKPT main event cash was in pounds?
And then it takes 10 hours. Like at best, it's a
How much do I think that Tim Chung's first GUKPT cash? Do I think it was a min cash in a main event? Do I think it was a win? And he has been playing for years.
Chris De Silva raises to 1.1. Katie going to defend from the big blind.
No, but very similar.
Nice flop for Rangers, Chris, and it's just going to see bet small. Snap fold from Katie. So, question: what does Tower think? Tim's first main event cash was for in pounds.
There we go.
How much in pounds did Tim Chung cash for in his first registered cash in a GUKPT main event?
Day after Blackpool as well. I went to the Sunday night one, so I had to like Uber across with like 2 hours to go. In Leeds, by the hospital in Leeds, yeah, from the head doctor. I guess we don't know yet, but we'll see what it's going to be this time. Yeah, no, exactly. It would have to be good to beat them because playing the money. And
so grand final next year. Grand final next year, you're gonna have long ponies.
Yeah, exactly. Have dreadlocks. No one will recognise me. Raised to 1.1. I'm jealous. Okay, jealous. Very jealous. Well, you did before the grand final next year. You got more money than me.
So good job, everybody on board. What's this for? Another 30?
Yeah, another 30, and then you can do your question last 25 minutes of the session.
Good stuff.
We got to get through them all because we got plenty to give away, and I don't want to leave anything
we've got a good day
not sent
tomorrow. We'll have
out.
plenty of time tomorrow to give a few
It's
away.
day 2. There's lots of action on day 2.
There is. We'll work it out. So how much do I think Tim Chung's first ever GUKPT main event cash was?
Sorry, guys.
Jeremy, where are your chips? Ah, they're everywhere, okay. Yeah, you got right.
So you're going to fold and leave himself 900 back. Bottom pair for Chris, backdoor hearts. Up and down for Mitch with 2 overcards and backdoor nut flush draw. Should be playing heavy check here as Chris Johnson. Hijack versus cut off, especially on this texture. Does check it over to Mitch, who looks like is happy to take a stab with his up and down. And should see check call here. Facing just south of half from Mitch Johnson. Chris does proceed with a check call.
3 diamonds on the turn.
Now Mitch, this is where we're going to be racking the brains, running through whether we are going to double barrel here or just check back and to realise equity. Like Chris will check a lot of overpairs on this flop. Looks like Mitch is going to be going for the double barrel here.
Very easy. Do you live in London?
4K. 4K into 6.4. So just north of 60%, closer to 2/3. And Chris not going anywhere with his 7. Non-believer and Chris Johnson. And that is not a good river. Well, it is for Mitch Johnson.
The 10 hitting the straight on the river.
Run like Mitch.
Absolutely.
Nobody's fair.
No, I don't wear a helmet.
You don't need one.
Mitch goes for value on the end, and we do need some rivers we can fold as Chris Johnson, and this is one of the worst in the deck, probably 3rd worst. A 10 slightly worse, and a Jack's probably the worst out the lot, but think we do need some rivers that we need to fold on. But putting Mitch on like a king jack, a queen jack, an ace jack, something like that with 2 overs and a flop gut shot here. Chris really wanting to hero this off with just a 7. Specifically has to think that Mitch has one of these king jack, ace jack, queen jack, all the hands that contain a jack that are just high card hands. What if Mitch is just turning a6 suited into a bluff tower? Like, I guess we beat that. Lengthy tank from Chris Johnson. I think the longer he takes, the more inclined he is to call. This is
running it through his head for a few minutes.
And this is the problem, Tao, when you're on a tough table. Like, you're going to get put in blended spots on the river where your opponent can credibly have a bluff and credibly have value. Like, you'll be sat at some tables where everyone's just playing honestly and just knuckles back or doesn't double barrel. They'll c-bet once and then they're done with a hand. But when you're on a really tough table, it can go another way.
So, come on then, give us the correct answer on Tim Chung's first ever cash in the GUKPT main event.
So Tim's first ever cash come in 2017, which was the Walsall main event. Do you know who bubbled that event? Who was a stone cold bubble boy? Yeah, it was me in my little tea cozy.
Come here, give us a
I was the bubble boy. So, Tim, 2017 in Walsall, cash for £6,800. £6,800. That was his first GUKPT main event cash. He come 5th. Eventual winner was Gareth Howard beating Ali Malou heads up. How you feeling, Tower?
He came 5th for £6,000.
He came 5th for 6,800.
Cash nowadays, £6,000.
Yeah, I know. This is how much has changed. Like I said, like, I remember main events having 30k, 35k up top in the 500 pounders.
Like that one did.
Yeah, it did. It was the Walsall. Walsall used to be a 550.
Oh, what? Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute to get yourselves in.
Pocket tens with Chris raises to 1.3. Stu finds a suited queen. He's in.
Cheers.
Antoine defends the ace deuce off from the big blind.
7-4 deuce. Antoine hits 2. Tens are still in front for Chris. Stu Rutter needs running straight, running spades, or a queen.
C-bet here from Chris, 1,500 into 41. It's just shy of 40%, and Antoine with his bottom pair. Do expect to see him take one off to the turn.
This is some table. They won't all be checking it down to the river, that is for sure.
Well, Anton goes for raise here. Thought he'd called, I've looked away, and he went for raise. So just trying to flush out all this ace king, ace queen, king queen. The idea behind this from Anton, knows that Chris will c-bet this board at a high frequency and going to have a lot of this linear range of higher cards in there, which we just get to deny equity on runouts, because a lot of the time when we just call, we are going to see check on turn from Chris when he does have them overcards, and then he has 2 cards to try and snag one or the other. But after Chris calls here, should be shut down central for Antoine. I think we're always going to see check and done with the hand. And after this hand, we will reveal my answer. Sorry, Tower's answer. Wow, look at this from Antoine. So he is essentially turning the deuce into a bluff now. Goes for 6k here on the turn. I don't think we're going to be seeing Christopher De Silva fold just yet. Tough table here, Tower. People getting put in spots left, right, centre. And Chris just goes for shove on the turn with the stack size that Antoine left behind. And the 10s for Chris.
We need a queen.
In front of Stu. Stu needing a lady.
And a new hand.
He's got one. Antoine just gave him his. I saw Stu put him in his pocket because he said it's dark outside now and he's going outside on break. 7 on the river, so we do lose Stu right up.
Well, lucky Stu. Not sure if he'll be back in, you never know. We've got options.
So
re-enter or get in tomorrow.
We'll give you 10 seconds if you haven't guessed yet, guys, to get your guesses in for the competition. 10 seconds remain. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition is closed. Good luck to everyone involved. We do have another €30 token to give away this session, so if you miss out, it's okay. We will be giving away some more. So, Tower,
yes.
What was the thinking?
The thinking was, you said it were a long time ago, he's been playing for years and years and years, so I was thinking 10, 2012, 2013.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking.
Makes sense.
And I was thinking it was a 1k, and I was thinking it was beginner's luck, and he might have chopped it 4 or 5 ways. That's what I thought. So I went right high. Sorry, I did. That's what we were thinking. I thought he's obviously got the game. It's going to be a beginner's luck because every time you play a main event for the first time, you get lucky because it's just that's what happens. Every time you play a comp, you play for the first time, you cash. So I thought it went really high. Thought he chopped it. Never even thought about the 500s to be fair. But a 1k. So unfortunately, somebody's going to win because I'm miles out. Oh no. No. Oh, £32,000 I went for.
£32,000 is what Tower went for.
Chop.
Just let you know, Tower, that £32,000 in the event that Tim cashed for, that would have been more than first place in that event.
Really?
There we go. That £32,000 would have been more than first place in that event.
I totally forgot about the 500.
We're going to reveal the winner in a second. We're just going to jump back to the action. Antoine and Gary blind on blind. 2 aces colliding. Gary with the big slick. And Antoine going to need a deuce. Oh, good luck getting out of this one. So can't win this outright now. Can only chop. Going to need to find a king.
Any kings around? No. Straight on the board.
Straight on the board.
So yeah. So I went for high. I thought he got lucky. I thought he might have chopped it 4 or 5 ways. Went for 32k, and it was more than first place prize money.
There you
Sounds
go.
Like Alan Malone.
6,800 was the right answer. The winner, Tower.
Yes.
And he only won by 51. Was Mike Cuggy, who put 27,549. Poor Gary Brewer put 36,500, but because Mike Cuggy put an extra 49 on his 500, he was closest. So well done to Mike Cuggy.
Well done, Mike.
You are the winner of a €30 token. I need one thing from you, and I'm sure you know what that is, your alias that you play under on Grosvenor Poker.
Well done indeed. That Tim Chum. Rubbish.
You're missing a 0, Magico Braga. You would have won.
Oh. I thought it was one of them that it was going to be like his first ever comp, and he's just going to chop it. That's what I thought.
Ace Jack suited for Tim.
The Christmas tree rolls start the first week in December online. Keep your eyes on the prizes.
Cheers,
online.
Mike Cuggy. Got it.
Yep. Grosvenor Poker for the tree rolls.
Well done, Mike. And if you missed out on this one, guys, another one coming when there's about 20 minutes on the clock. So
Well, Mike.
30 minutes time. Tower's got to think of an actual question that is legitimately right this time. So we're actually going to have to go through some processing every time Tower comes up with a question now, just to do some checks. Just to do some checks. We have to check these things. It's a lot of money we give away. So A7 now in for Antoine and at risk, and going to do well to get out of this one. Backdoor spades. Wow, what a turn card. Eights and spades working now. Is it too many outs?
No! It gets there!
Gets there the hard way. The backdoor.
Sit down.
10-8.
James Baker.
Cheers. Aye, get there the hard way. Nice one, Antoine. What a boring first half that was. I'm guessing it's 0-0.
They're all looking at me like, right now.
So Chris De Silva 62k, Chris Johnson 49. Notts County 1, Shrewsbury 2. Thank you very much.
Gone straight to the top of the beacon, 100%. Beacon, 100%. If you came on your table.
I love it. I love it.
Great. Notts County, Shrewsbury.
Great.
2-1.
spots, lose every big pot.
I thought they couldn't lose, so I threw him in with my QPR draw.
Well, the way Kev sounds, it sounds like it's going to be nailed on 0-0.
Tower's answer was 32,000, which wouldn't even have got you above first place.
Yeah. I didn't realise that the Walsall event was a 500. I went for 1,000, obviously.
Chris making it 4K from the big blind here. Mitch just going to get out there with the King 10. Pocket fives for Katie. Off of 15. Might fold these off of 15 on this table tower. Too many big blinds to shove. Don't want any open shoves here off of this stack size, and it's quite an awkward one to be fair, but I like fold from Katie and she does go with fold. King Jack for Chris. Nice one to open on button.
Yes, it's a fan call. All players registered in the table play hockey brand final, please take your seats now. The tournament will begin in less than 3 minutes.
Mr. Silver on the button with King Jack.
And just expect to see call here from Mitch with the A7.
Three of diamonds. So Chris de Silva's Jack of Diamonds gets in the check mark if we get the showdown.
Yeah, check back turn, value bet river, probably tower. How are we doing, Mel? Evening all, just about feeling human again after Blackpool. Finally recovered.
You had a wedding the week after. You must have downed plenty at that wedding. How was the wedding, Mel?
So there's the check back turn from Chris. Now should see check from Mitch on the river, bet from Chris, decision. And I find in these spots, Tower, that people tend to start bluffing on turn once the four liner to a flush completes, rather than check back and then bluff river. I do find that this line that we're about to see from Chris is a lot more value heavy, whereas the bet on the turn seems to have more bluffs in. I just feel like if Chris had like a 10-9 of spades or something like that, he has a small stab on the turn, gives himself a decent price to fold out all of Mitch's holdings that don't contain a diamond. Whereas once he checks back turn and then bets river, I always feel this line seems a lot more value heavy. And let's see what Mitch thinks, faced with a 4K river bet here. 80% on the end from Chris de Silva. does get it out of the way correctly. Mel says the wedding was great, but I had to be the party bridesmaid. I am officially off it now until Malta. What's that, Malta 2026?
I was saying Malta's not till April. Good on you, Mel, if you can do it that long.
What time are you on tonight, lads? Around midnight.
Yep.
We got 40 minutes left of this session, 20-minute break. Probably quarter past midnight we'll be on this evening. We got one more giveaway this session in about 20 minutes time, and then in the last session we will have another 2 giveaways. We'll have a €30 first, and then we'll give away the big one, the 110 closer seat, back end of the day. Ace 3 suited for Angelos.
Cheers, our kid. Is Alex Montgomery still in? Yes, he is, I do believe.
Angelos opening hijack. Chris just flats button with the ace 10.
We will play 10 20-minute values during this fight. You often get 2 of the entries into this fight, 3 entries total. If you use all of those, you can also buy directly into K2 if you wish. You want to play having 2 seat number 4. You listen to especially what into seat 4. The opening times are 100 and 100. Deals, please go.
Angelos with the check out of position, and both players snagged the top pair on the turn, but Chris with the free roll here. Angelos cannot win this pot. Chris can win it with a jack or a 10 on the river, and it's a king. So I'm going to chop this one up. Angelos going to probably go for value. Chris will just call quickly, and we'll be on to the next hand. How many donuts do you reckon we've eaten since I've started this job tower?
4.
Dozen. Each. To be honest with you, Ian, he hasn't done too many tea runs this week. I reckon 15's a good line.
15. What do you think?
Chris thinking of raising for value here. Or is he just going to call? He is going to go with raise. Trying to get some other ace X off a chop, trying to get some value from some king X. They are going to chop this one up.
Anton, I have a question for you. Why are people so rude in France? In Paris?
Don't ask me. I don't know why.
Don't know?
I moved.
That's why you moved? That's why you moved?
Oh, it's part of the reason why I moved. I asked my girlfriend if we were ever to go back, and say it's impossible. People there, it's impossible.
Why? Because you have to pay tax there?
No, not about the tax. No.
3-1 Shrewsbury now. That's my bet down then. Great. I doubt we're going to get an Inter Milan turnaround like we did the other night.
When you discover that the Parisian region is people are miserable. Yeah, it's true. Like they're so angry. They're really angry.
Ace 3 suited for Angelos, raises to 1.5. Katie with the king 7 off here, not going to defend in the big, just going to let that one go.
Everybody
36 minutes until the end of this session.
About 15 minutes until another giveaway tower. Just going through all the T's and C's of this one, making sure that the actual answer is the actual answer. I'm surprised that weren't the actual answer for the 4th bridge and litres of paint. The answer weren't 4. You just saw 4th. Oh, 4. Okay, it must be 4.
Oh, I missed the line off the question. It can easily be done. Easily done.
Good evening, Sat. Mitch in the cut-off here. Bad news, Wigan 1 up against York City.
Well, that's not. Well, it is good if you back let them, like I told you to.
So it looks like Notts County are going to be the letdown today. As we see Queen 5 deuce 2 diamonds. So funny. Stuart Rutter's busted and Antoine's put his hat back on. There's only room for one silly hat at this table. Antoine out of there, facing the C-bet from Mitch, gets it through. Chris the Silver with the pocket 8s. Should see open from him. Makes it 1200 and Chris for the 9s here and +2. Going to go with a 3-bet and this is fine. We'll play some flats, we'll play some 3-bets, be a mixture of both here. I think maybe slightly more frequency of flat, less of 3-bet, but perfectly fine from Chris, and Chris Johnson going to get action from Chris the Silver here with the 8s. There's the call eventually. And it's up to the flop. 3-bet coup. Eddie flops about for Chris de Silva.
Unbelievable. Waddles.
Flopping quads in a 3-bet pot. Doesn't come much sweeter than that. Now Chris with the 9s. Could still see C-bet from him. Should only be a small size on this particular texture. Finds just south of 3rd, 24 into 75, and Chris just always flat in here. Jack of diamonds on the turn, where we're likely to see check. Chris just always going to be playing in flow. Check it over to Chris, who should be checking this one back. A 9 or 10 on the river would be ill. Double check our whole cards. Yep, we got quads. And Chris Johnson been in some really tough river spots this session, and they're going to be in another one here. See what size Chris de Silva comes with. 9.4 3/4 pot value on the end with his quads. And what do we beat here is Chris with the 9s. Not much, Tower. Not much at all. Ace Queen, King Queen suited, all got a tidy value bet. Could still have some traps pre, like kings or aces. Didn't elect a 4-bet, and Chris does make the correct decision yet again. It can be frustrating, Tower, where you keep having to fold on rivers. Just all about keeping your head and just playing each hand as it comes. Don't let previous hands affect that decision.
You bluff, Chris, you bluff. Nice. And he called and you win.
No, you called, I would actually
Another hand for Chris, Ace Queen this time. Six, 7 off. Could see Angelos defend here.
Which we do.
Last call for Hassan Gianni for a 1-3 holder.
Angelos does outflop the Ace Queen of Chris. I think with the Queen of Diamonds in here, happy to bet small on this board. It's Chris de Silva. Still likely to have the best hand versus a big blind range, and just flushing out that equity of 2 live cards is going to be a victory. However, Angelos actually catching a piece on this board with his 2 pair, Jacks and 7s, so expect him to be continuing. Five of hearts on the turn. One that I do expect to see check now from Chris fairly often. We're not folding out 7x on this turn, we're not folding out Jack X, and we're already ahead of all this 8-10, 9-10, 8-9, and beating the front door flush draws as well that haven't turned a pair of 5s. So all those factors brings us to the check decision. And he does check it. River's the best hand with the Ace Queen. And going for value, I guess, here now. Tower, target that 7.
Imran, happy for a 1-2.
Glad to see Chris value bet this one. Some players may knuckle it back. Chris just aware here. Angelos looks a lot like what he has. We're not getting paid from the misdraws anyway, so we might as well go for some value against the 7. But Angelos doesn't get sticky and makes the correct laid out.
Thank you.
This one, the cut off is going to open the Queen 9 off. No, he's not going to. He's going to go for a little limpy. Off of 15 BBs. Gary Miller in with the punishment with the Queen 7 suited, makes it 22. That will lose Angelos with the King Jack. And Chris ace deuce off, not going to be calling with Antoine still behind and could plausibly be setting up a limp jam here. Like Chris would usually defend this hand 100% of the time, but just the fact of the matter, we've got a different dynamic in this pot. Antoine's limp here. He's still got open action behind us. So therefore we just have to let the ace deuce off go, and Antoine with a quick fold with the Queen 9. One 0 QPR.
No way! How they managed that? That was nailed on 0-0.
Yeah, she has, old Swifty. Probably one of the worst in the room, this one. Not the table you'd want to be sat on. King 8 suited for Antoine here. Hijack. 13 bigs. Is he going to open or is he going to send? Does go with open, raises to 12, and Gary Miller here got an easy 3-bet call off with the ace queen. Happy to 3-bet call here versus Antoine stack size, so no need to flat here. Just want to get this one heads up with him and his stack in question. Making it 38.
The final call, all players registered in the general play house of
the King 8 suited go.
Take your seats now, the call will begin in less than 3 minutes.
Super premium. If I knew you were going to do that, then I would have called. What? If I knew you were going to do that, I would have called.
So after this hand, guys, got the final giveaway of the session coming up. I need some paper.
Go on then.
I need some pens.
Go on then. Have them.
And I need a question that you actually know the correct answer to.
Okay. It don't really matter whether I can just make a question up. It's just what you write down, to be fair.
Very true. It's a great thing about these giveaways. Impossible for anyone.
I'm guessing Carl Lakeland's not at the match because he's -3. Because he's a big Preston fan, he's Carl.
Oh, is he?
He still owes us 3-footer Jaffa cakes, to be fair.
I know, that is true.
You know what I mean?
What is going on with this table? There's just been hands thrown out left, right, centre. Chris now with the aces.
Can I get a... Oh, yeah.
Tim out the way with the king queen. Gary Miller with the same hand. He's a battler, old Gary Miller. He probably knows he shouldn't be calling here, but he does love to battle and get amongst it and put you in some tough spots. Real tough cookie to play against at the table. And does flop. A nice hand here. With the top pair, decent kick up, backdoor spades and the gut shot. Chris checks back with the aces. And Gary Miller gets there on the turn with the king queen. Probably going to see check again here from Chris. And now should see some value come in from Gary Miller with his 2 pair. Goes for 3k. And Chris has played this in the manner, whether he calls or not, where he has lost the absolute minimum here. Check back the flop. And king queen going to be good for Gary. 3-2 now in the Notts County game. Come on.
2-2.
2 Notts County goals. Come on.
What for? Oh, the double. Notts County and Wigan. Oh, you've got the draw.
I've got the draw.
Right.
I've got the draw as a single, and then I've got a Notts County, Wigan, and draw treble.
2 DJs, exactly. Our QPR winning. Nobody's got any idea. Absolutely no idea.
So,
yes.
Are we ready?
Yes.
20 minutes to go of the session, so squeeze one more giveaway in. If you don't know the rules, quickly run you down them. Tower's going to ask me a question. I'm going to write it down on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer going to win themselves a €30 token. 1 guess per account. We do check. If you double guess, you will be barred from all future giveaways. And do not guess until I've wrote my answer down. What you got now, Tower?
Easy.
Easy.
Who is the defending champ of the main event at the grand final?
Dan Bedson.
All I want to know is, on the database, how many runners were in his first cashed comp?
One more players to the 2 more plate of the grand final. We will take 10 20-minute levels.
That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
Into this flight, 3 entries total. If you do use all of those, you may also buy directly.
That's all I need to know. How many runners were in Dan Bedson's first cashed comp? That's all I need to know.
Go, go, go. All in from Antoine. And he's going to be getting called by Chris De Silva.
Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Guesses are coming in, guesses are coming in, guesses are coming in. Woo woo!
I shot it. 1, 2, 3.
How would I think about this one, guys?
This fly or the turbo? This fly or the turbo? Good luck, good luck.
So get the guesses coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Get your guesses coming in. Dan Bedson is the current defending champion of the grand final main event. But how many runners did his first ever cashed comp have? Back to the table because Anton needs an ace.
A 10 or a jack.
And does he get there? No.
No, he doesn't. So another Antoine gone from seat 9. Chris De Silva, been a great session for him.
Get your guesses coming in.
This fly, not the turbo. Turbo after. Good luck, man. Good luck.
Tom Mash, we might as well just play roulette instead. That is true. This could be anything, couldn't it?
Of course it could.
This could
Of
be
course it could.
absolutely anything.
And that's why anybody can win. And that's the greatest thing about it. There's not many 2-time winners. We have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people watching, and we very rarely have 2-time winners. That's the best thing about it. The question is, Dan Bedson is the current defending champion of this event, but the first time he ever cashed, how many runners were in the comp? And that's the best thing about it. We've had a couple of winners that won a couple of tickets straight after each other, but not many.
He's 10 for Angelos now. And look at that, there's just hands everywhere going on this table. Ladies now for Chris. Making it 3.5. And Katie with the 10s from the big blind. What a really annoying spot. She is going to go with it. Chris Johnson with the call, and Kate, you're going to need to find a 2-outer here. Otherwise, it's going to be straight to the rebuy desk.
Oh, the lips out and everything.
We did see Chris find a 2-outer with 10s versus the aces of Antoine Saoud.
Does Katie get there for the final 7, Kate? King high flop, 7 on the turn, we need 10, and there's only one of them left. Oh, and it's not Chris Johnson. Unlucky, Katie. Unlucky. Maybe another bullet, you never know. In the grand final main event.
The question is, how many runners was in Dan Bedson's first ever comp on the database?
That he cashed it.
And you want my answer, not the correct answer.
Yes. Obviously on the database it only goes with cashes and not what you've played. So after this hand we'll give you the correct answer.
I'm intrigued to know, actually, Tal.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you've thrown a little trick question in there, because straight away in my mind I was like, was his first cash at the Goliath? That's what was in my brain.
Well, to be fair, he doesn't play that many tournaments.
No,
he always said when he won it last year, he just
Yeah.
says he predominantly plays cash.
And that is correct, yeah, that's basically all he does play.
He does say he just plays cash all the time.
Ace Queen for Gary now, from the big blind. Going to squeeze this up, makes it 38, and Angelos just out of the way quickly with a Queen 10 suited.
So, Dan Bedson, who won this event last year for chunks, for absolute chunks, Dan Bedson. The 105,000 he got last year, but his first cash on the database, which surprising for me, was 2011. And he only plays cash, so I just thought he'd only a new player that might only play the last couple of years. But his first ever cash was in a field of 78. Oh, that's the first time he's ever moved his gob when we've been giving away the answer. You've got a minute. Neil Wolfrey says, we are sat on the sofa together and without speaking, we have put the same answer. Nice one, Neil. How are we doing, Emma? Hope things are good. Hope things are good. So Dan Bedson, he actually finished 7th out of 78 runners for £270 in the first cashed event on the database.
Got a really tough spot here for Chris De Silva with the ace jack. Usually people just tend to defend a lot of the range from the big blind and not have too many shoves here, but is going to pay it off with the ace jack. Can still get there. That is true. Are you 100% sure it's 78 tower? 100% sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I am 100% sure it's 78.
And going to be a double up for Angelos. Will do well to lose this one. And that is Loco on the turn.
It was at the Broadway Casino in Birmingham. So I'm also guessing back in back in 2011, there were no re-entries. It'd have just been a straight freeze out.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I'd have been guessing. Would have been a straight freeze out.
What did Jay put? You're going to find out after this hand carry.
We are going to find out from Jay what Jay put and who was the closest to what Jay put to what the actual answer is. Ping43 has googled it and said 78.
Or he just heard you say 78.
Or heard me say 78 and then might have seen you. Might have seen you and your dial smiling away. First time you've ever moved.
Yeah, I know.
When I've said something. Aces for Tim.
And Gary's got queens. What's going on this table? Are we playing short deck? Gary makes it 38. Back to Tim. 38 with the aces. And do just expect to see 4-bet here from Tim out of position. Does 4-bet, makes it 9k, and may just be moving all in now as Gary Miller. The way this table's been playing, this is an absolute setup. There's been 3 bets thrown in, 4 bets thrown in.
Yep.
It's just been so active, Tower, that I don't see how we can't shove the queens here for the 50 effective of Tim as Gary Miller. He's never folding, just making the decision whether to call in position or whether to shove now. Does say all in, and Tim makes the call.
And shows him the aces and the bad news. Well, Tim is at risk.
Looking like surviving here, just the 2 outs twice.
King on the turn. And that does it for Tim, so he gets a big double up, leaves Gary with 4.7. 20 seconds to get your last guess in if you've not had one already for the £30 token. Dan Bedson's first cash in the database was 2011, but how many runners were in the comp? The correct answer was 78. It was at the Broadway Casino in Birmingham, which is where he plays. And the comp is now closed. Discord clips just gets in on 111. So come on then, smiley face.
To be honest, your Tower, most people's local comps, when you look at their Hendon mob, their first cash is usually like a local comp that goes onto the database. So I started there. And usually in your local comps, you usually get anywhere between 60 and 100. So I sort of went in the middle.
Yeah.
And this is why I was smiling. I couldn't believe it when Tao said the answer. 79! I was 1 off! 79 I went with. 1 off!
79. We'll never get closer than that.
I couldn't keep a poker face for that. Honestly, when he said it, I couldn't keep a poker face.
We'll never get closer than that. 79. Anybody get there?
2 people guessed 79. Connor Reed and Nim.
Connor Reed and Nim. Are we doing a red and yellow? Red and white, red and blue, red and black?
I'm feeling generous today. I'm just going to give them both one. So well done to Nim on YouTube and Connor Reed on Twitch.
Cheers, the man.
Can you please? We're just doing a quiz about it.
I wonder if he knows. Yeah. I wonder if he knows. Dan Benson, come in. Here he is. You can't. He'd have to get on his knees. He'd have to get on his knees. We'll just ask the question.
Yeah.
You're defending champ.
Yeah.
But what we wanted to know is what your first database cash.
Yeah.
How many runners were in that comp? Do you know where it was?
Walsall?
No.
Coventry?
No. Your first cash on the database was at the Broadway.
Broadway, okay, right, yeah.
It was £100 comp.
Okay, so there would
in
have
2011.
2011, probably 150.
Well, I've done better than him, and I don't even know.
There were 78 runners,
78, yeah.
and Jay thinks said 79.
Wow.
That's the closest we've ever been, ever.
Wow.
79, so there you go.
It's a time traveller, isn't it?
That's what they say at the poker tables as well.
You don't normally play comps, as we talked last year.
Yeah.
You're a big cash player. You don't play many comps, but the Broadway was the first one in 2011.
Started playing comps originally back in the day. I think that's how most people learn.
Yeah.
Learn any form of poker.
Yes.
And it sort of evolved from there. And then it was all cash for a long time. So you'll see a massive break between cashing anything and coming back and playing again. So.
Yeah. No, good effort. How's it going so far?
100k. So.
Very nice.
About 100k. Just more than the chip leader from yesterday. Basically, more than the chip leader.
The guy on my left's got more than me.
Oh, really?
On my table, yeah. So maybe it'll be a good day for stacks.
Excellent. And this, by the way, is the only time Dan Bedson will be below me in the height stakes because he's on the floor. He's actually on his knees. He is actually on his knees down here. Dan Bedson, thank you very much.
Cheers, man.
Keep it going, you man.
Thank you.
See you later, mate.
Keep it going, Dan Bedson. First ever cash. That was good timing.
Yeah, what are the chances, eh? So, Connor Reid and Nim, I need your alias that you play under on Grosvenor Poker. Well done to you both, and I will get you put on the spreadsheet, and those tokens should be in on Monday. If you missed out on this giveaway, guys, we've got 2 more to come today. We're going to do the €30 at the start of the session and the 110 closer seat at the end of the session.
Looks like we've got them.
Yeah.
Flying through for Connor Reid and Paris for Nim. Well done, Nim. Congratulations. One more giveaway at the end, during the next session.
Oh, Nim's won one before.
Has he? Yeah. He's won 2 this week.
I think she or he. Not this week, but when you type in the spreadsheet, when you type in a letter, it comes up with obviously what you've already typed in before on previous spreads. And
like it. Well done, Nim.
I'm guessing she must have won one before.
Well done. Congratulations.
There are she. I thought it was a she. I think I know him actually.
Yeah.
I think I know him. I think I know who it is. Ace Jack. Another 3-bet. I'd love to just go back through the table this 2 hours. I reckon it's probably been 50% of the pots we've seen have been 3-bet pots. It's been insane, Tower.
The last ticket was a closer ticket and didn't last long.
A chance to win another one in the next session. Chris just going to see that here with the ace jack, and Pierre out the way with the deuces. Towers treble, FA Cup madness tomorrow, probably something like that.
We'll have to have a look at the games. I don't normally delve into the FA Cup because you never know. Most of League One and League Two
hold on
teams.
a sec. You don't usually delve into the FA Cup because you never know. But then you give out these bankers every week and they don't end up coming in. So what's the difference? Come on, what is the actual difference?
Well, to be fair, Look, to be fair, 2 weeks ago when Towers Travel came up, we got Bromley, and they're in the National League.
There you go.
What about all the bees again? Bromley, Barrow, and Blackpool. They won last week, and it would have been 15-1.
Last hand of the session, I expect, unless it's a raise and take.
That's 1 minute remaining. All players in the event. Dealers, please prepare your decks now.
Blackpool postponed tomorrow, apparently. Not surprised, it's -4 in Blackpool tonight. And it's already postponed. That means they're not expecting it to get much warmer. Who were they playing? Must have been a cup game. That's something you'll have to keep your eyes on tomorrow with the postponements. Might narrow the field down. Might have a better chance.
Andrea, 5:35, 27. Farah. Farah.
Dealers in the event. Your points are 400, 800.
Last hand of the session. Mitch opens on the button. Raises to 15. And just going to be raise and take. And we're on a 20-minute break, guys. We will be back at 10 p.m. for the final session of the day. More giveaways, more fun, more action. See you soon.
Always learn from some of your mistakes, like spending money on stupid things. Yeah, going out. I always regret if I go out having a few drinks before I play poker, because I play terrible when I'm hanging off. So I'd always start to change that. Change anything else? Yeah, probably a few things, but nothing that really comes to the top of my head.
Fingers crossed, 2020, if it starts up again, is as successful as 2020 before lockdown, 2019, 2018 and 17, because the last 5 years, Ben, it's been an absolute pleasure. And if we're not at the tournaments you at, we're always checking all the updates to make sure where the name is. Let me tell you, we do keep an eye on you if you're not in the same place as where we are, let me tell you.
I know, but yeah. Luckily, you are there most of the time, because GUKPT is where I get most of my decent scores.
Yeah, Ben, thanks for taking time out and having an hour with the tower. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks a lot, Ben.
No. Yeah, thanks a lot, mate.
Welcome to another hour with the tower, and this week we've got a British legend that seems to have won all his earnings in the last 2 months before lockdown. An absolute pleasure to say that the guy's got 1.7 million in life earnings. He's 68th on the all-time English list. We have got 3 GUKPT main event trophies, which might start you trying to guess who it is. The only player with 2 GUKPT grand final titles is the GUKPT all-time money leader. And it is our pleasure to spend an hour with the tower with Mr. Ben Windsor.
Hello.
How you doing, pal?
Yeah, good, mate. You?
You've had a lockdown haircut.
Lockdown haircut. Yeah, it had to go.
How did it get?
Yeah, not quite that, but yeah, the beard and the hair just showed. We took it all off.
Yeah.
Going back.
Well, we're gonna spend an hour with you, and we're gonna ask you quite a few questions regarding what has happened, because you've had a fantastic run of success. We obviously know you from the GUKPT, so we will be touching on that quite a lot. But where did you start playing poker? Who did you learn with them, and and how long ago was it? And did you think, do you know what, this could be the career for me? We get a couple of weeks later, we get to the grand final of the GUKPT. There's 273 runners, and we win it again. For the second time. It's just eclipsed your biggest score, 188,000. So you become the only two-time grand final winner. But that really wasn't the talking point for us or the stream as it was, because on the bubble there was a three-way all-in, including yourself. We've got the aces, the kings, and then there's somebody sat there with pocket queens.
Yeah.
And I think we spoke briefly about it, but you didn't hesitate.
What, the call?
It was like, well, I've got queens.
Yeah, it was. I remember that Dan that was sitting to the left of me shoved on me a few times, and I found the queens. He shoved, so I was like, I thought I was loving it, and then they found a jam behind, and I remember, I think Dan shove was for a over 20 bigs, and I just put, he could easily have had like a lower pair than me, jacks, tens, nines, maybe. Obviously ace king, and then the shove behind, and it wasn't for my whole stack, and I'd have just been gutted if they both turned over ace king or jacks and ace king. So I just took the punt, flicked it in, and fancied it.
Well, that was obviously the turn. And when we clipped it out, and we clip a few clips out during the week, but that went berserk. And I mean, it just went like that. The people that watched it, viewed it, the clip. It was just such an insane, and especially with it being on the bubble as well. Did you just like think, oh well, that's what it is, it's just poker?
Yeah. I should have taken. Yeah, maybe I should have taken a bit more time thinking about it being on the direct bubble. But it just at the time it felt like the right call to make. And like I said, it wasn't. Obviously, it crippled me if I lose, but I wasn't out of the tournament. I could still make it into the money quite comfortably. I think, even if I lost that hand. So, yeah, I went with the ladies.
and then the final itself was over relatively quickly, wasn't it? Especially for a grand final, it was like bump, 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 off you go kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that was. I think I busted everyone but one player on the final. Just ran lovely, like just finding hands when people are shoved into me, and it was just run insane that final table. And then that big hand against Antoine Suit, I tried putting him in a tough spot, and he found the call with nines, didn't he? And I had the queen eight of clubs, and just hit a dream flop, and I think it was dream turn as well.
It was a cracking final, but like you say, not only did you win two, but the call with the queens on the bubble, it just honestly, it just went insane for us. We snipped that one out, and people were watching about it, talking about it, and it was just phenomenal. It was a cracking end to 2019, but you started straight away. A good start of the year, another deep run at the Dustledome. You finished fifth out of 1,030 for 36,000 in the millions minute. That was 150k up top. Did you think? Did you bust in fifth? Did you ever think I can win this one and this is mine?
Yeah, I was another one where I was absolutely gutted to bust that. I was chipped up as well. I think I was chip leader with 5 left and managed to bust fifth, but I lost a big pot to Nicola. I think the bloke who went on to win it, where he slow played aces in the big blind, and I think I had ace 9 and it come down 9 high, and he check shoves the flop, I think, and it's just one of those where you couldn't get away from it. And yeah, he had the ace and that knocked me down to like 20, 30 bigs, and I don't think I could win a pot. Didn't really win a hand after that.
Well, it wasn't a bad start to 2020. Yeah, a week later, we go down to London for the GUKPT, the mini main, the win again. 511 entries. You won it for 39. Is the Vic the best place in the world to play poker?
Yeah, obviously I've got good memories from the Vic, but it's yeah, it's a nice little place to play, and yeah, that was another fun tournament. That was I remember play. I don't think it finished till about 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it was really late. I remember PK telling us it was like ridiculously late, but
yeah,
when we get a win,
you are.
I said when we get a win, we don't mind losing on sleep. Do we?
Exactly. Yeah, a real lot. I remember it being quite a long slog. Heads up, kept on making him shorter. Then he had double through, and then making him shorter. Yeah, went through the stage where I was almost falling asleep, and then obviously when it was morning, woke up again, and yeah, just about managed to close it out.
Yeah. Well, you had a couple of days sleep, and then we played the main.
Yeah.
379 entries in the main, because the cracking fields down there, they really are in the poker room. The numbers are super. Another interview and another second place interview. Just missing out on the record-breaking 4th GUKPT main event. Did this one get away from you, or was you quite happy with the second?
I was happy with the second. It was one of those tournaments where I was just sort of laddering for a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
So I put my phone on charge, just running out of battery. Yeah, I was sort of just like laddering my way up, really, and like I normally do, found a couple of nice spots, nice hands at the right time, and I think I won a flip against Paul Siddle, I think his name is.
Yeah.
I won a flip against him, and yeah, managed to get heads up against Artan. He's a fun player to play with.
That wasn't a bad week in London. The mini main win and then a GUKPT main second. But the very next week in Manchester, you run deep yet again. A field of 317, and you finished second yet again. And I know you don't like talking to me when we get second, but this run, and I think we said at the time, this run, we could do interviews for second as long as we carry on talking, because you were just on fire.
I know, and Manchester, I really wasn't happy with the way I was playing. But yeah, like I always say, just found some nice hands at the right time. Remember, on the feature table, I found aces versus nines all in pre.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of day 2, Ryan Mandara 4-bet shoved into me with King Queen, and I had Ace King that held. And then yeah, when I've got a few chips, it's even though I didn't feel overly confident with the way I was playing, I just applied pressure at the right times, I feel like. And yeah, the final table went. It took a while for a few people to bust, I think. Then.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
And it was yeah, managed to get through that tough little.
Yeah, I think we played 8-handed for about 2.5 hours, and then we lost 2 or 3 straight away, and then it locked up again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's it was. I remember thinking like everyone was winning the all-ins, weren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
On the last cards or whatever, and I was remember thinking it's got it in the stars that I'm going to bust 8 for. I was thinking all these people like doubling out on the river or whatever. I was thinking it's written in the stars that I'm going to bust 8 for, and I'd have been gutted because the I think that was the first tournament with the online sportsbook where you could back.
Oh yeah, that's right.
back up the win. And
They've always got to back them.
A couple of people said they had backed me, so I was, yeah.
And then, for some unknown reason, 2020 stopped.
Yeah.
But I know we've all stopped, and I know it's what's happened has happened. But your last 6 end-of-month results were 2 wins, 3 seconds, and a 5th.
Yeah.
And in 2020, before we actually did stop, you got $300,000 in career earnings. How are you keeping yourself busy? Have you been playing online?
At the start of lockdown, I was playing. I was playing a little bit because I was wanting to do the points for the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And then I just don't really. Online poker's not really my thing. I get I get distracted. I like to be at the table. Yeah. So I just like I said, I don't think I've played for 5-6 weeks. Haven't watched any poker. Haven't played any poker. Just been going to work and drinking a lot, eating a lot.
Everybody else. What is it? What is it now? The quarantine 15 or something like that, isn't it? What everybody seems to have put on. So.
Yeah, I was, you try and at the start I was trying to like keep healthy and play a bit of poker, do a bit of studying and that. But
have we had any scores of note?
What online?
Yeah, while we've been in lockdown.
No, I don't think so. No. Because I haven't played for a while, I can't really. Definitely nothing to write home about.
That's like a lot of us, by the way. It's not just you. If you put in the volume, I know you get some scores, but there's quite a few people out there haven't had a touch. So you're not on your own. Don't worry.
I think when live poker's coming back up and running, I'll start watching a bit and playing again just to get back into it. But at the moment, just enjoying sort of taking a bit of time out and working and chilling out. It's quite nice. But I'm ready to get back to it now. It's getting a bit. I'm looking forward to going away, seeing some old friends and having a couple of drinks, a few stops. Yeah.
Totally agree. I'm going to fire some quick fire questions at you.
No,
the answer can be as short or as long as you like. We don't really mind. The best player you've played against?
I'm going to have to stick with my guns. I'll probably say Deadman. I always used to. He's not. Yeah, he's just very tough to play. He made a lot of good. He just made the right decision a lot of the time.
The most memorable hand.
Most memorable hand. Probably my first GUKPT win, Ace Jack offsuit.
Who is your study partner, and what do you talk? And who do you talk poker with if you still do it?
The main people I speak poker with is probably Mark Fogsy.
Mm-hmm.
He does a bit of study, and I don't really speak. There's not many. I know there's a few players around here that play, but when I go away, I talk with Fogsy, Tammer, and an older bloke, Dom Cummings, who.
My girlfriend's playing cash. She said in half an hour she's going to watch and tell me if you've left her. She's playing cash here?
Who's raiding us? Who's raiding us? Who's done that? 888 Poker TV, thank you very much for the raid. Good evening, everyone. If you're tuning in from 888 Poker TV, this is the final session of Day 1B here at the Grand Final at the Vic, Edgware Road, Grosvenor Casinos, and we have got another stacked table tower for the last 2 hours. It could be another final table. We got Joe Hindry in 1, Dan Tran in 2, Henry Ride in 3, Ludo is going to be in the 4 seat, Dan Laidlaw in 6, Florian Duta in 7, Danny Pike in 8, and Jonathan Thurm is in the 9 seat. So going to be a good session, and I believe Swifty's going to come in and do some comms in a bit. I'm just waiting for my supper. Do you like that, supper? Getting northern, that's all the time spent with you?
Supper?
Yeah, I would just usually say dinner, but...
Supper, normally it's just like a nice little, like a protein bar or something like that, glass, nice coffee, and something like that, yeah?
Yeah, that's
exactly,
exactly what I got. Yeah. So welcome everyone, about to get this session underway. We've got a 110 closure seat to give away at some point in this session.
Doing about midnight.
Really good table here, Tower.
This is the final. Is this the final session? Is it?
Yeah, it's mad how quick today's gone. I'll be honest with you, it has flown
10
by.
o'clock.
I know, it's flown by. Going to be finishing up around midnight. Let's get on with it.
Indeed, it. The new black. The new. What was in what? What did he send as a message?
Isn't that forced to, or they're allowed the option?
I mean, yeah, we have to like kind of allow the option that you can force them.
The new manager for Bristol Rovers is the ex-manager from Rotherham United, Matt Taylor. There you go. Crew off tomorrow, frozen pitch. Blackpool off tomorrow, frozen pitch. Already. It's not even tomorrow yet.
Don't get out of the Spurs ground, just saying. Under pitch heating.
Yeah, no, but the NFL bought your stadium, so it's never going to freeze, is it? They're the ones that spent $1 billion on it.
So yeah, Dan was in the comms yesterday for a bit, so let's see how he gets on. And once again, Tal, look at this table for a 2K, stacked as you like.
Stacked as you like. Florian Dutra as well. Florian looks like he's lost weight. Henry Ride, C3, former GUKPT floor staff. Everton minus 10 to 1. Ha ha, ordered by the PL. Ha ha. Oh, you'd have won. You'd have won the gas. Absolutely embarrassing what they did to Everton. Manchester City should be Isthmian League Premier Division 3. Chelsea should be barred from football regarding these managers. Anyway, back to the pub. Florian Dutra Flock's best.
And going to be doing a fair amount of checking here as Ludo out of position to Florian. Does check it over. Florian has flopped top pair, so do expect to see some chips go in. I'm going to mix in a little sneaky check behind, mixing it up. Jack of hearts on the top. Now 3 overcards to contend with as Ludo. Once again, probably expecting to see check here. Out of position to Florian. And now, I think once we do elect to mix in the top pair check back, going to go for some value here on the turn once Ludo checks twice. Florian fires for 1700, finds third. And even versus third, tough task to continue for Ludo. We are getting a very nice price. So he's going to come along for another street. Ace of diamonds on the river. Ludo not insta-checked here, Tower. Ace perceived to be a lot better for our range.
I love how he thinks about everything.
And the thing is, this is probably one of the worst hands we get to the river with on this run out. Maybe some King X of hearts, but I think 7's going to be near the bottom of our range here as played, as hands we get to the river with in this fashion. So it's Ludo thinking about a bluff here on this Ace of Diamonds river. And look at this, he's going to find the lead here.
Is that pretty small? 2.8 into 8.
Yeah, like all this ace 10, ace king getting this price.
Yeah, he's going to find a call. And Florian says, I've got a king. That's some collar on Danny's jacket. Is that a collar? Or is that a scarf?
No, it's one of them travel travel pillows, right? It's a travel pillow, right?
Can I just ask? Estimate the price of the cap.
The cap?
Is it a Burberry?
Probably 3, 4. I'd say Tower. I'd say between 300 and 400.
I'm thinking it's not cheap. It looks nice.
Don't take it to Mark Kelly's, whatever you do.
You'd never get out of it.
You won't see it again.
They'll be selling it for a packet of 20 Park Drive and a glass of, and a couple of shots of Sambuca in Mark Kelly's. It looks a bit posh, is what I'm thinking. It looks like a.
I think it's a Louis.
A Louis.
I think it could
Louis
be a Louis.
Vuitton.
It looks like a Louis, the pattern.
Come on, hat specialist.
Oh no, it's a Gucci.
A Gucci?
Yeah, I can see it now. It's a Gucci.
Katie will know.
Gucci.
Gucci, instantly knew.
Didn't even know the question.
Didn't even know it was Gucci.
On his table.
And it weren't 99p or £5 from Blackpool Seafront, I'm guessing.
I'm guessing not as well.
Cheers, Razor Kev. How do you know? Come on, how do you know? Come on, kid. He got it when he was at Berry New Road.
What's that? Not the Canada Goose. You get the Dagenham Duck from Berry New Road, don't you? They don't do Canada Goose there. Dagenham Duck, sir. Yeah, I'll take one of those.
Fake city, innit? walking up Berry New Road. Love it. Love it.
He was running hot early on.
Was you on his table early on?
I was, yeah. And Henry as well.
Yeah. Henry Ride.
Henry used to work there, didn't he?
They did indeed. Floor staff. Started in Southampton, Grosvenor Casino, went on to GUKPT floor, then came to the Vic, and then decided to go on to Pastures New.
Would be quite a good story, this, because he's because obviously he was an ex-member of staff. He wasn't able to be in for 6 years. First time he's been.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's been able to play elsewhere.
6 years.
Yeah.
He's been able to play elsewhere.
Expect to see check here from Florian. C-bet the Ace King on this board, and once his Jack pairs, I'd be surprised if we didn't see the check behind here. Does go with the check back.
I didn't realise we've got Psycho Sid back at the table.
Psycho who? Oh no! Sid from Toy Story. You can't say that.
What? I love old Joe. He's the top dude.
He is the top dude, Joe Indre.
Top lad, Joe.
Carl Lakeland's tuned in after the football. Preston North End losing 2-0 to QPR.
Doesn't help Rotherham United either, that. Letting them win. First away win of last 3 years, apparently.
Yes. Yeah. FA Cup was today. And looks like Florian getting this price is going to flick it in with the Ace King. And going to see the 10-5 of Dan. Nice bit of value from him on the end there.
So we're going to get Katie in. Jay's going off for his steak, so I mean his eggs on toast.
Yeah, me supper, just a little soup.
Another salad, soup and salad.
A little bowl of soup.
Bowl of soup. I tell you what, that's your soup today is lovely.
I was
Really
being
nice.
good. I picked a banana up from the fruit bowl.
Banana.
Banana from the fruit
know when
bowl,
you-
and then the ice creams came round.
You know when you had the 10s against Queens?
Oh.
Did the bottom lip come out? I did. It did. I saw it. I remember. I went like
No,
that.
I've got a cold sore.
Oh.
I'm like, where I've been in the sun.
Bahrain.
Yeah.
How on earth do you get to? How did you get the invite to Bahrain? We'll get back to the poker, but obviously Jack.
through the England coach, just gets a select number of invites, and so he had 4 that he could invite, 2 last year and then 4 this year. And Jack got invited last year and he got invited back this year, so
Fabulous.
he's done really well.
Is he still off +5?
Yeah, +4.
+4?
+4 he is.
+4. This is golf, by the way,
Yeah.
and this is the sun off.
Yeah, not me. Not me.
You're the bag carrier.
Yeah. Yeah, so 16 last month as well.
Awesome.
So it's
16 is like up here. There's none of this. He's like this with my mum.
He's
You're like that. Come here, son.
under his chin. Yeah. So, no, he's really shot up actually.
Yeah.
It's like getting older.
That's with the training for the golf.
Yeah, he's in the gym every day, pretty much every day.
Yeah.
Because his PT actually has to say to him, like,
Calm down.
have a day off. Have a day off, yeah. So, no, he loves it, absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
And there's worse things to do, isn't there, at the end of the day? So he's enjoying it. So, yeah, it was really good, really nice break. But I missed Blackpool because...
You did?
So I was actually going to be in Blackpool, I was supposed to be there.
Yeah.
I'd planned to be there, booked hotel and, had plans to go there. And my mum's 70th birthday, so we
God
had a
bless
few...
you. Happy birthday, Sue.
Yeah, we had a few special surprises for her. And then, it all didn't kind of fit in the end. So it was like, so I gave Blackpool a miss, thinking right, I'll go to Bahrain and then I'll be here for like the whole of this week.
Yeah.
And then I got COVID out there, so it was like.
I saw the negative line this morning, and you're like,
yeah. Yesterday, Wednesday, and yesterday. So I've had 2 clear days. Still so much stigma attached to it though. Like as soon as someone knows,
didn't even know testing was a thing. I honestly didn't.
I mean, to be honest, like my mum had an operation this week on my hand, so I didn't want to go near her if I had it. So I tested to make sure.
Hopefully, just a flu strain now, and things are.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I wasn't like ill with it. I think I was more run down because of the travelling.
I think anybody who just has a common cold now would test positive because it's now that kind of test.
Exactly.
So.
But no, it was more of. Do you know what I think it was actually? The early morning starts for golf.
Maybe.
4:30 in the morning we had set our alarm for.
4:30?
4:30, 4:45 and 5 a.m. was the lie-in. Like.
Oh, great.
No, I couldn't be a golfer. Absolutely not.
Unbelievable.
No. It's way too early. That's like bedtime for us, isn't it?
Yeah. You bag up chips, you have a couple of beers, all of a sudden it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah. So bagging up chips. I need to learn that.
Are you flicking back in tomorrow?
No, I don't think I am actually. I think I'm going to play cup.
Yes.
Yeah. I think
play the 500 cup that's on tomorrow.
Sometimes you've got to be disciplined.
Yeah.
The game isn't all just about, for me anyway, it's not all just about firing non-stop. I know some people do, but each to their own preference. It's certainly one that you could easily do that in because of the prize pool and I'm not saying not to. That was one, I haven't opened it, so but I mean, who knows? No, I never really got going with it at all. I was sat down on the first table was tough, super tough.
All these tables are, the last 3 tables tough. We've had, they're just unbelievable. They're like final tables.
Exactly this. So I sat down on my first table, super tough. Couldn't get anything going. Literally just lost every hand I played, couldn't connect. Got beat by hands that, you're in there you've raised with a pair of 9s and you get King 4 off, defends the big and things like this, they're hitting, so it's a tough one to, your stack kind of just dwindling in the wrong directions, not good. And then I got moved to what was Henry and Danny's table before we got broke. Actually had a really funny hand where I had to folds top with backdoor flush, nut flush draw as well, and it was multi-way pot. It left me down, I had 5k, and I managed to spin that back up to like 18k, and that felt like, even though it's still unstarted, it felt like chunks. But yeah, it just ended up where I lost another couple of hands that didn't go my way, and then got moved to the feature and just pretty card dead. Like, so yeah, nothing much, nothing much you could do.
So Florian in the boots beats Ludo into a pot. Talking of the cup, this is what and where it is tomorrow. Day 11 of 12. This is it, day 11 of 12 tomorrow. And it's the super high roller. I'm probably guessing 2 tables for the super high roller. Other than that, the cup starts at 2:30. £550 buying, 50,000 starting stack on a 30-minute clock. Great structure. That's a 2-day event. And then the final day, 12 of 12. The seniors, the PLO bounty, the GUKPT Cup, and this event down to a winner on Sunday. And then the closer on Monday and Tuesday is obviously online. So that is what is for the last couple of days of the grand final festival.
Yeah, it was a tough. Hi to everyone in the chat box. Everyone there saying hello. Yeah, it was a tough feature table, Brad. You're right. Like Tower just said, there isn't any soft table in this room. They're all tough. Like, yeah, I don't think any sort of recreationals or maybe if they've satellited in or something. But yeah.
And there's been plenty of satellites this week.
And I also think that with Vegas coming up as well, I think a lot of pros and the good regs and that are going to be flying out there. If they're not already there, they kind of come here first to London to play this, and then they're going to be going straight out from one of the London airports after this weekend. So I think they're kind of almost using this as their warm-up as well for that. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Listen, it's a 2k. Like, no one's going to give you a 6-figure payday without battling it out against the toughest of the tough players. Like, we all know that when we register, but you kind of there is an element of hope as well that you're gonna get the good side of the cards being dealt to you, and just bits but if you just, it's tough. Who's the best player playing tonight in your opinion, Katie? Oh gosh, what a question.
You could have 4 people at every table.
Yeah, more than that, to be honest. I haven't seen enough of anyone else, like this feature table now. I haven't seen them playing long enough really to comment on it. But there's certainly the players out there, like Danny was playing really good earlier, getting lucky as well, but he was putting himself in the situation to get lucky, and he was like building stats.
If you go off the database, you've got seat 4 with 10 million in earnings, including his online earnings. Florian Duta, EPTs and WPTs and got over 3 million in earnings. Goliath champion as well, from start to finish.
I mean, Danny's won loads as well. What you've got to remember is that, yes, you've got the Hendon mob there that gives you an idea of like recorded live tournament earnings. Doesn't record everything. I'm definitely one of the players that have got several missing tournaments on it, as I'm sure most of the room has. So certainly gives you an idea, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't give you any idea of their cash games. And someone like Danny who plays cash, like they're bringing an element that's unexposed in a database. So I think that they're kind of, I mean, he's actually a known player on the circuit, but there will be people here that are playing that are big cash game players that are kind of under the radar as well. You might get a couple of them at your table.
We all know the champion from last year, Dan Bedson. He plays cash here a lot.
Exactly, but you might end up getting, like, you sit down at a table and you recognise all of the really good pros, the good regs, you know, the people on your table, the players on your table, and then there might be like one or two you don't recognise and you instantly think, oh, right, they're the spot. They might not be. They could be the biggest cash game player and, you know, winning profitable player for thousands, you know. So you can't really completely judge it straight off. But yeah, I mean, there's loads. Ben Windsor is in today. I was chatting to him on both the breaks earlier. He's in here. I think he said he played the high roller earlier this week. So I was catching up with him, and we were saying actually earlier, because obviously poker players don't, you know, like this time of year, all the work people have Christmas dues and stuff going on, don't they? They all go out for their Christmas parties, and poker players don't really have that. So me and Ben were saying earlier, we should do a Christmas party tomorrow night. we should play the cart, have a few drinks, and then go out on like a Christmas party.
Like it.
So we was having a little laugh there. Yeah. So we might do that. We'll see. I hope he's still in the main, to be honest with you. Right.
Jonathan, decision with Ace Jack after Dan's move with the Cowboys. Don't think it's a call.
No, not for this stack as well. He's got 31k. He's initially opened, right? So I can't see who, like, the action. I don't know who's done what, but I imagine he's originally opened. Oh, he does call. He's gone all in. Oh, I mean, personally, I'm surprised at that, but I mean, I'm sat here, so what do I know?
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, I thought Ace Jack was a bit loose, but
I
there
just
we go.
think in that position, once you've opened and you've got a flat behind, and then it's still a chunk of your stack, like percentage-wise, you're putting 2/3 of your stack in, so, and you could either be dominated or like drawing really thin.
Yeah,
so
well, we'll pick up extra outs, an ace or a king to fade.
I mean, I suppose what's he hoping, that he's flipping at best, like, or he's dominating a weaker race? I just don't think Dan does this either with a weaker holding. So I wouldn't have played the ace jack by shoving there or calling. I'd have binned that. But
big double for Dan Laidlaw.
Yeah, dangerous one with chips as well, Dan. So that's a massive double for him, really, to now be up to 55 bigs. He'll be able to play that stack now.
Are there any decent tournaments in Thanet coming up? Do they have fun tournament poker?
I'll be honest, I actually don't know. Last time I was there was, gosh, start of the year, I think. I just went with my mum and sister. And like maybe in summer actually, maybe we went, but we had a night out there, and they had, I think it was like 3 tables they got. So they do have them. I think it's on either a Friday and a Saturday night, or a Saturday and Sunday, or maybe all 3 of the weekend nights, like a self-deal game, like most Grosvenor sort of local games. But yeah, it'll all be on the app, so it's probably, if you're looking to go to any other Grosvenor for their locals, just go on the app and find the location and have a little look.
When it was still down.
Oh, okay. Well, when it comes back up.
they all know they're working on it behind the scenes. To get the app back
if you were to buy one of these players into a 25k high roller, who would you pick? Oh, good question. Do you know what?
On this table?
The 2 that spring to mind for me would be Ludo and Danny. But Joe as well, actually.
Yeah, won 2 events earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, those 3 on this table would spring to mind. I mean, are we saying for this table?
Florian Newton, obviously.
Yeah, if you were to buy one of these. Yeah, but I think that I'd go for Danny, Joe or Ludo above Florian, I think. Yeah, I think I would, just because Joe plays high stake cash games. He frequently goes over to LA and that, so I don't think he would feel out of out of the comfort zone of being a 25k. Ludo, you know, it's Ludo. He's got the game. He would easily able to play. Yeah, and he's been in those before. And Danny is a higher stakes cash player as well. So he doesn't. I don't think those three players in particular would even focus on what the buy-in amount is. So that's what you want, right? Yeah. You want someone in there that's not thinking about how much they've spent to buy in. They just literally play the game. So, and I think that they'd be able to turn a profit. Yeah. In fact, so much so, I've just convinced myself to do it.
Oh, you managed to 25k?
All three of them, get them in 25k.
Get them in.
Who would you pick? Who would you pick, Gary? Who would be your pick?
Hey, this is a tournament. This is the £2,000 buy-in main event of the grand final.
I'd swap like 5% around. That's about it. Otherwise, I'm just keep it at any point.
This is a 2k tournament. It's the grand final main event in London, GUKPT.
I don't know if you listen to it. Just
I actually can't hear very well out this here, honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that because of the cold?
Yeah.
Hey, old Michelle. Michelle Baldy in the chat, watching on YouTube.
Oh, the bricks up it. What did I eat? What did I eat in Edinburgh?
No, them tablets.
Oh no, I don't eat them.
Sure.
I don't ever eat them.
Just the 82%
Do you know
sugar.
what? No, I'm not joking. You let me have a little bit once. Do you remember? Oh no, they're way too sickly sweet for me. I'm a savoury girl.
How are we doing, Michelle? Oh, you're back on tour next year. We're in Edinburgh twice next year. Are you coming back to play? Yeah, we've had that from C1.
They're both in chat box.
How many players left? You can still buy in. Hey.
Funny.
You can still buy in all the way up until the beginning of the tournament tomorrow. So
that's how I answer the phone. Hey.
Hey. Only if you know who it is.
No, I don't. Hey.
It could be anybody.
Hey. Yeah. Yeah, we've got the turbo going. Oh, Michelle, yes, it was. Oh, honestly. I couldn't understand a word.
Robert
Yeah.
I can't even say it.
Dan and Joe, you've got to behave in our chat box.
I can't even say what Michelle's typed.
No, I couldn't repeat it. I couldn't say it, honestly. She just came out with it and it all just was like... Blah, blah, blah,
you thought she was saying eat bricks.
Yeah.
Raxi, the app is not working at this moment. I just tried about 3 minutes ago. The guys are obviously working on it. They know there's a problem, and fingers crossed.
Chef Brad, you mean you don't know? You haven't had your phone call yet?
Can't believe it.
Yeah, Trig's very well loved in the team, so we'll still see him on tour. He said
he's still going to be playing.
Gutted I missed his drinks in Blackpool.
Just got his
send-off drinks, but
got himself a full-time job.
Yeah.
getting young people back to work.
It's tough when you've got family. Like it's you know, anyone who's got young children or even teenagers, like being family orientated, it's tough to play every stop, every leg, you know, online and juggling it all. It's no, I won't be playing this again, Michelle, but thank you. I'm going to play the Cup tomorrow, I've decided, so I shall be in that. But yeah, Chef Brad, there'll be social media announcements at some point, I'm sure, at maybe the end of the year or start of next year or so.
Oh, we got news!
Got the app back.
The app's up and working, woohoo! The app's back. Who's just asked? Rack sheet, the app is back up and running. Boom. £522,000 collected, that's live. 192 players today. And 289 in total.
Yeah, I agree, Chef Brad. Family and business not easy to balance, and he said Bowsy doesn't know how he does it, but Bowsy hardly sleeps and he's got a wife who looks after everything at home for him and deals with all the kids and that, so you know it's I don't think you can do it without a support system, to be honest with you. I think if you've got like no commitments, no dependents and things like that, then it's easier. But if you have, then you kind of need a really supportive partner or children that are maybe old enough to sort themselves out.
Yeah.
Something I don't, you know.
Evening, Cammy Williamson watching on YouTube. How are you? Hope things are good.
Hey. I'm here.
And now you.
The story checks out.
Now you've said it. The story checks out. Hey,
there you go. Hey. I haven't seen you for ages, actually, Brad. You've not been about.
You'd have seen him for an hour yesterday if you'd have been in the building.
Here? Oh,
yeah.
Missed you.
He flicked it in the satellite, bust out after 25 minutes, disappeared into the dust.
Oh dear. That's
off he went.
For another year. That's usually the way, Razor Kev. Usually the way.
Yeah. Hey.
Loves it.
Hey.
Haven't been watching any of the poker action. I should have just watching the chat box. Just chatting away.
Hi, Clammy, says Valerie. Is that your nickname?
Clammy? Well, I do hope not.
Evening, Val. How you doing, Cammy? Hope things are good, pal.
So, I suppose we better. Oh, Danny's lost a few chips since the start. Still on 77, raised 2k. Oh, Danny's picked up the ladies in the small blind after Joe calls on the button with 9-10 suited. Pretty standard up till here.
Oh, nobody's ever said that about me.
I get embarrassed with compliments.
Oh.
Thank you, that's sweet.
Cheers, Eddie. Was it Wednesday, Jay? Brad played on Wednesday. I thought it was Thursday.
Oh, and now Henry's got 9s in the big blind. So, yeah, nice size 3 bet to 9.1. And now Henry with 40k behind. It's a tough one, this. It's a nice. What are we on? 4-8. I think Henry will fold. He's more on the tighter side, I think. So it's with all this action, I can see him thinking this through and getting out of the way, not wanting to commit the 40 really. but he can.
Oh, he's gone for the what?
I mean, it's the other option. Flat calling's the worst option out of it.
He's gone for the lot.
He's going to get
back down to Dan Tran.
Bad
Dan looks
news,
down and he's just going to flick it in. So Henry Ride has got the 9s, Dan Tran has got the queens. Henry is at risk and behind. Henry Ride. You wanted a story, Katie. If a 9 comes, there'll be a story.
And we've got one that's folded, isn't it? One of the 9 of diamonds been folded, so. But, you know,
You mean
we've all
need 4
pinged a one
hearts?
out.
Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Well, no backdoor draws there at all. The 9 of spades only for Henry Ride.
Really nice guy, Henry, as well, got to say. That's it.
Still looking the same again.
9 of spades.
9 of
only.
spades. Well, Henry is out the door. And it's not the
No.
ace of spades.
I can see why he sent it there, but I did think he would fold, go on the tighter side of it, just with the action and the fact it was the small blind that had made the big 3 bet. But then the 4 bet's strong, you know. He could. Danny can do that with worse than queens there, so it's kind of looking at the full range rather than the specific cards that we get to see. Obviously, we have that advantage, but it's tougher at the tables for sure.
Absolutely. Will he flick it back in? If we see Henry Ride's name again, that'll be a yes. He has options. Last session of the day. Do we think we'll have another female person on the Grosvenor list on the pros? What do you think? Do you have discussions about it? Because obviously online do all the negotiations with yourselves.
Yeah, they do.
We don't find out until obviously all the information's come out.
Yeah.
Do you put names forward if somebody's going to change? Like Trig's obviously left, so they must have known Trig were leaving. So
yeah, for sure. I'll be honest, I'm not too sure exactly what I'm allowed to say.
Well, I don't.
And what I'm not allowed to say.
100% hands up. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I've got to be careful with what I say. There are discussions, and there are. We do get asked opinions on potential sponsored pros and things. I've certainly put names forward who I think. I know that. I mean, it's a really weird one when you read all of the chat box, but I'll be honest with you guys. I never claim to be the best player. That I know my lane. I'm never claiming to be the top pro out there or the top team pro, whatever you want to call it. I do what I do. I think I do what I do well. So I'm very proud of that. I don't try and be in a lane that I don't belong in. There's far better players out there than me. But I do have results to back up my sponsorship over the years. I've been with Grosvenor now 8 years, going into 9 years. So, I mean, you don't get a 9-year sponsorship just because you're popular. That for sure doesn't happen. So I have earned it, and like I said, Hendon Mob doesn't show it all, but it shows a big chunk of it. I've got 6-figure soars behind my name, both live and online. So maybe I don't big myself up on my social media enough. I know I've been told that in the past that I don't put all of my results online. I don't put other sites on there. There's reasons for that, so I don't really feel like I need to as well. Like I don't need to justify every win that I have or every game I play. I don't fire loads of bullets. I'm a profitable player. So
what do you think about these satellites online that are coming up for next year when they're going to consolidate them all, the 5 to 30 to the 250s. How good are they?
I think they're brilliant. I think it's
and you can use it for credit anyway.
Great. Honestly, it's a great move by the team. I think that it makes it a more affordable option for players at the buy-in range as well. So that's really good. That's how I started out. That is who I am, and I don't claim to be anything else. I started out in this game many years ago as a social, recreational player. I just wanted to play a game that I enjoy. I love meeting new people and socialising. I just love it. I love every aspect of it, both live and online. And I just happen to make money at it as well. Like I have 2 businesses. I have a family. Like poker is by no means my full-time job, like it is with some people. So for what I do, and when I'm able to do it, trust me, I do it well, and I'm proud of that. So I don't need to explain myself, although at this moment in time with the chat box going the way it is, obviously I just have, but yeah, you know.
We're just checking back to Ludo because he's all in with the 3s, and that's what we're here for. There you go. Valerie says, I love rooting for you, Katie.
Thank you.
And Jonathan is seat number 9. Calls with the King Queen with his 13.3. Ace 9-6. Ludo survives at the minute with the 3s. He's going to survive anyway, but Jonathan needs to hit paint to survive because he's the all-in player. Six pairs. Now it brings out 9s as well. Ace, Queen, King, or a 9, and it's a Jack. Misses. Fades it all, does Jonathan. Unlucky, sir. Ludo takes him out and back up to 40.
Yeah, and then that's it. So game broke, you've done your money. You could have played a year's tournament. You could have played 12 months of the tournament. For what you're looking
Cyrus and Adam Murray, 2x10 Scott. Cyrus and Adam required for a 2x10 Scott.
So Jonathan busts out Ludo up to 40,000.
2 seats. This one's available as well, yeah? This one's open. And that one? Or has that got a stat?
That was Henry.
Oh, yeah.
It's all right. You just carry on. You carry on.
That's just when it's featuring, it's 9-handed.
Yeah.
You get one. They usually get them in quick, don't they? Because of it
Johnny
being
Quiet
9.
with the King Queen raises to 2,000 with the blinds at 4-8. Penultimate level of the day.
Ludo with the Ace-7 off on the button.
$5-4 is a hand we could defend with, but he decides against it.
I think just because of the fact that it's an early position open, I know it is Danny, but it's also when you're in the small blind, you're always going to be acting out of position post flop. And Danny's a tricky player to play against out of position, so unless you hit that flop hard, that's just going to be bleeding chips. It's like an unnecessary leak in your game to just be flat calling from small blind, like kind of hoping for a miracle flop. It's probably one of the biggest leaks in people's games is the small blind play.
Seven of clubs turn after a check call from Florian.
Similar stacks as well here, so expecting the check on the turn, which we do
pretty
get.
good.
And on the rainbow board, backdoor potential with that straight kind of draw in hands for big blinds. There's a lot of 2-pair possibilities now as well. And the 9, what's he gonna? Is that a 5? Oh, 1k. Oh, okay, so he just went for the 1 big blind, well, just over 1 big blind bet. Took it down. Incoming new player into Henry's old seat. Do you know? Do you recognise who that is?
Old Henry. Another nice cap.
Can't see with all of the gear on.
No, it's like playing outside.
It's like it's going skiing.
I'm gonna go.
So Ludo calls with the 7-8 after initial raise from Peter with the Jack 10 suited, and Danny with the big blind defends with 3-4 of spades. Look at that for a flop for Danny. So we'll go up and down
well,
for
and
Ludo,
Ludo,
the top
yeah,
end,
he's got
and the bottom end, but the flush draw for Danny.
Backdoor diamonds as well for Ludo, and he's got the position, so. So Peter's come to the table very first hand. This is his first hand, and he's raising now. He's betting into. I mean, obviously he's currently got the best hand, but
he's done with the hand now. As Peter once Ludo calls. Danny raises to 9. Petter is done with the hand, and now it's on to Ludo.
yeah, so Danny's raised to 9k. Chunky old raise here with the combo draw. I like it. Putting pressure on Ludo.
Yeah, he's going to call.
Which is fine in position.
With the up and down draw on the back door. Flush draw, the 10 of diamonds for Ludo.
Big drawing hands now, these two.
Wow, what a move.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Wow.
The thing is, with Ludo, when he's called the raise and then he gets jammed on this turn, this is the turn he's looking for, right? As what? I mean, obviously he would like the direct out to have hit, but now he's picked up even more outs with the diamonds and the equity. It's like, I feel like he has to call this off. 28k into 88 pot. I mean, feels like he's getting. Right, doesn't realise that he's actually ahead at this point as well. Right. just think that this card on the turn would have been one that he would have been probably jamming himself if Danny was to check. Ludo can then do the jam move himself, but Danny takes that away by opting shove. And I mean, it's a big shove into that pot as well. Just, I suppose, it's just the effective stat of Ludo. I suppose his pot size, or just over pot size. So
4-7 of spades, 7-3 of spades, 2-3 of spades, 2-4 of spades, 8-4 of spades.
Wow! Ludo has just said sometimes I guess you could have 3-4 of spades in this situation. Wow, what a call!
Once or twice.
Oh my word, he has just announced Danny Pike's hand before he called.
Obviously you've got a bunch of
wow.
these as well. Problem is, I'm getting the correct price kind of, if you factor in all the
different
hands.
class.
Once or twice in this situation, you could have the 3-4 of spades.
Yeah, of course, that's all the hands I beat.
Wow, that is absolutely insane. Wow. 8 high wins.
And not just 8 high, but he's called off his tournament life. He's called it off. Like, there's a huge difference between being the one that's shoving and the one that's calling.
Wow.
To call off your tournament with that and to name the hand, he's actually vocalised his reasoning for calling it off. Like, that is unbelievable.
The way you think to say in situations like this you could have the 3-4 of spades, and he calls with 8 high and he has the 3-4 of spades. Take a bow, son. Take a bow.
Yeah, that is incredible.
Absolute another level.
Wow. What's Danny's stack he's left with? Yeah. Like 40 or something?
Shouldn't be too bad, Danny's stack, but that just jumps Ludo right up the stacks. That was just amazing.
It's not just the chips as well, it's now the momentum and the fact that you've literally vocalised the exact hand, that the reason you're calling off your tournament life, and with the 8 high draw. I mean, obviously he's got a huge draw as well with the straight draw and the flush draw, but to name the hand as 3-4
and call it
and call it off.
Yeah,
you've got to be feeling really good about yourself now, haven't you?
Wow. Surely Danny's just going to tap the table and say, Ludo,
yeah,
nice hand.
Like, respect for that, fully. Peter's realised what he's sat down at now. he's now folded.
If anybody,
he's like, yeah, no.
If anybody doesn't realise that this is a tough table,
yeah,
the last hand just.
They now do, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Danny Ray's done another good.
Yeah, Danny Pike is really good at applying pressure. Like.
Yeah, 10 jack, seat 3 raised up, Ludo called, and Danny made up the blinds. Wow, what a hand. Must get Jay's reaction on that one when he comes back. Jay's going to come in for half an hour, and then we've got an hour and 7 minutes left. So Jay, I'll take 20 minutes, Jay will come back in, Katie will stick with us. And then let's hope Jay will finish off proceedings for day 1B.
Danny's the sort of player that will just have them chips back, from, not necessarily from Ludo, but against other players. Like, he can just get them back so rapidly. With it, he is aggressive.
Yeah. Did Ludo just call with 8 high? Yes, he did. He named the cards and called.
And now has been rewarded with Jack.
And has 82,000 and a stack for day 2. Amazing. Hey Gary, missed you on the circuit this year.
Joe with the suited ace-9 now in the small blind. 40k. Stack. Opts to call. Danny with garbage 5-8 off, but might elect being here with the value and the pricing, which he does. So we go 3-way to a flop. Oh, wow.
So
the 8-5 priced in gets a decent flop, that.
Ludo with the overs.
And Joe with a straight draw. And obviously the overs as well. Both Danny and Ludo pretty stacked as well, yeah. So bigger sizing, multi-way for the jacks of Ludo. Bet is 3.4. Joe calls with his overs and his gut shot. Danny has to raise here to protect his 2 pair. They can become vulnerable, multi-way, out of position, you know. And he does. Yeah, raises to 10.6.
So there's 10.6 from Dan. Ludo.
Yeah, it would be good
If
now.
he says, if he says in this situation you really could have 8-5, I'm off.
I was just about to say exactly the same. If he says you've got 8 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, I'll be like, oh my god.
Even if he just folds. Unbelievable.
I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, it's
ladies and gentlemen, you're all playing for second. I don't care. You're all playing for second.
Yeah, that is amazing, that fold. I suppose it helps that Joe's called and that he'd opted for a bigger bet size to c-bet with. So when the big blind, when the small blind then calls and big blind has check raise, I suppose it's on a connected board, but yeah, amazing fold there by Ludo with the jacks. Just loses the minimum with the overpair. Just takes the line to lose the minimums. Just amazing, wow. Yeah, just amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, just wow. This is great. This is a great
Yeah,
watch.
it's hard for Danny to be bluffing too much on that in that spot, but there are other hands he could have where he's hit a pair and still has a draw with that. So it's maybe Ludo's thinking about how it's going to play out down the streets. There's a few tricky turns and rivers that could end up costing him quite big chunky bets after that raise comes in at over 10k. So perhaps he's just forward thinking a few streets, and you know that is part of this game. You do have to consider the what ifs and the what's going to happen on future streets. So I don't mind the fold. I don't mind the fold.
So flop time, Florian with 7s, Joe 6s, Ludo with the ace 3 of spades. Jay on his way back in for half an hour, then me and Jay will finish off the evening as we've got 1 hour left.
Did you do the 110?
No.
We'll do it last half an hour.
We'll do the last giveaway tonight at 11:30. When I come back, a £110 closer ticket on its way.
Why have you got this light on in it? Okay. Makes sense. That's how I am. I literally just have the lights from the screens. It's
How many
probably
left?
not good for your eyes, but
Well, the app is back up and running, so well done to all the back-end staff who needed to get sorted out. 191 have played today, and we are down to 67 today out of the 191 that have played. But this is only day 1B. You can still buy in today and buy in before day 2 starts tomorrow.
and they've got the turbo going as well.
Turbo's on its way
Day
right now.
1C.
Yep. Right, Florence. No, Ludo pulls out a bet. Ludo
I missed
pulls
what
out
the
a bet.
action was here, to be honest with you, so I don't know who's. I imagine Ludo's raised if he's playing that under the gun. I imagine he's come in with
Yep.
a raise and a couple of calls, and then it's.
Wow. So Florian calls it off. Ludo with the ace. Builds his stack up to 84,000. Florian on 75. The ace coming in.
And do you know what? That's quite an underrated thing. Is that yes, you can make big folds, yes, you can make big calls, but extracting thin value from those sort of pocket pairs where people just are intrigued to see your hand or just don't give you credit for an ace, so they will pay off just the tiniest of bets.
Yeah.
Like that's actually really underrated as well. Like that's how you can build your chips with almost you like someone will look over and go, "Oh, how did you get all them? You've not had any big hand clashes," or you know. So Ludo's a master at that as well. Oh, you need me to move because
I'll go towels.
Yeah.
Get in, Marcy.
Okay.
I'll be tower.
I'll be back in half an hour.
I'll be
Go and
tower.
enjoy it.
We'll relieve Katie, and then the last half an hour, me and Jay will finish off with a 110 closer ticket to give away.
How are we, Katie?
I thought you were going to do a Katie things.
I thought we were as well.
Oh, I feel like I want to do the Katie things. Dinner good?
Yeah, I had a steak for the first time this week, so it was enjoyable. Very nice, actually. Steak. How's the chat?
Active.
Active.
Yeah. It's good. All good. Yeah, I don't know how many are in there. I have no idea where it says that, but yeah, it's quite active. It's good. Chatty chat box. It's what we like.
Danny opens hijack. Ludo defends 10-7 suited from the big. Still expect this to go Danny's way. Don't need to go too large. Can just see bet range here.
3,000.
Flies to 3k. Half pot from Danny. And Ludo just with dummy and gut shot that we're going to pull here. How are we doing, Brad? Say it about 8 times a day, but how are we doing?
So the blind's 500,
Right.
1k.
You're one of your good pals, John Bousfield.
Right.
Someone has said the dealer looks like a young John Bousfield.
This one?
Yeah, this one.
This dealer?
Flop on top said it's a younger version of Bousy. With shorter, obviously, if you didn't have the long hair.
No. I literally can't see that at
You
all.
can't see his face yet.
I think it's just because they've got dark features. Like that would be it. Nah, don't see it.
Maybe not from the back view. What about the front view when the camera changes? What about now? Can you see it now? What if I do that? Can you see a bit of Bousey in there?
No, like... You just cut the ponytail. No, I can't see it. Just the dark features.
Yeah, if you're buying tomorrow, hey, you get 16.5 big blinds for your day 2 buy-in. I didn't say it was anything like him, Brad. Someone in the chat did.
Ryan Bloomfield made my Instagram story in Coventry. Thought his life had peaked. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to think when I actually... what that would have been. I'll have to look back.
Dan Tran.
Need to get back on the old Instagram. I haven't been very good at it. Took a bit of time off. It's always good, isn't it? A little bit. You don't do social media, do you?
I don't do social media, no.
I like a little social media detox now and then.
I'm just the opposite. Well, I just gave up with it. With lockdown time, and then just that was it. Never interested in me anymore.
Yeah.
So Dan Pill's the free bet with the 7-8 suited, and Dan Tran has position.
Who's this then?
Danny Pike.
Oh, they just got a different photo, different hat. I didn't recognise him in that photo. That's what it was. I'm looking for this hat.
Just a C-bet from Dan Tran gets through. Any more giveaways tonight? Yes, we're going to have one last half hour a day, and we got a 110 closure seat.
I think the chat box should decide on whether it's a Jay thinks, Tower thinks, or a Katie thinks question.
Well, they're obviously going to say Katie.
Never had
Katie, they're going to get the giveaway now, and they don't have to wait until
never
after
had. I'll wait here. I'll still be here. You've never had a Katie thinks. I mean, oh gosh, that would be.
There we go. I knew that would happen. I just knew it would happen.
I could really embarrass myself by being so.
Yeah, trust me, you couldn't embarrass yourself more than Tower does in most giveaways. He asked me a question earlier on. He didn't even know the right answer himself.
Oh my god.
Okay, we might have to do a Katie fix. A lot of people want it. So Florian raises to 2K. King 6 off here. Facing gun open, this one not the best defend candidate. Can be in a dominated spot, but Danny's going to flick in the 1K more. Head to the flop.
I suppose he's got the stack to, you know, he's got a playable stack now with it, but.
Nice looking flop for Florian here. Ace 10 deuce. 2 flops.
Dan's going to be done with his hand now. After even before the C-bet comes in fully. It's done.
3.7 from Florian goes for the big bet. Gets it through. I haven't seen Terry Jordan today. I saw it, Harry Barr. I was actually watching the stream out on the terrace, and that's what brought me back in, because I come back in just before that hand happened. And Tower said half hour, so I thought he meant take another half hour, but he meant he wanted half hour. So I've gone back out to the terrace, I'm watching it, and I hear Tower go, oh, Jay's going to be back in a minute, and I'm like, what? What's he going on about? So I got it wrong. I went on an extra break when Tower wanted half hour, and I was watching the stream, and I saw Ludo's call with a 7-8 of diamonds. I don't know whether Katie will be a better thinker than Tower.
Probably not. Probably not. Do we get to know the subject of the question before, or is it just just literally
just give you a question?
Oh God!
Could be anything as well. Like
who gives the question, you or Tower?
Usually it's just us two, so the one that's answering the question will obviously not give the question.
I feel like
do you know how many permutations on a 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube? What would you guess? at that?
No, please don't give me something like that. I know that you had this, didn't you?
Yeah.
So therefore I should actually know the answer. No, it's a ridiculous high amount. Oh yeah,
we'll ease you in gently if you do it, Katie.
Not one of them.
All right.
Please.
Seats on a bus. All right, Jay Perko. Did you see that? Seats on a bus.
I heard about this one with the seats on the bus. What did you say it was? Right.
Because the question was how many people travel by bus in London, and I thought there was like 20 seats on a bus. But apparently there's a lot more. And then what I said to Tower, he went, they're double-decker buses. And I go, well, if you put a couple of cars behind each other and another two on top, that's technically 20 seats, isn't it? If you put two cars, one in front of the other, and then put another two cars on top, that's technically 20 seats, the same size as a double-decker bus. My logic was fine. Have you never
been on a bus?
Not like I've been on coaches, but not like a bus to. My school was always 5 minutes from me, and like I do like an Uber if you know me.
But you've seen buses,
yeah,
Joe.
I know.
You've been here long enough to see a bus.
This is the conversation we had at the time, and I don't want to get into it again because this was 4 streams ago. But I don't see a bus drive past me and look inside the bus and get my fingers out and start counting the seats. But now, funny enough, every time I do see a bus, I do look inside and think, bloody hell, a lot of seats in there.
Yeah, and
this is the thing.
And they do have the little single-decker buses as well,
exactly,
the little ones, to be fair. I still think there's probably more than 20 seats on those, but only just.
It was a mistake.
Just.
Well, something's wrong here because Joe with the ace of clubs, and ace of clubs is on the board, so I'm quickly going to get that sorted.
Joe's not got cards in the box. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, I can see just there. Yeah, I was going to say it's just where a dealer's thrown a card over the other box, maybe registered or something.
Yeah, I don't know what's gone on here, guys. I've messaged. It's not mental logic, Abu Chunky. It's actually very good logic for someone like that doesn't observe a bus when it goes past. And I'm not seeing how many seats on it. I've literally used my logic on cars. That's what I've done. I thought it was very good logic, and Tal thought it was hilarious.
Bus is longer than 2 cars, though, right?
I'm talking about the 7-seaters, the Nissan Safira, 2 Nissan Safiras. Sorry, then my logic's even more flawed because they're 7 or 8-seater cars. So
well,
then there would have been 32 seats on the bus. But
there you go.
Yeah, it weren't my finest moment,
Minivan.
Abu Chunky. It weren't my finest moment. And sitting here all day talking poker hands, brain working at full capacity, sometimes you do say some silly things.
7 seats, getting himself out of trouble. Nice chip stack there with Peter, 129k. Chris with the 10s now, 1k to blinds, and he's got 17.5 big, so we're raising off of that. Yeah, 2.5. And it folds round to Danny in the small blind, who calls with Queen 6 suited. I think Danny's just trying to get something back going with his stack now. He's happy to gamble in these sorts of spots against a short stack and hope to hit and connect, which obviously he doesn't with this board. But
complete whiff for him, and should just see that fold. Okay. Do just expect to see a foul here from Danny. Does get out of the way. That is true, Stephen. There must be 50 seats on a coach, but a coach is much longer than a bus, right? A coach is a good 50% longer than a bus, I'd say.
No, they're the same length.
Not the same length.
Mate, they
I
are.
would put a fair amount of money that a coach is longer than a bus.
I honestly reckon they're exactly the same length because they've got to go round the road bends.
Yeah.
So they can't be longer, can they? Unless, and you do also get them buses where they've got like a little snake bit on them.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Where they've
I've
got a
seen some of
bendy
them in
bit
London, yeah.
because they can't fit round the bend
hybrid.
otherwise.
The hybrid buses.
The snaky ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to try and battle my way out of this about 3 months ago, Kev. Yeah, I live in my own little bubble. Coach takes 52 people. Yeah, I am for real bullet, man. I'm pretty confident a coach is longer than a bus, but we'll get back to the poker. We're not going to go off tangent. We had this conversation. Go tune into the stream 4 weeks ago and listen to what I had to say. 5-3 of hearts. So Dan, expect to see a defend. Second pair here for Chris Johnson.
I checked it, so I was expecting to see bet and then just to fold there, but
so just
checks back. Maybe delayed C bet incoming.
Yeah, we will see it now, I think, Katie, once we get the check from Dan. And always find in these spots, like once the pre-flop aggressor does check back the flop, like if he's got a 10-9 suited, if he's got an 8-9 suited, he's just going to see bet. So once they do opt to check back, a lot of the time they do have something that can show down.
And it's also his stack isn't going to survive 3 barrels, so you know he's wants to extract some value if possible from his hand. So delayed C bet would usually do that on that board.
Yeah, Richie Burnett says the coach is longer, 6 to 7 feet longer. Thank you very much, guys. A magical Jarrett, how do footballers fit on the London bus, Jay, when they celebrate? I'm a Spurs fan. I've never seen one of them celebration buses. What are you talking about?
Jack 8 suited here under the gun, so Ludo is opening his range right up now. Probably just acting on the momentum and dominating the table a little bit from that early position. And Peter with the 3-4 suited can call this, especially with that stack. Hill or flop, probably. There we go.
That's quite funny, Brad. I don't usually laugh at your comments much, but that's quite funny. I'll give you that. Well done.
5-8-7 rainbow flop. Top pair for Ludo. Straight draw.
One that
3-4.
Ludo may check back though here, if he is playing range versus range, Katie, like on first glance. We are going to be firing the top pair, but just against big blind range, much better board for them.
Maybe wants to also protect that top pair though, because of the board being more for the big blind range. Drawing hands, lots of straight draws potential there, 2 pair draws, you know, probably needs to protect that top pair. I can understand the bet here. I can also understand the call. although with no diamond on that ball, it's raised.
It's gone for
yeah,
raise.
yeah. I was going to say call's probably the worst one because there's no diamond for any backdoors, but he's probably just expecting Ludo to have an ace high type hand here, maybe an overpair now that he's called. Probably not putting him on Jack 8, but and having connected with that top pair.
Just drills it.
Gets there.
Just drills it on the turn.
Yeah. Any 9 though. I think not many 9x in Ludo's range. Yeah, but there are a few.
I think Ludo will have more than most under the gun.
Yeah,
I think
he would.
Probably like 9-7 suited plus.
Yeah.
And then ace 9 off maybe in there a dabble of the time. But Peter continuing firing now.
And regardless, he has to still bet to find out anyway. And just bins it.
It's good poker, not putting a penny in when we're behind, only putting the chips in when we're in front. Katie, how long have you been a pro for?
It's 8 years now.
8 years. That long ago since Goliath second place?
It was, yeah, 2015.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
40 minutes left of the day, guys. It's been a fantastic day. It's flown by. The stream has actually been really good today. There's been plenty of action. We've had some great banter in the booth. We've had a few laughs during the giveaways.
Probably going to have a few more laughs in the next giveaway as well.
We might have to do a couple of things. I'll tell you what, I'll message Tower now and say, come up with a...
Not too hard, Katie thinks.
Okay guys, I've just had a message from the team. The ace-5 of clubs hand between Joe Hindry, where it said he had the ace of clubs and it was on the board. The hand before, Dan Tran slowly mucked his hand across Joe Hindry's box and our action tracker had already pressed next hand, so they registered as Joe Hindry's cards for that hand, just to clear that out. Is David Hay your biggest coaching success story today, Katie? You come 40th out of 8,000
probably
people.
in terms of that, yeah. I'm just trying to think. I mean, yeah, there's been lots of smaller successes as well with others that I've coached. So, but yeah, I mean, he's obviously the biggest name and had that 40th. Like he was marginally close to day three as well. So I think I mean literally a matter of minutes or a couple of hands away. So yeah, for sure. Thank you, Gary. That's kind. And Magical Jarrett, thank you. Kind words, much appreciated.
Small size here from Chris. Ludo right off the bat goes for the check raise, but not going to be getting any action from Chris with his particular holder. Chris just out of there. Let's guess how many bus stops there are in London within the M25.
I don't pay for hotels, pay 80.
So I'm assuming you use Google to like...
Yeah, so we Google the answer and then ask the other person the question. But the bus one, Tower asked me how many people use the bus in London a day, and I always give me a breakdown. And then when I was giving my breakdown and said about 20 people on a bus, that's when the chat box just broke loose. Honestly, it just created hell. Literally, it created hell, Katie. As soon as I said that line, about 20 people on a bus, it just all broke loose.
Yes, I do play some cash as well as tournament poker. I play probably more cash online, actually. And like when I go, typically when I go, well, do you know what? Like Jim always says to me, why don't I play so much cash when I'm at these festivals? But it's because there's always so much going on at the festivals, particularly for the team, and a lot of them you pulled in a lot of directions, like. So I do always sort of have plans to play more cash at the festivals. I would have played a lot of cash in Blackpool, for example, because it's just known for its cash games, that festival, and I would have really grinded a lot of hours on cash there, but obviously I didn't go. And yeah, I mean, I had 3 months off at the start of this year as well. I had a couple of big operations that I had to have, and then a car crash. So it was like I actually had 3 months off. So there's been ones that I've missed where I would have been putting in more hours on the cash tables. But like in Vegas, I always play a lot of cash, more cash. And online, yeah. Probably still need to up the hours on that though, to be honest with you.
Busy lady though, you are, Katie. I know you have a lot of other things to do during the week.
Yeah, definitely am. I definitely keep myself busy, that's for sure. Yeah, I obviously don't like to rest too much, but
obviously a big part of your lad's life as well with his golf and travelling with him, and it's going to take a lot of time out.
For sure. I mean, but he's now 16, so he's starting to. I mean, next year he'll start learning to drive and doing his own thing. Probably the year after.
Proper grown up, ain't he?
Yeah.
Did he enjoy the stream the other week when I was discussing my slice?
Really laughing. Like, honestly, I should have taken a little video or photo of it. Like, he was really laughing. And he was saying, yeah, I'll play with Jay. Yeah, I'll play with Jay and Tower.
He'll give up after the second hole. While I'm walking back and forth looking for my ball and he's waiting on the green.
I know I'm biased. I'm completely biased, but he's such a lovely lad, honestly. He's really good company. He's got a good personality with it, and, he's got a lot going for him. So he's chatty. He takes after me with that.
Really? He takes after you with that? Has he got the giggle as well? Has he got the giggle?
He's got his own little laugh,
How are we doing, Ali? Ali Law in the chat. Lads. I'm joined by Katie Swift, as you can probably tell.
Tower's voice has changed.
Blind on blind. Sorry, not blind on blind. Open from Joe. Dan.
Ali Law.
Here he is.
Ali Law.
So, we're going to do a Katie thinks tower. We're decided.
Go, get me in.
We are going
Got to make it an easy one.
Katie thinks.
I'm actually quite scared.
We'll let Katie sit in the middle. She's the star of the show here. Get in the middle. Move up. Have we got some paper?
I'm a little bit scared.
Can I use this tower?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'll use this. There we go, got one here. Already done. There you go, Kate.
There you go.
Right.
Piece of paper, it's empty. No clues.
Be kind.
No, we're not being kind. What is the square root? So, get yourself in. We're in. It's a bit smaller camera, these. It's a bit... Right.
I've got my old granny jumper on today. Oh. It's cold, snowy out there.
It is. Praise from Dan. We'll cover this hand and then we will go to the giveaway.
Poised and ready.
Poised and ready. Get the biggest chair ever.
When you write as well, just make sure you do it down there off camera because some people can tell.
Hear.
They can hear how long the. No, I'm not joking. We have to mute the mic. We have to write away on the camera.
We've had somebody get exactly the correct answer because of the strokes of the pen on the paper.
No.
100%.
Why?
100%. Yes, we have.
Oh my god, that is. That's ridiculous.
This is going to be hand done, I assume. So, Tower, you got the question for Katie. Do you want to throw it away before
do you know
we do
the
the question?
already?
Yeah, yes.
Oh no!
Before we do the giveaway, guys, I have to run you down the rules. Katie's going to get asked a question.
Yep.
She will write it down. Closest to Katie's answer will win a 110 closer seat. One guess per account, multiple guesses, you will be barred from all future giveaways and this one. And do not guess until we say go. Go on, Tower.
Good luck.
So, the question is, and it's not the correct answer, it's what Katie thinks is what you guys are out there. What I want to know from Katie, and you've only got 10 seconds.
I've only got 10 seconds.
You've only got that. Yeah, that makes it even worse. But it's not hard.
Oh God.
The question is, how many runners were in the Goliath when you came second? Done.
Go, go.
If Katie remembers or not, that is the guess.
I really hope you don't remember, Kate, because we are going to have the biggest wheel spin of all time. if you actually...
Me and Jay are going to swap and then get your answer in. Don't give anything away, you, like you did before.
Won't.
Oh, Towers wrote this down.
That was funny, that.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Just want to have a look at all of the
Let's
the
have a
answers
swap.
coming
There we
in.
go.
Where
Musical
are
chairs.
you Am I swapping?
you're
Am I
staying in the middle.
I'm staying. Right.
Musical
Staying in
chairs.
the middle.
Because I'm the loudest, I
I feel
can.
like, do you want your chair back? Because that one will go in the middle better.
I'm the loudest, so I can sit furthest away. You see.
Oh, that is true. That's
So,
true. Yeah. What one was my water?
How many
Is
runners?
it that? That's my one. Is it?
How many runners
I won't have to
does
leave
Katie thinks were in Goliath? Were in the Goliath the year that she came second? And it's not what the correct answer is. It's what Katie can think she remembers it is. And you've got about 5 minutes. 5 minutes you've got. So keep your guesses, don't forget
So
your vote.
excited. I'm so excited.
It's whether you can remember, that's the thing. And if you don't remember, it's how close you are. I made it easy. I didn't want to do the square root of anything really, you know what I mean? So that was the thing. I didn't
No, these sort of ones are better, aren't
yes,
they?
of course, yes. I didn't really want to put you
Fun
there.
ones.
I've never had a question on amount of runners in a comp that I've ever played. I'd just like to point that out since we've been doing this. I always get how many litres of paint are in the fourth fridge.
What do you mean? I can't believe
I never get a nice question like that.
Unbelievable.
Quite a way down. It's quite a way down.
It is, don't give anything away.
Ace 3 suited for Ludo, raises to 2k. Danny going to flat the ace 5 suited in the small.
So, for a £110 token, how many runners were in Goliath when Kate... Do you know when it was? Can you remember what year it was?
2015.
Oh, you remember more than I thought you did, you see. I just thought it was going to be a distant memory and it was just like, oh, there were loads of runners.
I mean, it's quite distant.
There were loads of
memory
runners.
now, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Really. But, good question. Nice, easy one. Nice, easy one to get Katie on the board for. Katie thinks.
And when Tower reveals the correct answer, Katie, you've just got a poker face, okay? You don't give anything away. You don't go, oh my God, I got it right.
Not like Jay did. Not like Jay did when it was one off.
I couldn't help it. I've never been that close.
I was that one where you was one off. I was also one off.
Was you?
I nearly won that one. And I'm not normally guessing. And I guessed that one. I was like, then someone beat me with it. So yeah.
So there we go. How many runners does Katie think were in the Goliath when she came second? We kept it nice and simple, but do we think Katie remembers? That is the actual question.
Get a little Instagram.
So
I'll say that again for my little story.
and don't give it up. Don't tell everybody the. Oh. We're just doing a bit of social.
Get in.
I can't get in.
You can. If I get out, you can get in.
I'll go in the gap.
There we go.
There we go. Kingsville Udo, who's got 77,000.
The question was,
initial race +1.
in the year Katie comes second in the Goliath, how many runners was there? And it was Katie answering it, so she should get it spot on, right?
Well, you'd think so.
It was a long time ago, to be fair.
So how many does Katie think? We'll give you the correct answer in about 1 minute's time. We'll give you the correct answer. So, are you excited, Katie?
A little bit, yeah.
It's a debut, Tower. Debut on Katie Thinks.
Debut on Katie Thinks.
If this goes well, we might bring you back again. Right, from
Can't
Chris.
go as worse as your bus question, so it was,
I like how Katie remembers that
No,
one.
we just had
We
this
just
conversation
had
in the booth about it, and someone was trying to tell me, because I said I'd been on a coach, and someone went, the coach is along the same length as a bus. A coach is much longer than a bus. Not much, it's definitely longer than a bus.
Do you think a coach is longer than a bus?
A coach is definitely longer
It depends
than a
what
bus.
bus, doesn't it?
I don't think a coach is much longer, if at all.
Well, I said this, but it also depends what bus, because you get the little snaky bendy buses now that are really long. They're like really double length.
Oh,
How long are these buses are you seeing? Are they going in the funhouse with them long mirrors? Are you walking in the funhouse with them long mirrors?
So, I'll tell you the correct answer very straight after this hand, and then we'll give you whoever's closest and see what Katie's written down. So nothing's really happening this hand. So the correct answer. So are you just telling? Don't reveal anything. In fact, don't say anything. You carry on doing your social media. The correct answer, if you want to go back to the history books, the correct answer, when Katie finished second at Goliath 2015, there was 4,210 runners. 4,210. But is it what Katie written down?
It was a lot less back then than what it is now.
You've got 1 minute. Did you get anything from Katie? Has she given anything away? Is that what she's written down? 4,210. But that's not the answer we want. We want what Katie's written down. Back with you in 1 minute.
They've changed Instagram, haven't they?
I've no
They've
idea.
changed it all, and it's
You can't post your story.
can't. I'm just not as quick as what I normally am. Not as swift. So cringe.
So there we go.
Oh, I forgot the mics.
So there we go. Yeah,
Just get to listen to Katie
Sorry.
talking to herself.
She's talking to herself because she can't work Instagram. So, last 30 seconds. Last 30
sorry, I
seconds.
didn't realise the mic was on. Sorry, guys.
Last 30 seconds to get yourselves a guess. Because this hand is taking longer than we thought, because Petter with the 6 is in the tank. And that's it. So we've got 10 seconds. Get ready to write comp is closed. Get comp. So what we got? 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3, get ready to type, comp is closed, young man, get ready to type it.
I'm ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, comp is closed. The comp is closed. Thanks everybody to having a go on Restream and chatting. So, Katie, we asked the question, how many runners were in the Goliath that you finished second? And the correct answer was 4,210. So everybody, if they were looking at what the actual figure was, did you get it spot on?
Yeah, we need your thought process first of all. Always need thought process.
Well, my thought process was I thought I had beat 4,215.
Oh.
So my guess.
The guess that Katie's wrote down, it wasn't the correct answer, but it was very close. 4,216.
That's a good effort, Katie. That is a good effort.
What actually happened was my pen slipped.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
It's supposed to be a 0.
So.
Yeah, I remember it being around that 4,200 and
Yeah, well done. So what has happened,
Yeah.
Jay? Anybody get it spot on?
We had 3 people guess 4,211. There was about 20 plus guessing the correct answer, 4,210.
Yeah.
But Scotty on YouTube, Aquatic Funk, and Val Wiley on YouTube all guessed 4,211.
And 11.
So what we have done, we have got all 3 names on these
One in
pieces of
there.
paper.
Do I pick as well?
There's one in there, and there's one in there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shake it up in my hands and live on telly. One of these 3 people.
I prefer this to the play in the poker.
Well, we have a lot of fun in here.
We do have a lot. We do have
a lot of fun in here. We're giving other people's money away. So, live on telly. Pick one out and read the name and then show the camera as close as you can get. No looking, no peeking. In we go. Who is
I
it?
just went for the top one.
Stand up. Who is it? Who is it?
Val.
Who is it?
It's Val.
That's
Can you see?
Val Wiley.
You want to open the other 2 tower
That
just
is
to
Val.
Valerie Wiley has
Well
got herself
done.
£110 ticket. There was Scotty. And there was the Aquatic Funk.
The Aquatic Funk.
So there we go, Scotty. There
Well
we go.
done. Well done to the other 2 for guessing.
Oi, oi.
You know, near enough as
Hey, I
well.
tell
Well
you-
done, Val. Love it when the girls.
I tell you what, Scotty and Aquatic Funk, red or black for 30 euro token as you were second.
Oh, he's giving you money away.
Red or black flop.
See, it's such fun in the booth.
First one in, red or black for the flop.
Scotty
or Aquatic Funk.
Aquatic Funk, red or black?
Right, Aquatic Funk's red, Scotty is black.
This is for 30.
This is for 30.
Whoop, whoop. Val says, can you do them all? She's back in tomorrow. Give away another.
One for the girls.
Well done, Val. Well, we're waiting on red or black for the Aquatic Funk or Scotty. What if it's a draw? How can it be a draw? How can you? There's 3 cards on the flop.
Yeah.
2 of them are definitely going to be one
I'll
colour.
beat that many.
We just need
one,
a flop, that's all.
One black, one red, and a joker. Yeah.
So we don't get a flop.
We don't get a flop, so rolling over to the next one. Val,
I was going to say, does that mean they don't get their £30 ticket? Just get the next one.
Oh, brilliant.
Val, can you just drop your alias in the chat, please, and I'll put you on the spreadsheet for the 110. Good luck to Scotty and Aquatic Funk for the €30 token.
I'm still waiting on a flop.
You've loved it this evening, Kate,
I
haven't you?
loved it, yeah. It's great.
Well done on remembering. Because I was thinking that you'd be like...
What did you think I would guess?
Well, I didn't actually know the answer until after I asked the question. But I wanted to make it something about you, and I thought, well, Goliath could be 8 years ago. You might have just not remembered how many runners there were.
Yeah. No, that one I remember so clearly, like it was yesterday. That was. I know it wasn't technically my biggest win, but it feels like my biggest win, and it still does to this day. And it's really weird because my biggest win actually feels like my biggest loss. It's the weirdest psychological.
When you're so close.
Yeah, it's a strange old game, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're still waiting on a flop to get this comp out of the way, and we've got about 20 minutes left of the day.
Yeah, just a quick one, guys. If you can't say anything nice in the chat, just keep it to yourself, please. We don't need any of that.
Oh,
it's been a good day.
Who's slagging me off now?
Just if you can't say anything nice, keep it to yourself. Don't need to.
Have we got a flop? We've got a flop. Who's doing it? Who's got red? I forgot. It's a red flop. It is a red flop. There we go. We have a red flop for the Aquatic Funk. So the Aquatic Funker was first to put in red. Jay, the Aquatic Funk
lovely
gets the ticket because he put red in first about 10 minutes ago. And Scotty, well played, Aquatic Funk.
So drop your alias, Aquatic Funk. So 15 to go. Are you leaving us, KE, for us to close up shop? Are you staying?
I'll just stay.
You're just going to stay?
It's too much fun to go.
We're not giving anything else away, but it's fun.
It is fun. It's always fun in the comms booth, but tonight especially, it's my first ever Katie Thinks.
Yes.
I'm glad you went easy on me, guys, to be fair. That could have been a lot. I was nervous. I was more nervous sitting down and doing that than I would be playing
We've had
poker.
some questions, by the way.
We have had some corkers, haven't we? We have. So back to the action. Clock's going to be paused shortly. Session has flown by.
I feel like now tomorrow I should get to say the question to one of you.
Okay.
I feel like it needs the flip of the coin.
To be honest, it don't really matter what question you pick for Tower. It's irrelevant. He just writes a random number down on the paper.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And when you say, what's your thought process behind the
Yeah,
number?
he goes, I did this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a
just
little bit of that.
this number today.
And then I got this.
It's true, it's what happens.
Oh, I'm going to think up a really good question.
Oh, God.
And I'm going to bring it into the comms booth tomorrow.
Dear.
Jack 7, Rainbow. Dan opening the King 5 suited, out of position for Peter here. Does go with check, like this from him. Going to do a lot of checking. Player on our direct left, heads up pot, has position on us. I can see a little probe here from Peter with the sixes. Just flushing out some overcards and counterfeit equity.
Yeah.
Scotty's watching on delay. You know when the red button's not red and it's grey, means you're not live. Just a quick one, Scotty.
I'm just going to check fold. Out of the way. So still waiting on a couple of aliases, Aquatic Funk, and I will grab Val's as well.
So we've got about 20 minutes to go till the end of the session with the numbers. Well done, 1-0 yet again.
And someone's asked about if I'll be playing Goliath next year.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All 10 days.
That is the first festival that goes in my schedule every year. Like, without doubt. It's the best value, best fun. I just love it. It's got fab memories for me as well, but I love it. I genuinely still enjoy it as much as I did when I finished second. So it's one that no one should miss that.
Yeah. When do we think the clocks will be paused?
I reckon after this hand tower. Done here, 36 effective. This table's been kind of carnage, so I wouldn't be surprised to see shove here tower. The way this table's been playing, it's been 3 bets thrown in left, right, centre. An ace queen for 36. There is the shove, like it.
Magical Jarrett says, is Goliath 200 this year? Next year? Yes, it is.
Yes.
There's been an all-in from Dan in seat number 6.
And there'll be lots of satellites as well.
Over 1,000
leading up
seats.
to it. I mean, it's just incredible. It really is incredible.
They're over 1,000 seats last year.
For what you get at Goliath, it is absolutely incredible value. I don't know anywhere in the world that puts on a £200 comp and has over $1 million in prize pool.
Just been announced 6 more hands from now. So the button will be finishing on 1 hand, 2 hand, 3 hand, 4 hand, 5 hand Ludo. There we go. Hi, Victor. Hello, Phil.
I'm not sure if Ludo played Goliath before. I think
Who's that?
Ludo. Someone's just asked in the chat box if Ludo's ever played Goliath. I think possibly he might have done. He's certainly played some of the side events at Goliath, right? Or I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but
In through the window. Thanks for tuning in and watching the final 6.
the ladies' event at Goliath, I actually don't know any details on yet. As soon as I do, I will be posting it across my socials. As always, any time I find out any information that I'm allowed to share, I instantly put it across the socials. I put it on my Facebook girls group. Anyone who's not on that you should be, because there's a lot of information that gets posted on that. And I have my women's weekly game every Wednesday as well online. And in the lead up to Goliath, I'm sure that there'll be tickets for the ladies event through the ladies monthly league online. So I will definitely make sure I do stuff, and I always do some added value giveaways and stuff at the ladies event that I just do myself, like not through Grosvenor. Just I put little hampers together and stuff for the girls, just to give back a bit into the game and to the women that support it and play. And it's a really lovely networking opportunity for the girls. So any ladies that haven't played that, or have played them on a return. I'm sure it'll be on the schedule. I mean, I don't have it absolutely confirmed, but I can't imagine it's not going to be. And if it's not, I'll try and get it added. I'll be asking why.
Here we go, 2 of 6.
So.
Definitely one for next year, the schedule for Goliath.
Yeah.
This is 2 of 6. The button finishes on Ludo.
But again, I can get some other satellites added for that as well.
Yeah, well.
Just keep a lookout on all of the Team Pro social media. Obviously, Grosvenor Poker social media, and anything like in these sort of chat boxes and what you guys announce on the stream.
We won't be announcing anything for Goliath.
No, but every festival,
February or March next
every
year.
festival, you are always the first point of updates and stuff. So you're in the right place by being in the chat box, because if anything was to be announced, it'd be here. So you would see.
Not before Christmas.
Yeah, you will see it and hear it as and when, but it won't be till springtime.
Nope.
Not for the actual schedule. Obviously, you've got the dates already, but.
So we have a call after Petter the raise. 589 all hearts. Joe in seat number 1. Joe Indra ace queen with the queen of hearts. He's going to appeal once with a bet of 1k. The king of clubs. Unbeknown to what Petter's got. Continuing from Petter. Joe gets out of the way. Joe down to 23 bigs. But it's enough to get through today too. All you need is a bag. And 3 of 6. You get some money away today, Joe.
Yeah, I've given away a fair chunk.
Jay always does.
And Dally. Yes, it's all into trouble.
I don't. I just put my phone on Do Not Disturb for 2 weeks after I sent Tom the spreadsheet over. I mute his notifications for 2 weeks, and how many hands have we got, Tower?
This is 3 of 6.
This is 3 of 6.
The button finishes on Ludo. Chris Johnson with the Cowboys.
Cheers here, Needlemen. Enjoyed the stream. Been a really tough feature table tonight, whoever's been on it. Look forward to Towers Treble tomorrow, and see you for the senior Sunday. Good night, gang. Good watch.
Here we go, 4 of 6. Ludo 78, Dan 100k, and Petter 139. There, the big stacks.
I might flick it on later, Kev, to be honest with you. I literally, I might flick the old Hustler on a bit later.
Is that on?
Yeah, they got a super high stakes week, so
have they?
I might have a watch. I've got to watch the new episode of Game of Gold, so I'll probably do that first, to be honest with you. And then straight to bed. Only 2 days left. Day 10 or 12 for Tower night.
Indeed. Yeah, Ludo's 7-8, and they're calling 1 or 2 times in this situation. You might have 3-4 of spades. And called with 8 high.
Two more hands to go.
There we
think,
go.
and then he closely followed it up with the fold of the jacks.
Yeah.
On the 8-5-6.
Yeah. 8-5 for Dan.
Yeah, I mean that was
Dan
that was solid as well. Had some really good
Yeah, it's been
players and tables.
it's been
to
a
watch.
really good day. Honestly, it's been a great day.
Yeah, because then he.
Well done. Thank you very much. And well done on remembering where you finished.
Well,
I know we've not finished yet, there's only 2 hands to
it's
go.
not
Katie's
one that
gonna
I'll
have
ever
a
forget,
glass of
so,
Prosecco,
yeah.
she's well earned it.
Yeah. I
First
might.
Katie thinks, and you got it nearly spot on.
Yeah.
Could only get
I'm gonna-
worse
I'm
from here,
gonna
you know.
frame it.
It could only get worse from now on in, let me tell you.
Well, yeah, I think you eased me in gently there. No, thanks to everyone in the chat box.
Nice one.
It's been lovely speaking to you all and having some fun
Yeah,
in here.
and we'll see you
thanks
tomorrow.
for having me.
And you're playing in the 500 tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, I am. I don't know what time it starts actually, so I
2:30.
need to find that out. So yeah, I will be in the
2:30.
cup.
Lovely.
Yeah, for sure. I'm railing a few
Yeah,
things in the
absolutely.
in the
There's,
main,
there's
so.
plenty in it. Thanks to
No,
Katie.
thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
She's leaving just before the last hand. Leaving.
Oh, and my jump.
Oh, yes. Don't forget your Grosvenor Poker Tube jump. I like that.
Yeah, it's nice. I was going to put it on, but then I left my old granny blanket on. Because it feels like a duvet, this. And it has been snowing and stuff.
It has. Freezing outside. It's -4.
Back in my seat for the last hand.
There we go.
So nearly there, guys. One more hand. We'll get chip counts up at the back end of the day as well. Big thank you to everyone. It's been a great day today. It's flown by.
It has
I
flown
think
by.
it's been some good banter in the booth, some great action on the table.
So one more hand. So the last hand of the night, flown by. Well done to all the ticket winners tonight. More. How many more you got left?
Oh, did I get Aquatic Funk? Did they drop
Aquatic
it?
Funk. Did you put your name in while we were talking to Katie?
I don't think I did. I'm going to have a look.
We got Vowels, but not the Aquatic Funk. We need a Grosvenor Poker alias. Please.
Oh, he sent it in a whisper. I've got it.
Awesome.
I don't think
Cheers,
I've got
Aquatic. Yeah, sent in a whisper, he says.
it. Is that to me or is that to the GUKPT?
And is it? It'll be on Twitch.
Yeah, I got it.
Got it. Last hand of the session. What a day.
What a day.
What a day. Nice one, Aquatic. We have it. Congratulations on your 30. Well done to Val on the 110. Last hand of the session. Chris
There we
is
go.
all in with King Queen. He gets pocket nines.
On the spreadsheet. Gonna need to hit.
Yeah, a king or a queen. And half of them have been put in the bin. And just been put in the bin there by Florian. Chris Johnson. Unlucky Chris. Is it cold in London? It's -4.
Cold.
-4. Yes, it's fresh.
So, I believe that is that, guys. There's the chip counts for Day 1B, 190 entries, 59 making it through. Victor Alukin at the top of the pack. Let's go, Victor.
Hello, Phil. What is on this week? GUKPT's on. I see you Thursday. Okay.
I bag chip lead. He bags the chip
He's
lead.
got his name in lights. There he is. Look at this. Come
Here
here,
he is. Go on, Victor. Take a seat. Sit
Come
down.
here, Victor. Get here. Get in. This is what he looks like after he's had 4 pints of starter problem.
Not bad.
205,000. What happened? Who gave you all those?
I've got a risk.
Did you have aces, kings, queens?
No. I've got straight flush.
You had a straight flush?
I've got ace 5.
Yeah.
And flop come and last card guy increased 20,000. I call.
Yeah.
3, I've got flash with ace.
Like it.
I put 60,000.
And he called. He's supported the tour. He's already got himself a trophy. It'd be great to do it again, young man.
I try. I enjoy to play.
Yeah, absolutely, you love it. Victor is going to be back tomorrow because he's just bagged up 205,000. Look
I'd
at
like
that.
to do
He's looking at everybody who's here. Ben Windsor 126, Danny Bedson defending champ 126, Mitch Johnson, Hector, Florian Duta, all those names there are going to be back 59 out of 190. Congratulations, sir. Absolutely. Don't be late. You've got 205,000 chips to unbag. Victor Ilukin has just bagged up 205,000 chips. That is amazing. Well done to him. Well done to him. Absolutely amazing. Thanks to everybody in the chat today. It has been a great session.
We're done.
Wendy Watson, 33,000 making it through. Well done, Wendy. Danny Pike, 23. All the names there. Stato still in, Ludo still in.
Obviously.
Alex Todd still in, Toddy's still in. It's going to be a cracking day tomorrow because there's a lot of names that are making it through that you recognise and that we recognise as well. Thanks to everybody who have made it one of the funniest days we've had. We've had a good laugh. Thanks to Katie for coming in for Katie Thinks and getting Val a £110 ticket and the Aquatic Funk's got a 30 as well, plus all the other winners. We will be back tomorrow for day 11 of 12.
Nearly there.
From 12:30 on the stream. Please come and join us. Day 2 of the main event. It should be an absolute corker. From myself and Jay, we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30. Don't be late. Ta-ta.
Good night.